Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers will move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down on vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name match in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom, check the signature. Name match in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line, keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line, keeping it clutch. All on the line, keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name match in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. This time, I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. And run away with me. away with me.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time diminishes there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time diminishes there. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive, and I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. And kept the tension on the high tier. And pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time to finish there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time to finish there. It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns of crease, some of these I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories are planned for when I begin. All the land below me is scanned over what I miss. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the later madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find a pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest. Different days when it's kept, this checks on the net. It's a technical foul, and for now I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
FLICKR, FLICKR. Ride the wave, yeah. FLICKR, FLICKR. FLICKR, FLICKR. Ride the wave, yeah. FLICKR, FLICKR. FLICKR, FLICKR. Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah. FLICKR, FLICKR. Ride the wave, yeah. FLICKR, FLICKR. FLICKR, FLICKR. Ride the wave, yeah. FLICKR, FLICKR. FLICKR, FLICKR.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. White light, doubling down on my fears I write. When I live now, can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements, indeed now to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage, and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time, and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is deep, way beyond breaking. Head and neck and knees sweat, all related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not gonna take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. Looking right through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making are beyond free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. When they gon' take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry. Duck down. Waiting for the moon to arrive. Not now. Had a whip AC broke. I'm a bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it. They won't get it. If you don't adapt to see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
May.
Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up. Drop up, down, they need us. Type on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break. I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit a new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我，还有谁存活？关我屁事，都别问我。不接受建议，是我的建立，不需要你庇护。背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
突皮革的架子，流力炮在你嘴唇上吐一个爆泡。一不小心力不过我起跳，在悄悄的转一点半飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以缠绵，我会分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没有的枪的刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么可骂些了，艺术文化都不想要啊，可能以后像那个创业家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, and you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need some return to you. I've been surrounded by endless fools. No one believes me, I like you too. I need some return to you. Coming home and take off my jewels. No one believes me, I like you too. In the end, all I want is you.
the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending a prisoner of reasons why. All this time, these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. This work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. I won't stop now, I said it. Aim for the clouds, yeah, get it, powerful. Unstoppable. You better get them colors, get them right. Yeah, you better get in line. Dramatic, so dramatic. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity.
And welcome to MSI 2024, brought to you live from Chengdu, China. Today is the last day of play-ins, and it is do or die for the 4 teams we have remaining, as only 2 can advance to the bracket stage. The stakes are higher than ever at this MSI so far, and of course, all players are gearing up and getting ready to enter the Rift. I'm Laure, and today I will be joined by Emily and Jad. Woo! Woo! So nice to have you guys. How are you doing?
So happy to be here. I'm a little stressed.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a little stressed. I feel like after watching what happened to Loud yesterday, when they had it in the bag against GAM, and then they just absolutely, they collapsed, and GAM had an amazingly, epic clutch comeback.
Yeah.
It makes me think anything can happen, which is bad, because I do want to see FlyQuest continue beyond today.
And we're the one facing GAM, so I'm equally stressed actually in that sense. Let's take a look at the schedule we have ahead of us, because it is actually going to be a rematch of the first round for these teams, FlyQuest and PSG battling once again, and Fnatic versus GAM as the second series we're going to have today. I think it's going to be a good opportunity to see how teams progressed since the first day here.
Absolutely, and I heard some behind-the-scenes stuff that PSG was really looking forward to this rematch, which I don't love to hear. They did win the first game against FlyQuest, then lose the next two, so I think there's going to be a little bit of settling in, and it is actually difficult to beat the same team in back-to-back best-of-3s. So, you know, every team will have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, I think the big thing with PSG is that obviously they went against Estral yesterday, and they looked a lot more cohesive. Right? I thought they'd obviously studied lane swaps a bit more, which I know we will talk about later, but that was one of the deciding factors in FlyQuest beating them in the first time they met. And also in their series, they looked like they had really understood how they wanted to slow the game down as well against anything crazy that Estral would have brought against them.
And as you said, we had to say goodbye to some teams yesterday. Estral was the first one. It was sad because they showed so much against T1. We saw a lot of surprises, Emily, but it was not enough for them to clutch the victory yesterday.
They will always have the scrim against Doinby's Old Man Legends team, where Doinby said that he actually favored them going into PSG yesterday. Obviously, that did not pan out, but I do think Estral, in talking to the community and them before the tournament, they did want to come see how far they had come as a team and as a region. Unfortunately, they were unable to advance.
Yeah, they wanted to prove themselves as a full Latin roster. Actually, the first time we saw the organization, which cannot be said about Loud. We're used to seeing them, but what a crushing defeat yesterday, Jat.
Yeah, my heart breaks for these guys, especially because of how much criticism they're going to take from back home. I do think they underestimated GAM a little bit. I do think they felt like they had the series in the game, in the bag in game 2. But I also want to remind people that, like, teams are better than their worst day. So they are still the CBLOL champions multiple different times in a row. They need to be able to pick themselves up and repeat. But just, it's the blessing and the curse of MSI, right? Because you can reach such high highs off of small number of games, but you can also reach incredibly low lows, and that's what Loud experienced yesterday.
The form of the day, and we'll see what happens on our teams today. Let's focus on a specific matchup we have here at MSI. We've got some spice and diversity in the top lane in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The stakes couldn't be higher for Bwipo and Arja in today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. Arja takes on Bwipo once again in the top lane, and for his sake, let's hope the Urgot remains banned this series.
Maple's just going to walk into the waiting arms of Bwipo. There death, death finds him.
This is Bwipo's return to the international stage. First time since Worlds 2021, and he'll be looking to make a statement. Arja, on the other hand, had his first showing in 2023, but is yet to make it out of a play-in stage. Arja will need to have a repeat performance of his series against Estral Esports to show that he can hold Bwipo down, and has what it takes to make it to that main stage.
The chase continues. Azure flashes forward, and Snacker meets his maker.
Everything is on the line. The winner will advance, and the loser is going home.
And yeah, I think the big thing with these two top laners coming in, they have no shared champions in their champ pool, but I do think the other thing to comment on is, especially when these teams swap, they're really relying on the top laner to throw something interesting in there, right? So like obviously the Urgot for Bwipo is the pick I'd call out for him. And then Aja brought out his specialty, which is the Udyr in their first game yesterday, looked super, super comfortable on it.
I also want to call out the top lane as a position is the most diverse position so far in MSI, and I think that blends into why you see no shared champions. I think lane swapping has created so much more pressure on what your top lane champion needs to be capable of. And I think these teams are learning it. The thing that impressed me about Aja was the fact that he dominated the game on Udyr and then on Twisted Fate, which to me are just two completely different skill sets. And then Bwipo, we know he can play everything, but for me, he's just a very inconsistent player. So fingers crossed we get the wide Bwipo today.
I mean, he said that he wants to be back internationally and bring his own style. He's going to stay true to himself for the best and the worst, sadly maybe. But Emily, Emily, what is it going to come down to in this matchup? We know that they faced before. We know that they're capable of. We know the skill expression on top lane is really high and diverse, as Jad mentioned. What can we expect from them today?
Once again, people are going to hate the answer, but looking at how they're going to lane swap, just reviewing how it went the first time, right? And most specifically in game 1, the thing I want to point out is how the waves are pushing, right? So Masu and Busio are actually going to really affect Aja here. He's not going to be able to get level 6 for a while, which is going to be really important. Meanwhile, Betty and Woody absolutely shoved this lane into Bwipo. He's going to be able to catch that wave. You see PSG resetting all at the same time, coming back onto the map all at the same time. But watch the side lanes for FlyQuest. So they're pushing in those side lane waves, and now that they're swapping back, Aja is still level 5. He does not have Rumble ult up. So FlyQuest are going to set up a play on this top side with their duo lane and with Inspired to get first blood onto the Jinx. And when you're looking at the way that lane swaps work, right? You want to get your, like in this case, you want to get your Jinx out of a lane against a lane that can kind of possibly shove them in. But then the other important thing is that Bwipo is able to survive here. So not only does he have a level and experience lead, but then he also ends up coming out ahead of Aja, who is not able to even get level 6 and dies. This is from yesterday, which is PSG relying on Aja's Udyr to just survive so many different attempts to dive.
Oh no.
Which actually means that the Varus Galio lane, which is what they kind of swap to get advantage for, is going to end up getting ahead in the top side, even with having a higher fortified turret, because it's so early in the game, right? So as we see, it takes so long to kill him. And I think, again, when you're looking at how lane swaps work, right, you are swapping away usually from having your duo lane end up getting like shoved in by a really strong lane like a Kalista Nico, right? And so I think the big thing in that game was you still are swapping away from auto prio that Udyr would have. So PSG said, you know what, we're fine with that, and we're going to rely on Aja to still be able to fend off the dive.
Yeah, I'm really curious about, okay, I'll back up a bit. I think lane swapping is going to become a trap the later we get into this tournament.
Oh.
Okay.
Because I think it is a strategy that initiated because it was a way of getting hyper carries out of laning phase.
Yes.
And also, if a team is unfamiliar with the way lane swapping worked, either as a top laner or an AD carry, you can lose the game off that. But I feel like the more reps you get, then the team that opts into the lane swap is going to be at an inherent disadvantage because that's the mechanics of the game. The top lane has fortification. So if you're matching hyper carries against a team that loves lane swapping, and you're the team that gets to go bottom that doesn't initiate a lane swap, you should have an advantage assuming you follow the steps. So I'm actually a little concerned that PSG has the reps now for them to play against PSG.
Emily, answer this.
I
know
was going to say, I think then the answer is you don't opt into a hyper carry matchup, right? Because if it's hyper carry matchup, why wouldn't you just do 2v2 lane?
Well, that's going to be a question. I would hope you do the 2v2 lane, but then in that case, the lane swaps don't matter, which I'd love.
Well, you're swapping, because this is like swapping away from like a Kalista, right? You don't want
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So we'll see.
FlyQuest has lane swapped every game.
I'm a lane swap enjoyer.
Okay.
I think we know.
We'll
see how it develops throughout the rest of the tournament. Of course, I would love to see lane swap disappear here. But let's talk a bit more about this matchup and what both teams need to do to win. Again, they know each other. They played against each other already on the first day. I know that Betty, in an interview, was reflecting a lot on the over-aggressivity on the side of PSG, but also the fact that they missed out on a lot of their homework when it comes to swap lanes. So coming back today, especially after having a dominant victory yesterday, what do we want to see on the side of FlyQuest? I think I know where you're going.
They need width today. Bwipo needs to be wide. But more so with the width, they do need to have a lot of confidence. I don't want to see Jensen put on Annie, which is what he was put on in the LCS finals to little success. I want to see him on a strong control mage. I want to see Bwipo creating a lot of space, and then that allows Masu to be a very good team fighter. I think he actually is a very good team fighter when put in the right position.
All right. Emily, for PSG, what do we have?
I said watcher sideways, and then lane swap prep and response, because I think the big thing, and they've said this in interviews, like multiple players from PSG have said that they were not as prepared for the lane swap as they could have been, and so that was the one thing they really wanted to work on. It's the one thing they felt like they did not do well against FlyQuest the first time. I would agree.
Did you write in cursive?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's really pretty.
Maybe people can't read it.
What a flex.
Shaming all of us. We've been typing for years and we don't even know how to write.
Look, I had to share a computer with my brother. I had to write out my papers. Anyway, I think the big thing with PSG is that I still see problems with, again, I wanted to point out the Udyr because in that case, you are swapping away from auto prio you would get in a 1v1 lane to get your 2v2 a better matchup. And do you necessarily want to do that depending on what FlyQuest locks in? I'm not really sure. And I think in their first series against PSG, FlyQuest did show, even in that first game, Jinx was able to get through the laning phase completely fine, right? And contributed with got an assist off of First Blood on that top side.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a good understanding of how they wanted to get their hyper carry through. They ended up losing in teamfights. But I do think that this is going to be a big thing going into this matchup.
You brought up a stat earlier that I actually think I don't want to see today. Inspired had 90% kill participation so far this tournament. I want to see that go down, actually, because you can't have a single player involved in everything.
Yeah.
Like, you need to have, in that sense, Busio, Masu, Jensen, Bwipo need to be able to do a few things without their jungler. Like, 90% kill participation was the highest of all players at MSI so far, which is a stat you pulled, I believe.
Yeah.
And just, if that is the case the whole series, I think it does hurt FlyQuest's chances to win.
Something that we saw yesterday and we didn't see during the first series between these two teams is the synergy between Junja and Maple, which was really present in the series we had yesterday. How careful should FlyQuest be of this overall?
I mean, I still think that FlyQuest, in terms of their understanding of sidewave management specifically, and some of their timing around objective setups, I think going up against PSG specifically, I still think even when they set up similarly, FlyQuest have a better understanding of timing and tempo than PSG do as a whole. So I think what they do still need to watch out for, though, is teamfighting. And a lot of that does start with Maple and Junja, especially on picks like, for example, Maple's Talia, which is just absolutely monstrous in teamfights.
I want to mention predictions here today because when I look at the way PSG won yesterday, rather convincingly, the fact that FlyQuest is just coming off a crushing loss against T1. Did the balance change? Did the momentum change? Are we going to see a change here? I don't know where my things
Everyone loses to T1. How could you go against that?
You're a 2-0-er.
It's a little bit of false bravado.
Yeah.
Because when you were talking about Maple just now, I'm thinking that if Jensen plays too passive in lane, Maple's going to stop Bwipo's width in the top lane, and it's going to all go wrong from there, and that would be the PSG path to victory. But I also look at last year when Golden Guardians, the #2 seed from North America, played a best-of-5 against PSG to actually make it to the bracket stage. They 3-0'd them. So I do think that I'm going to call off the past results there and hope that it indicates future performance, which I'm told is not a thing you should do, but that's what I'm doing here.
All right.
I like how you couched your prediction with that. You're like, I shouldn't do this, but I still think it's going to be really close. This is the closest series that we had initially, and I believe the closest series we've had all tournament in terms of gold. So I'm still going FlyQuest, but 2-1.
Let's see how it is. The stage is set. The players are ready. It is do or die. Here in this rematch between FlyQuest and PSG, only one will join the bracket stage to defend their region. Let's do it.
You know, when you're a professional player, you give up a lot. You move away from home. I haven't seen my girlfriend in weeks. I haven't seen my parents in years. Whenever you lose, you kind of get hit by that cold, hard reality. And you ask yourself, was it worth it?
很多新人一下就放弃的原因，我觉得是他们不够坚持吧。
International stage is ruthless. And you have to be the absolute best in the world to be recognized.
就对年轻的新秀说，就是保持初衷吧，然后为梦想而战。
Fortunately, I still have a chance. I'm not knocked out, which means that maybe I'll get to say it was worth it.
We have been so many times with the back against the wall, and we always come back. It's like our DNA that we perform under pressure.
Bọn mình ở cặp thi đấu vừa rồi với Fnatic thì đã thi đấu rất là rụt rè và thiếu tự tin. Và lần thi đấu này thì mọi chuyện sẽ không như thế. Bọn mình sẽ thi đấu tự tin hơn.
항상 즐기시라고 말씀드리고 싶어요. 항상 지시하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very last day of play-ins as we look for our final 2 seeds to go through to the main stage. My name's Asterix. I'll be joined by Kobe and Vedius to run you through our first best of, with FlyQuest and PSG setting a rematch that we're able to take you through on day 1.
Yeah, a couple of rematches we have here for the final qualification and the final elimination here in play-in stage. I'm very excited for this one. Vedius, welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You made it.
I finally made it. Yeah, excited to be here for MSI. And what bangers. A bit of NA, a bit of EU, and we'll see how PSG and GAM.
Good luck, sir.
So, yeah, good luck. It was
see
a close
you on the other
one.
side.
It was a close one for PSG versus FlyQuest, but when we look back at that series, it definitely felt FlyQuest favored pretty consistently throughout. Even in the first game, there were many opportunities that I felt like FlyQuest threw away. So coming into this series, my expectations are high for this FlyQuest team.
Yeah, there were kind of 2 main things. One was the lane swap. At that time, PSG really didn't seem like they had a handle on it. They did in their previous series, seem like they cleaned it up a bit. So I know they also had that as one of their #1 things to focus on. The other thing that they said themselves that they want to work on was their comms in team fights. So that as well we'll take a look at here. Let's get right into it though. For the draft phase, FlyQuest, they have the same priorities, which I definitely agree with, is ban away Jinjia carry champions. The Vi was permaban already, and they've added the Wukong to the list after the previous series. I definitely agree with that. But I think that he's going to probably go with the Xin Zhao then, because that was another one during the regular season. Jinjia with the Wukong, the Xin Zhao, the Vi, all of these AD jungle champs, he was massively carrying.
So now we have to kind of question what we get as a first pick, gents, because again, when we started focusing more on the bot side for FlyQuest, considering end of season towards the development here, we want to see what Matsu and Busio pick up, especially since the tournament has lent itself to those Kallistas, those center B1s.
I mean, you're looking at a potential, as you rightly said, Senna or Varus become the main ones that you're looking at. Maybe a Kallista depending on your priority, but FlyQuest are going to ear towards the Varus. Does make a lot of sense. Now the question is, how does PSG choose to respond?
Like Ahri, Xin Zhao are pretty high priority. Maple was really good on like playmaking champions and roaming champs, and the Ahri is the ban that they dropped. But it looks like they want to go for bottom lane again here. Betty was quite good on the Senna. That was the one game that they did win against FlyQuest.
Yep. So Nautilus going to get paired with
this is the thing. Depending on where you put the support, gives options for FlyQuest to also respond, because FlyQuest can also choose to go for the Varus Nautilus, or if they want to have something a little bit more aggressive, Varus Ashe is always an opportunity for them. Varus Renata as well. Like, you got a lot of flexibility with Varus down towards the bot side of the map, so it depends on what PSG's priority is here. Do they want to lock in their jungle, or do they want to guarantee themselves a pretty strong bot side? And it looks like that the Nautilus is going to be the priority for them.
As a takeaway as well, we've seen Busio on it already a couple of times through the tournament. As that gets locked in, let's just question, on the other side, you already said Renata. Anything else that needs to be added in here? I also want to say that, you know, Jensen with Orianna taken away and Talia. We know that Maple's going to probably try and play Azir, as he's played throughout the regular season, he's played the tournament as well. That's also something on my mind.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Jensen pool right now, Kobe? Because it is getting
honestly, I feel fine about it. The Azir that you mentioned, he's still very good at playing the Azir. He's his way as well. As far as these longer range control mages, definitely have been in his wheelhouse. It did get a little dicey in finals when they tried to make him play Annie, so we want to stay away from kind of the shorter range.
Not feeling a blind Annie in this draft.
Not feeling a blind Annie quite right now.
I mean, we are getting the Varus Renata towards the bot side. Of course, if Fly want to play it safe, they can always just lock in jungle. There's still a lot of options. Kobe, you were talking earlier about the potential of the Xin Zhao. If they want to play something safe, we saw a lot of Urgot in the previous series, and they're just going to blind pick it right now.
Even game 1, you talked about it being 100%. A close series despite the loss in game 1. Game 1, game 2, Whippo was in charge on this pick, and he will maybe be once again.
Yeah, very comfortable blinding it again. Let's see what Aj's answer is this time around. I still feel like, though, Xin is so good, and especially when you have a Senna to back it up, I guess they're going to drop it. I would definitely expect those bans coming through afterwards, but there it is. The Azir will just fill it in.
How do you guys feel about Urgot pairing at the moment? That's the next question as well. If there's no Xin Zhao here, maybe we should expect some jungle bans so that PSG gets zoned out a little bit for Junjia's pull. It's already been the takeaways of the Vi, the Wukong we've mentioned. On top of the Xin Zhao, I think like Sejuani still available, guys. What else am I missing here?
Well, Inspired's champion pool is pretty deep here. Like you're saying, a lot of the tank junglers for his side as well. Right. So I don't know if PSG are going to drop bans into it, but I definitely do agree FlyQuest could definitely should keep on banning jungle. Looks like they are going to go after his tank champion pool as well. He had the Sejuani plus the Maokai.
I mean, PSG have luxuries here. One option they had was to continue to attack the mid lane, really narrow that pool for Jensen and put him on something uncomfortable. Or remember that they have first pick here, so they can just limit the jungle pool, then lock in their most favorable jungle matchup option with Lee Sin taken off, Sejuani, Wukong, Vi. You're also narrowing that pool, and even though Inspired does have a lot of options, you kind of get more and more limited in terms of what makes sense in the context of the comp. And we look at FlyQuest composition right now, they don't have the most reliable forms of engage. We've seen, unless you're Jun's Renata, they don't have the easiest way to actually start off the fight. So they could, I was going to say, remove either Maokai or Xin Zhao. Kobe's already been talking consistently throughout this draft about the Xin, and it's going to be taken away by PSG. I love the approach that PSG have. So far, they've got a very solid foundation, and they have a lot of freedom to round out their draft now, depending on what they want to go. Tank top, tank jungle. They can go for the Maokai if they want a little bit more engage, or they can stick to something relatively safe like the Viego if they still want Junja to have something carry in that role.
And this is a nice takeaway as well. Let's remember, I mean, Inspired historically, Vetti, I'm calling back to the Rogue days where this guy was a bomb on this champ as well. So for Junja, where we know that flexibility exists as well, feels like this could be the takeaway. It's locked in, means counter pick for top side when Arja loses the Udyr and has an option maybe to play another range top. Now we're going to find out what Fly want to do, because they've given safety to Bwipo, but Jensen's champion pool needs to come onto the table.
I mean, even this hover is a little bit of a throwback there. Both Bjergsen and Jensen known for their Zillion. I don't think I'll get locked in, but the last of those junglers that we had on our list that we're talking about, the Maokai, is going to be the lock here. And it's just going to be a classic pairing with the AP damage from Maokai, grabbing the Tristana mid here for Jensen.
Okay, a very well-rounded front-to-back composition coming out from FlyQuest. I would still argue that their engage isn't the strongest when going up against a Senna Azir. Because of the amount of disengage tools PSG have, I do like this a little bit more in terms of the options that it would give them, and I think a little bit more scaling just because of the AP diversity. And Maokai's, in this day and age, is usually a little bit more tank than AP, so I think having that extra AP threat in the form of the Hui makes a little bit more sense. So also I think it's a very solid matchup into the Azir.
Yeah, the range is so nice here with Hui. You have really big burst damage, really big range advantage, until the Senna, of course, starts stacking up too many souls.
The problem with going for Blind Rumble is there's the opportunity for FlyQuest to just swap on them, very similar to what we saw the last time. You got to remember that Senna relatively low at sieging onto these towers, so if you swap away, you put the Rumble in a very awkward spot, and if you guys remember, Arja did not have a fun time on the Rumble the last time around. Very far behind in terms of levels, and Bwipo should feel very comfortable in these lane swap scenarios on the Urgot.
And as we saw, I mean, Bwipo, the hot mention from Vedius there, when we saw it, he still became relevant. Bwipo still pulled out a massive fire. I think the biggest thing is Fly have gotten a bit of comfort here. Bwipo again, and coming into the tournament, we talked about this team playing towards topside. This is their strength. Inspired, and Bwipo, once again on a champion that can take over the mid game. I think this is very FlyQuest styled, if I may say so, Kobe.
Yeah, one of the biggest things when we have been looking at those lane swaps has definitely been the experience for both the top laner and the jungle, seeing who can sneak into the tower and who can get the extra jungle quadrants there. And that's definitely something that Bwipo and FlyQuest came out on top last time around. They had the matchup with Bwipo's Urgot sneaking under there. The longer you can delay that Rumble level 6, the better for you for sure.
PSG fans are out in force because this is their last chance. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering, wait, this is the last day of play-ins. We've run through with this matchup already opening up our MSI for 2024. It was a PSG 1-2. FlyQuest came back in convincing fashion after a second game Urgot absolutely blitzing through, and the third game especially, where it felt like a draft advantage with a massive Olaf for Bwipo as well. Don't forget, as Vetti said before, it felt like it could have been a 2-0. It felt very dominant from FlyQuest throughout. It's up to PSG to change expectations, to come back in and show us why they are the hot PCS seed. A bit of a fun fact for you as well, this team always makes it through in spring to MSI when it's available. This is the spring champions, and it would be devastating, one of their worst results ever, if they lost to NA here before they could get to the main stage.
I think they're stinging from last year as well, where they lost to NA in the play-in stage and Golden Guardians eliminated them.
They smashed them.
Yeah, PSG probably looking for some revenge here.
The pressure is definitely on. PSG, they had to have learnt some stuff based on the previous matchup. They're riding the momentum off of a win.
Look at the mini-map positioning already.
It's looking like a lane swap, gentlemen.
It certainly
I mean, we talked about this. Like, I don't love the Rumble blinds. I think that
he has TP though, so that is one of the adjustments that at least that they have made, being more ready for it, and they have the TP on the Nautilus for the center lane. Okay. So you have that ability to correct much more. In the earlier stages, we were seeing Rumble lock in with Ignite, and that is definitely very, very bad for the lane swaps, but they've got the little bit of extra answer here now.
Slight adaptation. Lane swap has been made, not shown. No information gathered, I think, is the big thing as well. As note the ward that's been put down by FlyQuest in the enemy Raptors. They'll spot that jungle pathing down if it is going to be a 3-camp start, as Masu and Busio hold off. Now show Arja holding off as well, but this brush is going to be checked.
So no alcove gaming tech this time round. We have seen some top laners in the past sit in the alcove to try and sneak away whatever XP they can potentially get. Bwipo looking to try and fight his way into the lane, as he often does.
Holy.
But some very nice trading from Jensen already in the 1v1 matchup.
And you guys were already talking about it, the control mage that can take over in this lane. The range advantage big as well, as they do spot out Junja on the Raptors here with the jungle start.
Yeah, I mean, but the big thing here is that Bwipo is getting experience. Yep. Aja's not getting experience right now, was helping with the jungle, and Busio and Masu have the really slow push going on here. Aja comes over now and does get one.
All right, Aja zoned out yet again here, Busio and Masu.
But now you have to look at, if he's going to get there under tower, then they've got to call Inspired over and go for the dive. So Bwipo going to stick under here, and Junja's not around, so Bwipo's going to be able to soak this full wave of experience. Is Inspired going to try and head up there on the wave and go for the actual dive onto the Rumble? I think
he's making a beeline towards it.
There you go.
Things coming through. Red buff in hand at level 3. It's a good call, gentlemen.
If they pull this off, then this is just going to be a massive, massive lane swap gap here.
I mean, Junja's also not in position to counter.
How useless can we make the Rumble? The wave is heavily stacked. No one here. Bedius calls it nicely. TP, though, is the counterplay that they're going to use. That's the Nautilus coming up. But now Woody in a 1v2, or rather 2v2, as he leaves his AD carry.
So we now have this awkward situation where you've basically got Aja and Woody in a 2 versus 2 against a Varus Renata lane, which is just not a great lane to find yourself in, especially when originally the Nautilus was supposed to be this farming lane. So you've got these 2 champions that ideally want to farm, with the Senna now being isolated with the support item stuck in the bot lane.
Yeah, so even though PSG used their Band-Aid card we were talking about with Woody's teleport, it's a Band-Aid that's still on a pretty big wound.
Yeah.
You know, because there is still...
They're bleeding, Kobe.
Yeah, they're bleeding. There's still a pretty big experience difference there. Since Bwipo was, beeline straight to the bottom side, and he was getting experience the whole time. The Urgot level 4 there. Betty now moving as well away from that lane. They realize it's a little rough, so they're trying to gank Jensen.
It's another Band-Aid, isn't it? Onto Jensen. He's going to get caught out, but at least dodges away from the CC, so Betty can't find anything more than a single soul to help get the push, while FlyQuest are still fine with this, considering Jensen loses nothing else.
And now you have to always look at these domino effects from the lane swaps. Because there was that little bit of lag in the decision-making for PSG, now even though you correct the lanes, quote-unquote, you have the chance for FlyQuest to keep on upsetting them. They come out of base, and they're going to go match right back up to top side, though, as Bwipo has this big advantage over Aja, and so they actually have to have Betty here catching with him.
Masu and Busio doing the smart play where rather than make a beeline towards top, they actually move towards mid lane, and then based on the information they have, make an assessment. They decide that they want to still play towards top, but there's also a window here for Busio to start roaming around the map, and once we get the minimap back up on our screens, you'll see him hovering around mid, setting up vision to provide that safety for Jensen, and maybe even look for a play on a Maple.
Let's see, I mean, he has shifting sands available, you'd think, so it's just a poke out to help get the wave crashing, so it resets nicely for Jensen, who has the TP regardless, but still is in a good lane state.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they want to try and seek these standard, or not standard, but matched lanes, so that they can get that one-on-one with Bwipo and Aja to make the most of the experience. Because then if you get the top laners isolated again, fighting one-on-one there, can actually use that advantage. Teleport's going to come out, and they actually could have Busio snare.
Yeah, Woody has a level advantage, so he's able to tank it up. I mean, this is good poke from Betty as well. The heal's going to be burnt, but remember, as Masu gets involved, the Varus has a serrated Dirk advantage. Betty has to be careful. As he soon gets poked out, you see why.
Very nice trade from Masu. Break will be secured by Junja. Meanwhile, Inspired knows that the grubs are going to be spawning, well, right now, and he's in a position to secure them. Has prio in mid and top, secures this early objective. So overall, a trade across the map for both sides.
And while you see Bwipo hit his level 6 here, and you're thinking, oh man, he could just annihilate this Rumble, you do have to remember that the jungle just took Dragon.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And so they know that Junja is around this side of the map, and so that's why he's not immediately trying to punish with his level 6 advantage. Once they do get information on enemy jungle position, though, then they'll look to get a bit more aggressive. And there you go. The last of those grubs is picked up in trade.
And again, we see this sort of trade across the map. You look at the mini-map and you once again see Junja moving into the enemy bot side jungle, seeing if there's anything that he can steal away. But because of Inspired's pathing, there's absolutely nothing for him to garner. So overall, a very even map state for both sides. I think they're both pretty comfortable with how things have panned out so far. The biggest thing, coming back to what Kobe was talking about earlier, that experience difference between the two top laners is going to prove pivotal for Bwipo, because if they can find a successful gank onto Aja, that top lane matchup is going to blow even bigger than it already is.
And especially if they could do that before he gets level 6. But Aja's actually doing a pretty good job. He's like halfway now to level 6.
Yep.
Once Rumble gets access to his ultimate, then you feel so much safer.
Oh, yeah.
You can annihilate a minion wave from very safe range. So I think he might be through the most dangerous part, because Bwipo's lane here is definitely pushing back towards him, and then Aja can just catch that at his tower, get his level 6 and his little safety net.
Let's keep our eyes on the bot lane of FlyQuest now, because they've just pulled off a reset, a little bit more gold has been spent, and as they move back out to the map, you'll notice that they're moving towards the bot side. There is a wave slowly stacking up with Bwipo, which means that they could be considering a dive onto the Rumble with Inspired on the bot side of the map as well.
But remember, look at the vision line that's in the river right now. Control wards galore. From the invade you guys talked about with the cross map, Junja's been able to see this coming. Ping's already coming down from the red side as well. And it looks like Maple is willing to move. That big wave shown on our screen, so at least Bwipo is going to get turret plating as Masu and Busio move into position, but Inspired as well, also spotted on the ward.
So in an ideal world, this wave hits just as the bot lane arrives and they can threaten that dive. Unfortunately, things didn't pan out quite the way that FlyQuest wanted to. They still find themselves in a good position, though, because they can siege on towards these towers. Betting in a position means that he can still soak up some experience.
There's a deep ward. There's a deep ward. He can get teleported on, though. Woody has teleport as well. It's going to go to... Oh, they can't do it to the wards yet. It's not 14 minutes. Yeah. Living in the past, I saw them ping the ward in lane. I was like, oh, the danger. Not 14 minutes, though.
I love you say 14 minutes. In the 10 minutes?
Now. Yeah, it is 10.
What year is it?
I got so excited because I want some action. You know, the lane swap is...
You and I doing Top Esports Fnatic the other day, and now you're just like, oh, I'm into it.
But again, we come back to a situation where Aja finds himself in a 2 versus 2. Maple.
No, it's a good dodge.
He's trying to get the flash out from Jensen here.
And Jensen does clear the wave in the meantime as well for Maple. He's going to get passive procced, and Junja's here just in case, but Jensen walks it out. No Emperor's Divide. Maybe around the next objective timers.
Very much an implication of fake pressure there. Maple basically saying, my jungler's here, you need to flash, if you don't, you're going to die. But Jensen holds his nerve, walks away to safety, not going to lose any summoner spells today. Again, though, we come back to this situation in top lane. The experience difference is getting bigger, mainly because Bwipo finds himself in a solo lane, happy as can be, whereas Aja keeps finding himself with Betty. And that's not the ideal situation for him. Betty's fine with it, as long as Betty can be that supportive role, get stacks whenever they can. But still, 25 stacks, 9.5 minutes in, things are not scaling in the way that PSG would like.
Do you remember as well, like we've had many series so far, I think it was actually within this series too, where Betty in game 1 against FlyQuest was like 50 stacks deep at 10, 11 minutes. It was massive. A really big start with the lane swap that enabled them to scale later on and take the game away from Fly, which should have again been there. So it feels like this is a very different environment, and a negative that we're pointing out for PSG. I want to pull out a positive, because Maple in this lane that we talked about range advantage for Jensen has actually been pretty good. He's keeping up in CS on the Azir, and the lane hasn't been as detrimental as maybe we set up to be.
All right, now the teleports are unleashed.
There you go.
Let's keep track of those wards, boys, because hopefully we get some action soon. With the teleports being unleashed and with the objectives coming right back up here, round 2 on Void Grub spawning should just go over to PSG. They've got everybody up here on time. And FlyQuest sending Busio and Inspired down towards the Dragon.
Very much a cross-map game that we're seeing, because as you rightly said, Dragon becomes the next major objective, and the bot side camps for Inspired. He can take a sniff around, maybe drop a bit of wards, maybe there's a camp or 2 that he can look to steal. The Dragon not going to be spawning still for another 10 seconds, but PSG, it would be difficult for them to contest. Of course, with the TP on Woody, there's an opportunity still. The question is, do they really want to try and force that fight this early on?
We have to find out onto Jensen again. The flash, remember, still up. He's out of there immediately, but he has to burn the summoner at half HP. They flash as well. Junja, the full commit, the first blood, and PSG's move finally works to success.
Yeah, really smart timing there. PSG, they go for this gank and force it. Even if they just get the flash and get some damage there, they can go for the dragon like you're talking about. They actually get the kill too. So now you retake all of this territory that FlyQuest had just invested their wards in.
Now it's Maple the one in danger. Did, of course, commit the flash himself, but has the slide and glide to get away to safety. Masu working with Busio to get that control over the mid-wave, meaning that they can still contest this dragon. The TP invested top. A bit of a surprise from Jensen. I was expecting them to actually use that mid to contest this dragon, but maybe they believe that PSG won't fight it.
And he was kind of walking down river there, too. So he teleported top and then instantly cleared the wave with
he's making
AOE,
his way
and
down.
now he's walking down.
Of course, Woody has the teleport available, so he can join the fight at any moment. No good wards for him right now, but the dragon started off by FlyQuest.
All right, well, damage coming down as Betty now gets into position with Junja. As you guys said, it's a big question mark as to whether PSG commit, but they're just going to teleport the backs, or at least channel the backs, so he's going to be 1-for-1.
So what they should do now is rotate Hui back up the top side and have someone from the dragon take over the mid wave so you don't have that super long gap, but they are still going to lose out on the minion wave up there, and Woody's going to get some more damage on the tower. Here's another look at the nice gank from them.
Jensen not quite connecting the fear onto the Azir means that Maple able to set up the play for his team. Ginger, the one that secures first blood, and a small goal lead right now for PSG. I would say that it's a little misleading because of how the bot lane is playing out, and like the fact that Woody is getting all these solo plates. Of course, this Nautilus getting very tanky very early on.
That guy's been a solo lane Nautilus for the longest time now.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that Nautilus has more gold than Aja does, almost the same level even, which of course does have advantages. Another powerful front line for PSG to be able to play around. It's going to be valuable the later this game goes. But in terms of the map pressure and the way that FlyQuest is playing the map overall, I favor their current state. The question is, can they really convert this into anything? Because overall, it's just been a lot of trading around the map.
Yeah, we'll see about these team fights. All going to come down to these mid-game team fights here. And if you are looking towards Jensen right now, because he expended his teleport, he expended his flash, you know, the Hui is kind of a vulnerable point on the map. So he's playing pretty safe at tower, and it's probably going to mean that Maple and PSG are going to get topside push for free, because he really has to respect any of those repeat moves.
Because we kind of look at options on the map for both teams, and I love what PSG is doing. Because the wave on top, so this is the interesting situation both teams find themselves in. I was looking at the map and I was thinking, FlyQuest, they could look to set up a dive on bot, try and secure that tower. Only 2 plates left, maybe unlock that tower, threaten to dive onto the weak side. Rumble, who's only level 9. And PSG said in their minds, well, if that's their play, we can actually cross-map. But the problem is, Rumble with the Equalizer, a huge amount of wave clear. Hui on a side lane, a huge amount of wave clear. So both of these teams are struggling to find options inside just because of the sheer amount of wave disposal units that they have in the form of Hui and Rumble.
And I've noticed as well, they've lost a lot of tracking of Junja, now only seeing him in the Herald as they'd expect to, but a lot of the ward control has been covered by PSG. As now the TP is coming through, you talk about on the Rumble, well, if he overextends, there you go. It's fear beyond death time for Archerers. In a 1v2, he just has to get hit, just needs the cooldown. Bwipo's going to flip him, and he's surely dead. A kill over to Bwipo, and a great TP timer while they sack the Herald.
Exactly. They know PSG on Herald, there's going to be no jungle support. They get their kill onto Aja. Aja, when he does revive, will have his teleport, but it's still going to be a strong, strong push there. So Maple gets top side first turret bonus, but bottom side should answer fairly shortly here for Bwipo.
Eventually.
Ooh, wow. I mean, credit to Aja committing the ultimate on his death to delay this siege. Means that there's a huge tempo advantage opportunity here for Maple as well. He's going to get that opportunity to throw that base out now.
Hex gates as well mean that they could really get there quickly, so...
I think it's still going to go down.
Fall, though.
Yep. So it is still going to be a longer trade. Localized gold not there, though.
Not unhappy with how that played out.
Oh, why?
They still secured a tower on the top side. They got the Herald, making it much easier to siege in the mid. And again, we think about these control mages, very annoying to siege against, especially when you add things like a Rumble and a Maokai ultimate and a Varus Q. A lot of wave clear on both sides. The Herald makes that mid siege so much easier, which why I expected a little bit more priority from FlyQuest, especially with this Lethality Varus. You have that much extra power in the early game. If FlyQuest saying they don't want to take the fight, Bwipo out a bit of danger.
Yeah, and there's a good damage here. He just picked up Kraken Slayer, so Junja's strong, but Bwipo, maybe with a Black Cleaver, I should hold my words. Betty with a root down, hits on the minion, and eventually the small Krug gives the binding, and that opens Archer to open up the turret and give PSG an advantage again.
Yeah, PSG very happy with this one. The only other question to answer now is topside getting pushed by Hui, but Aja has his teleport. So they've got another answer. Aja can go back, purchase, and then teleport, catch, or actually they just rotate Maple over there to catch that top wave. Probably only lose out on one of the minions.
You know, we've been talking about dives and we've been talking about side laning a lot so far. The other thing that's annoying is having center in the game right as well. Delays time, adds damage, but also the shielding. Quite nuts even early on. Another thing that gives PSG a bit of a bonus playing out these lanes as they've been doing so. Speaking of which, Maple up topside right now clearing out. Has the teleport in about 45 seconds, which is going to line up with our Dragon timer, which is up in 30.
Yeah, I mean, Maple, now that he has a long lane to play through, second time now we're seeing him get that deep push off. The early rotate comes through. Jensen has the TP available. Bwipo making his way towards mid, and now we get to see what is a bit of an ARAM, but it makes sense because both these teams are fighting for this mid-wave control. Remember that PSG also have the Herald to help try and secure that control if they need it, but it's them with the initial push, them with the initial move into the river, and it'll be PSG, in theory, to start off this Dragon.
Herald placed down as a delay. Teleport's going to be burned. Remember, that was Jensen coming in. As they clear that away, Herald is just a byproduct of PSG getting more control. Into the river, FlyQuest move. Arja zones out, the Nature's Grass comes in. Need a quick smite, and it's secure, but Junja now, and the rest of PSG need to get out, but they turn for the engaged equalizer. Absolutely gorgeous. Inspired, burning to a crisp, manages to survive, but Bwipo, with his trade-off, turns it for Fly. Now for PSG, they're thinking about getting the chase using that range, but Bwipo got what he could at the cost of losing the third Dragon.
Very, very close on that one, too. Do you see how low Inspired got? Junja was almost able to get the execute, almost able to get the reset, but FlyQuest, they do kill the Rift Herald and they get their one champion kill, but PSG got the Dragon first, so seeing it burn down here, and then take a look at the Rumble Ultimate into the Yoink there, as Bucio got the handshake. Really nice Rumble Ultimate, burns them down, and then they almost got Inspired, but Bwipo, his ultimate ensures they get that Fear Beyond Death. They get the execute, and then they escape. So pretty close.
Oh, no, we're back. Suddenly we fight once, we're like, let's go again. The yoink hit from Woody is good, but Junja is too low to continue the fight. FlyQuest moves through this choke as the three-man. They draw back with a great handshake, but Maples Azir does it again. The Spring Kings set up, lure them in, and North America are shocked.
A promising initial pick converts into an overextension from FlyQuest, and they are punished. Maple, with the exceptional Azir ultimate, secures a one-team fight for PSG.
Maple sweeps in the hero there for PSG, kiting back through the jungle into the fog of war there, and FlyQuest thought they could continue because they had the bailout, so even though Bwipo was getting low, they had the confidence to try and finish off that kill, and PSG with a nice punish.
Ultimately, FlyQuest, they found a really nice pick onto Arja, but then they got too hungry. They saw more kills. They thought this could be a huge snowball. Jensen commits to the top tower thinking, hey, my team will get a pick and we can back off, and it's a thing that we've been seeing from both FlyQuest and Fnatic throughout this tournament, this overextension, this overcommitment. Good initial pick, promising start. They know they have the numbers advantage, but they don't expect Maple to turn the fight around.
And again, I want to highlight the Hex Gates, which allowed Woody to get there really quickly as well. So Woody got there really early on the Nautilus, the tanky, basically solo lane Nautilus, and then when Maple teleports in, it's all over. Good night.
Old fans will remember as we go for the hostile takeover again. It's actually a good one from Bucio, but under the turret, it gets destroyed and ignored. Bucio! It's going to drop. No, excuse me, Arduous. Bwipo jumps in again. The Urgot, a pain, a thorn in the side of PSG. Junja running forward though, and the bailout won't save him as FlyQuest are getting hella low, and Maple now using his range once more. A double over to Junja, and just when Bwipo comes online, it looks like FlyQuest are torn apart. Junja with the extended chase is going to drop on down, and PSG are running over them.
A triple for Junja, and PSG aren't even done. He wants a quadra. Jensen's going to be able to back off. They don't give it to him, but PSG, again, they are sweeping these team fights. That one was a little bit forced there by Bwipo because Bwipo had his ultimate and he knew he was going to be able to get the fear, the lock in there, but he flashes too far forward from the rest of FlyQuest. They could not follow up past the Azir turret, and then it's just the Urgot getting burned down. Again, even with the bailout ready, nobody on PSG was low enough for them to kill for a second kill and get that reset. So here's what I'm talking about. Look, they do focus out Aja, and they're able to get him so low that Bwipo wants to use the fear. But the Azir turret goes up, and look, the rest of FlyQuest have a hard time getting through Maple. Maple is just holding the line there again, and so by the time the team gets over to where Bwipo is, he's already toast, and the rest of Fly have to run.
I mean, I think it's worth thinking about how FlyQuest actually want to play these fights, right? They want to leverage the poke that they have with this lethality virus. They have a lot of range on the Hui. You want to chip away your opposition before fully committing to a fight, and PSG committed a lot of their resources to siege onto this tower, but then FlyQuest put themselves in a situation where they said, we still need to force this fight, rather than leveraging the strengths of their composition. They could have just conceded the tower and then looked to make a play elsewhere on the map, but instead they get baited into a fight, and now they find themselves at a 4.5k gold deficit.
And these fights, these team fights in the mid game are where PSG are at their best, and after back-to-back ones right there, you saw it on the gold graph. Now they've got full priority over the vision leading up to Baron, and FlyQuest have to check.
They're trying to bait them in. I mean, PSG aren't all together here, but FlyQuest are grouping up and trying to use Bwipo again. Remember that Bwipo in the series prior in day one is what carried them through, was such a big pivotal point. He's trying to do it again in some of these fights, but PSG aren't letting him. And getting through Woody is another point we have to mention. This Nautilus has got solo EXP, solo farm, is hard to deal with and hard to burn down, even with that range.
So PSG right now are just controlling vision around the top side of the map to try and deter FlyQuest away from getting any sort of semblance of vision around the Baron, but they're using this control over the top river to move into mid as the wave arrives, to then transition towards the Dragon to secure their third Dragon of the game. FlyQuest are rapidly losing control of this game, and it comes off the back of, you think about it, that single overcommit in the enemy jungle to set up for that early triple kill in favor of PSG, which now converts into a 7-4 kill advantage and full control of the map for PSG.
And 5k gold lead just about as well. Look at the top of your screen, now on Soul Point. And also, the majority of that gold is coming from jungle, by the way. Junja has been set up through mid, and his success continues rolling through. 3k is just on him with the advantage. Now with the second item as well, his damage throughout. At least Jensen's doing some in the bottom lane, but still something to fear.
The thing about these Senna Azir compositions is that they're just so simple to execute, right? Great scaling, solid laning, and I think the FlyQuest did the right thing in the early game with regards to the lane swap, and they had a big advantage, but so far they haven't been able to leverage that advantage in any way. It's been a very neutral cross-map game with which both teams have just kind of traded objectives. 3 grubs to 3, it was 1 dragons to 1, the tower's relatively even. But PSG found small advantages after small advantage, and a single fight is all it's taken. So FlyQuest are now going to need to find a pick. They're going to have to leverage their poke to try and chip away at PSG, starting an objective that they have no right starting. It's going to require some impressive play from FlyQuest to turn this game around, considering PSG is only going to continue to scale.
Yeah, and PSG are so comfortable in this state too.
Yeah.
They are not going to give you an opening for free. So FlyQuest, they have Jensen push out on the bottom side. He does have his Unleashed Teleport ready, trying to get something for themselves and at least get that bottom side under control. But all of PSG use that time. Wards are up around Baron now. There's one outside, nicely placed earlier, that does not get spotted here by the PSG controller that's inside the pit.
They know. FlyQuest know. Inspired's going to walk up. Sapling comes through. PSG spotted out, rotate away, trying to bait that Baron that we talked about again, especially with Arja having TP available as well. FlyQuest moving into the choke, and Jensen just has to deal with the wave while PSG hold control in this river and still act like a nuisance. I mean, this team playing with great time, as we already talked about. Their range getting so annoying. Just such a great start of the series. Better than day one. This is development from PSG, from the PCS first seed.
Now they can just wait for Aja to come over too, because Aja pushed the bottom lane all the way back there from their secondary turret. He meets up with them through the red jungle.
I mean, right now PSG is playing a very calm and controlled game of League. It's FlyQuest throwing out the ultimate to make sure that they can get that red buff. They lose it.
With the hook in, front to back, equalizer again. Ardre is burning them all down. FlyQuest have to get out of there as again the equalizer, now that it's through, Arja has to rotate, but the Spiraling Despair may have brought North America back into action. It's a Severing Bolt, it's a passive ready to be proc, but Jensen's ulti starting to burn them as well. 5k damage. Okay, FlyQuest is still in this.
Jensen doing some serious work in the team fight to buy FlyQuest back some space. The Dragon still 2 minutes away, mean there's no major objective to secure, but FlyQuest finding a little bit more hope in what feels like a lost game.
Yeah, the burst damage here. Jensen approaching his level 16 there on the Hui as well. Let's take another look at it. You mentioned it, they were able to get the smite there for PSG, so they got the red buff. And then the Rumble ultimate over everybody was quite nice, but Redemption comes down. So even with the Senna ultimate going through, Inspired and Bwipo immediately turn towards Aja when they see him flanking on that other side. And then there it is from Jensen. Does get the last pop, even as Bwipo popped shot out his ultimate.
I didn't notice it initially, but that Busio ultimate was fantastic.
Yeah.
It provided so much space for FlyQuest where they could actually then just focus the front line, and then Jensen could kind of readjust, you know, take that time to think about what he wants to do and then swing the fight in their favor. So great team fighting there from both Busio and Jensen.
Western Renatas so far looking pretty good. Jun, I'm just going to put him in the category again in his career. He's on Fnatic. But these Renatas making things happen. I think more specifically, so far for FlyQuest, when they're so far down, the counterpunch and the choke looks so nice. We just have to see, though, what happens from here, because Gents, Dragon's up in a minute, and that's going to lead to Soul for PSG.
Yeah, that's going to be the big point of contention, right? FlyQuest, after winning that fight, have been able to secure a few more items. You can go back to the bottom of your screen, look at Jensen. He continues to get stronger, which is going to be crucial. It's just important with regards to how FlyQuest play these fights. They don't want to play too quickly. They want to try and leverage their range, chip away whatever HP they can, and use the poke from Marsu and Jensen before fully committing to the fight.
No, another concern as well. On the other side, let's just revisit PSG. 3-item Azir has popped up as well. Crypt Bloom, Nash's, also a Leandri's. No second item, third item runner from Betty, but again, support. I'm seeing an almost third item complete for Woody. Top lane at least catching up as well, so there is a lot of damage to come through in this fight. Watch for those ultis.
FlyQuest, though, they need to get access to the bottom side river so they can start throwing out these saplings. Otherwise, PSG can move in first and force FlyQuest to run through them.
Rangeline starts it off at the very least. Woody goes in, he's tanky, but Inspired is frontlining, has to flash away the knock-up in the back line, the equalizer again, but Woody has no support just yet. Bwipo roots them all! Not a mistake, okay. Caught out, but not forgotten. Maple can't get the range. That was dicey, but FlyQuest are now zoned off the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, FlyQuest are chunked so low. Bwipo's going to try and teleport back as the rest of them try and keep control of the mid wave, and that's going to be Dragon Soul gone.
Soul.
PSG, they're able to get it, and now they turn their sights up towards the Baron area.
FlyQuest
trying to
know
if they can just force this Baron, though, against Senna Azir, level 16 Maple as well. It's a scary prospect, and they've realized that. They're going to back away. They're going to try and defend their base, but now this opens up the Baron for PSG. We know that Azir is such an effective Baron-taking champion with the Soul to boot. That's a threatening objective that FlyQuest have to be scared of.
We have to see what happens in the side lane, because meanwhile, Arja is getting tanked on, and Bwipo just looking for the solo kill at least to change their fate. He's got good damage, but Arja's buying so much time while Baron's being done in the meanwhile. Bwipo just needs to get the kill and get the TP in. Arja again, he's also burning his health bar as the Baron still goes down. Arja dies, but Bwipo can't join the fight. Inspired about to die as the Nature's Grasp, and again, the Berserk flies through. It's good from Busio. It's good damage onto PSG, but FlyQuest need to finish the job. Watch Jensen. He's got range, he's got flash, and he needs to connect 2 and 2 together. Woody's out, and he's out so far that range is not the advantage anymore. Baron, TP, run, kill. Bwipo's idea right now as he gets rooted down and looking for the edges. Junja, but he's not needed. Fear Beyond Death goes to the wayside, and PSG get away with 4 members with the Purple Worm.
Yeah, and PSG actually turning around now, looking for a little bit of push of their own. They've got Aji in 10 seconds, and he has Unleashed Teleport ready, is what they're thinking.
You're right. I mean, again, they're feeling so confident.
Here, remember.
There's no stun down. There's no root down as well for FlyQuest, walking into their own trap, trying to get back. The piercing light comes through from Betty, the ulti great, but again, FlyQuest need to run. Archer's now TP'd in. Inspired has joined back in onto Bwipo. They're just trying to find the decisive team fight to end the game as Equalizer zones off, and Bwipo burning down. He goes into the bailout, but he gets no reset. And even after the Baron, they feel confident enough to know we have scaled against FlyQuest in game 1.
What a strange fight flashing from Betty. Jensen.
Close to dying. I mean, look again, they're using what I've said over and over. The range is there. Betty, auto, and Maple flies through. He finds himself a quick double, and PSG are definitely finding themselves a win in this game.
A convincing fight for PSG. The Baron, the Soul, the Nexus in their eyes. They're looking to secure game 1 against FlyQuest.
It feels simple, doesn't it? Again, PSG mitigated the early game. They got themselves in a comfortable position, and Maple has been chilling all game long. This is it, with great numbers to farm, with the range to show with 3 items, is tearing them apart. Betty not closely behind.
PSG now have another turret in their eyes. They're not going to end it right here, but Inspired wants to get a pick up and find something back. But Nature's Grass goes to the wayside, and now double turret is down, soon to be followed by double inhibitor.
Yeah, they'll be happy with just 2 inhibitors down. They have so much money to go spend now as well after that. The easy reset for PSG, and wearing that Dragon Soul, all they have to do now is return to bottom side to finish the rest of the base.
What an impressive set of plays from PSG. This top lane sequence is just a matter of FlyQuest trying to get something back, but then PSG kind of playing the long fight, knowing that they have the TP from Aja available. He comes in from the flank. Inspired finally rejoins the group, but at this point, FlyQuest has nothing left but to retreat.
Yeah, which is why, like, at this point, you know, they're going to get run down. I'm more thinking back to the pivotal point at the Baron when Bwipo had gotten the 1v1 kill and had teleport ready, but it seemed like FlyQuest didn't immediately pull the trigger on trying to make a comeback play there, and his teleport is a little bit delayed coming up to the top side when they were trying to chase, and then at that point, you know, they've kind of wasted a little bit too much time. Some of these critical, like, seconds in between some of these plays here.
I mean, I will say that that's kind of been the moral of the story. I feel like the FlyQuest have just missed opportunities in this game, and PSG with what has been a great scaling composition. They've played the slow game, they've taken their time, and they've executed well, and now FlyQuest find themselves backs against the wall here in game 1.
The reason why Junja got MVP in the finals, the reason why he was finals MVP, I should say. This guy holds control, even on things like Viego. Never really lets go, always held a jungle advantage. Inspired has been shut out, and that was the story so far, against T1 especially too. No, it was T1, but still, Inspired's been a little bit quiet for my liking when we know his high ceiling. FlyQuest are on the defense here, and ladies and gentlemen, look at the gold. Look at how the map state is. How do you find a window? How do you find a miracle in this game? When PSG are 11k gold ahead, that is Ziyech, and now that bottom turret's about to fall, with Betty hitting from about 10 kilometers away as well.
The best case scenario for FlyQuest is to buy enough time to try and flip an Elder. If they can somehow steal that away, then there's still a chance of them winning this game, but PSG, they're not going to give them the opportunity. Another tower falls, another inhibitor is exposed.
That'll drop too soon. Minion wave from the top side coming in. It's supers as well. Look at the poke once more. Center ulti flies through. It is Yeeha, and that Inspired with the nice redemption to come down, but it won't save him for too far long. And PSG now just have to clean this up, dot the I's, cross the T's. When you're at MSI seeing such a strong performance on the backbone of being so flimsy against FlyQuest on day 1, it's improvement, it's performances like this that makes these guys true Spring Kings. Back to MSI, a PSG, and back to a game 1 win in even better fashion than they started with as they move to match point to get to the main stage.
Junja, Maple, and Betty all deathless in this game as well. Man, those Azir plays from Maple, really, really big for them. Also, a much better draft, I would say, this time around for PSG than especially the end of the series, of their first series with FlyQuest. So really good adjustments made by PSG.
I mean, PSG did just keep it simple, and while I think their response to the lane swap wasn't optimal, they ended up making it work, and they didn't get punished for it. Last time, Aja was like 4 levels down against Bwipo. This time, he stayed relatively even. And he was able to have pretty significant impact. So overall, impressive stuff. FlyQuest needs to go back to the drawing board, and they need a big change in terms of what they're going to do for game 2.
I mean, again, you want to see that proactivity come out, gentlemen. We've seen it before so far in this tournament, but FlyQuest, when their backs are against the wall, it's not always doom and gloom. We'll have to wait and find out, though. But ladies and gentlemen, for you at home, don't forget you can log into lolesports.com using your Riot ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. Go and get some goodies while we throw to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
Thank you very much, guys. Back to us here at the desk as PSG Talon takes game 1, sadly. But good for my predictions, because FlyQuest is obviously going to come back from this. But talk me through this game, the pace of this game, Jad. Are you going to be okay?
Jad does not look so good.
I'm worried.
Okay, we've been here before. It's just one game, right? There's 2 more. This is what happened in the first series. The thing that I'm really mad about is...
As you threaten with the paddle, you're like, listen here, FlyQuest.
What FlyQuest did here is simultaneously super arrogant and really fearful.
All right.
Let me explain.
Okay.
They're arrogant enough to think that lane swapping is good when they're swapping against the fortification without a hypercarry. So who are they skipping laning phase for? Are they really that fearful that Masu and Busio can't win lane with Varus Renata that they're going to do this lane swap. And then the lane swap gives them, like, what, a 300 gold lead and half a level on Bwipo? So, like, A, they're not actually that good at lane swapping compared to PSG because PSG's learned enough slight advantage. But B, once, to me, when you do that much lane swapping, every discussion you're having in the game is going to be about, like, which wave am I going to take? When am I going to recall? How are we going to get here first? How are we going to get this small? So any sense of aggression is removed because of the style you're trying to play. Meanwhile, PSG is just responding and then has way more tools to actually make plays when the game starts with the Azir and Nautilus. So I hated that from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I thought it was really weird, again, to your point, that they didn't just go standard lanes. Yeah. And I say this as someone who's been a big lane swap defender. I do think in watching how PSG responded to the swap, especially with Aja, especially with the minion wave management there early in the game, it's like, okay, PSG, you still don't necessarily know when you should push, when you shouldn't push. That part was right? But then, to your point, why are they not just going this 2v2 lane? And if you don't want a 2v2 lane, then why are you picking Varus? And in particular, Renata, who's such a strong laning champion. I feel like they wouldn't have an issue. And then on the top side, I also believe that Urgot beats the Rumble in lane as well. So like that part to me was very confusing because. Like I said at the beginning of the day, if you are swapping, and one of the things I think is very clever about lane swaps is you're skipping a laning phase to get advantages elsewhere, right? Like you want to get a hyper carry through. You want your top side to be absolutely monstrously ahead. And Bwipo was ahead of Aja due to minion wave management, but it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It was... I feel like FlyQuest got lost in the sauce here, and in a really, really slow pace, they managed to seize a really, really important opportunity here, and as every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Maple was able to swipe FlyQuest and grab the advantage in a crucial team fight for them.
And listen, PSG has absolutely dominated their last 3 games. Yeah. They 2-0'd yesterday in extremely decisive fashion, and here you can see Maple had the nice swoop earlier onto Jensen in the mid lane, but also teleporting in late to this play, so to speak, but actually at exactly the right time because FlyQuest decides to continue to chase when they don't necessarily have kill pressure, and then Masu, after flashing, ends up getting completely thrown in. So Maple, this is the thing that really blew the game open. I think they're about 1,000 gold up before this play. Afterwards, it's about 3,500. So massive play by Maple and PSG.
And that's something we saw before, right? Like, the slower the pace of the game is, the more PSG are going to be able to thrive in these kind of situations, and that is not what you want to see in the later stages of the series here, Emily.
Especially with Ascena composition, right? Like, this is a comp. I know people might take issue, again, with the Rumble for reasons. However, I do think this is a composition that PSG is massively comfortable with, right? Like, we've talked about Maple, the playmakers he likes to run in the mid lane, in particular Azir, Talia. Those are things where he is going to be able to contribute both, like, especially like going to side lanes early if he can, but especially in team fights and skirmishes. His understanding of Azir and Talia really, really good. Obviously, Betty has just been on almost perma Senna duty this entire tournament when they can get it. So again, this is just something they're really, really comfortable with. If they are able to slow down the game, even with the wave management mistakes that I think they made early when Fly swapped on them, they were still in a very comfortable position.
And that's the thing. To quote Bwipo here, he said, "We want to play our game. I want to play my game," and I don't feel like FlyQuest played their game here. Being on blue side on the next game. Quickly, Jad, what do we want to see?
Running it back. So here's my concern.
All right.
And I know we don't have that much time. My concern is their game is actually lane swapping. That was their big bet coming into MSI, is that they're going to be the best lane swapping team, and that's how they're going to win. They played 6 games at MSI. I'm pretty sure they've lane swapped 6 times.
Yeah.
So it's not looking good. If you're going to lane swap, you need to have unbelievable godlike scaling, because they actually are marginally better than PSG at lane swapping. And that can marginally get you to the mid game, so you better have better late game champions.
I have a different answer.
Okay.
Okay. You know what was up?
What's up?
Ballista.
All right.
Oh,
no,
okay.
in this
that's a different question.
You know what's up, Jen?
It's League.
Don't be afraid to go into your bot TV2, which I kind of, like, I guess this is a Masu Busio thing. I'm not really sure. But when I think of them being successful in the LCS, Masu is a Kalista player, right? Like, get them on something he's comfortable with. Get to team fights, because that is his strength, as we saw from the first series against PSG. And return to what made you successful in the LCS. Jat is anti-lane swap officially.
Yeah, no swaps.
Yeah. League of Legends swap. Anyway, here at MSI, that's all for us here. We're gonna take a short break while we're gonna take care of chat.
The light is fading.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Now, Dumbledore said something about this before. He said, even in the darkest of times, there's some way to find the light. Something like that. Can FlyQuest do that is the question as we move into pick and bad. FlyQuest blue, PSG red.
Dumbledore said, we got him right where we want him. That was him, right?
That does sound like him.
FlyQuest lost the first game of the previous series into a reverse sweep, so that's what they're looking for again here. Again, the Ahri Vi remain banned here. I do still think that is good ban strategy. The Senna over the Wukong is much better, though. This is a really nice improvement. The Azir caused them some problems, but the Senna scaling is just such an annoying timer to have on you.
Sure.
Well, let's see if the priority is still the Varus here for FlyQuest, or perhaps they want to shift that over towards something like a Kalista. We'll have to wait and see. You imagine that for PSG, they're going to round their ban out with the Orianna, and there it is once again, targeting towards Jensen, often earning that respect towards his Orianna. So what will the priority be here for FlyQuest? Are they going to instead maybe, like, I wouldn't mind an Azir priority, shift up that
really
mid lane
good takeaway,
instead,
yeah.
just get it fit, and there it is. Love seeing that from FlyQuest.
Nice
I think it makes a huge amount of sense. This does, of course, unlock the opportunity for Varus response from PSG, but I think FlyQuest have plenty of ways to answer it, especially if they are willing to lane swap once again. I think that their fundamental start to the lane swap in the previous game was good, and if it was in a better AD carry matchup, perhaps that could have served them better moving into the mid to late game.
And the only thing really that PSG want to correct from last game is like Aja's placement. So maybe getting Aja on a you know, like Udyr or the Twisted Fate or something like that. But they lock in the Aurelion Soul answer to the Azir. This has been one of the premier answers to Azir. So I'm a little bit scared here. The scaling, once again, does have another stacking mechanic.
I've been told by a lot of pros that, like, they consider the Aurelion Soul into Azir as you get free scaling through the laning phase. So it's a really nice adaptation.
Okay, Jensen's practice against APA.
Oh, okay. Maybe not the same, yeah.
The original Aurelion Soul. Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
But they also paired it with Betty's Kalista. For PSG having a lot more, you know, aggressive lane for the bottom side of the map. That didn't necessarily turn out great for them last time around. So immediate answer here from FlyQuest.
Support.
Yeah, because it's not a flex. Azir's already there, so we get it 100% guaranteed. The bottom lane there from FlyQuest right on the sheet of paper.
I mean, domestically in Europe, we've seen a fair amount of this, and it can be incredibly impactful. Carrier, also a very well-known Nico support player.
Renata or Nautilus options for Kalista too. Still has a lot of support options to pair with it. So
they want to just lock in a strong jungle for Junja. Gonna go for the Xin Zhao pairing with the Aurelion Soul. Often you'll see that where it's a little bit more supportive, a little bit more scaling mid laners, have that hyper aggressive engaged jungler in the form of the Xin Zhao to give you that bridge, and also just sets up to playing towards the bot side of the map.
Very so.
Could very well be another lane swap situation. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the draft pans out, because top lane is going to determine a lot. Once again, we'll see PSG attacking the jungle, very similar to what we saw in the previous game. We imagine that we'll see something like the Sejuani, which is already banned away. The question is, do they want to go for the Maokai? I think that they'd be fine letting the Maokai through. I wonder if Viego will be the ban this time around.
FlyQuest definitely needs some frontline on their side, so you know, any of the kind of beefy options there, I feel like would be a good choice. Meanwhile, they are trying to protect themselves with that top side and ban out the Twisted Fate from Aja.
Now, back in my day, when Bwipo was in Europe, he was a big Ornn enthusiast, you know?
He was.
I think that if they're looking for something, a reliable way to start off fights, like relatively safe blind, also works in the lane swaps, I think it's definitely an option. They could also be considering things like the Sion or the Zac. Of course, Zac being a little bit more risky, depending on the matchup that you have paired up against you. And it depends if they save that counter pick for Archer as well. We'll have to wait and see. The support pick, you imagine, now going to come through as the Nautilus panned away by FlyQuest.
And just a quick note to touch on, you know, we've already seen it before. Of course, the Urgot being banned away means that we might be more lenient towards something like the Ornn, especially with the Azir comp. So it's a nice touch on, Betty. But for now, the support you mentioned, I mean, Kalista Ashe, such a powerful Eastern 2v2 duo. Who would have guessed it? But this is a powerful 2v2 that I guess for FlyQuest definitely don't want to go into this time.
All right, FlyQuest here are going to pick up a couple of
flex. It's a flex, right, Jets?
Yep.
Right, back to the Rumble. Definitely is a flex.
What are you feeling, Kobe? What's very FlyQuest right now?
I kind of am feeling the Bwipo tank angle, but you know, he could just slam down like a Renekton or something like that too. Then you have a little bit more of a bridge for both avenues for it. Honestly, for Inspired, he might be back on Maokai duty.
I don't love their engage still. I mean, Nico is a fine way to start off a fight. You're very reliant on your flash to actually start a fight off, maybe even finding a flank as well. It's not that FlyQuest is lacking in crowd control, it's just how do you approach these objectives? You've got the Renekton to act as a frontline face check.
Oh, he's going for
with a carry. Okay, so a little bit more agency in the early game. You're looking at FlyQuest having tools to make plays around both bot and top side of the map, while Jensen primarily acts as that bridge towards the late game angle. So how will PSG round out their composition, of course, because their early game is very much, if they do go for the Kalista Rumble bot lane, hyper aggressive, very powerful 2v2 bot lane. With the Aurelion Soul as the scaling late game, PSG have a very powerful teamfight composition with all the utility they have at their disposal.
Ash? Okay, Rumble top. So we get the answer of the flex in the end. I was going to wonder, because Arja is also a Nard player. Just wondering how we went in that direction, but we get more AP through both solo lanes this time. And as you said, a very decisive bot, even more so with Ash and Kalista, one of the fastest 2v2 turret takers at the moment in this lane swap, regardless if they're going to be in the standard lanes or not.
Okay, definitely a little bit nervous for this one.
I love the prep.
I do also want to note, though, because there's some interesting little things with Nico support. Like, we saw this a little bit with Keria, where you can disguise yourself. If you are going for the lane swaps, you can disguise yourself as the Renekton and then feed false information to your opponents in the early stages if you go for those deep wards. Jensen as well, maybe feeling a little bit nervous.
I mean, the pressure's on right now.
Rubbing the belly for good luck.
In the last time they played, I felt like FlyQuest lost game 1, and then they reasserted their dominance in game 2, game 3. This time around, it felt like PSG came in with a very clear plan and executed upon that plan well, and FlyQuest were lost of sorts. They didn't really have the tools to find those opportunities. Now, though, inspired on something that I think he can have an impact on, so my eyes are on him to get the ball rolling for FlyQuest in the early game.
If it is standard lanes too, it's pretty scary for FlyQuest, because in the regular season, you know, Aja on the Rumble, pushing up, getting deep wards for Jinjia, for him to be able to go for, you know, invades, and definitely spells some dangerous stuff for keeping control of your jungle.
I mean, the biggest concern is, to reiterate what Vedia said, the first series, the first one that opened up MSI, looked so good for FlyQuest. It looked quality. But right now, PSG are playing their game. They've got the Aurelion Soul to back that up as well. Our Spring Kings of the PCS are one step closer to getting into the main stage and getting revenge for last year, where Golden Guardian said last chance qualifier. That's an easy 3-0.
It's important to remember that last year was the first time we introduced second seeds into MSI, right?
True.
Primarily, it was an exclusive tournament to the winners of each of the regions, and North America, as you rightly said, dominated when they did go up against their rematch against PSG. So for FlyQuest to lose here would definitely be a huge disappointment for North America, but I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Not just yet. Remember, reverse sweep if you're counting in a best of 3 from FlyQuest in the first series. A quick note as well, I mean, this team, first in regular season as well. I think one of the most innovative I've seen out of North America recently as well. And seeing Inspired and Jensen on a team together with Bwipo having such a strong presence in the top side was good, as we've got to pay attention to this early map state with the invade coming from PSG down bot.
Yeah, going for the late invade here with the sweeper. They're going to take over. They're going to force the split. And it looks like Bwipo there going to head on down through the jungle. Both top laners are ganking from the top side, though.
Okay.
So we might have top laners meet up in the brush, the level 1s.
Bwipo, is this an early gank mid?
Both.
Could be that as well, right? I wonder what he started. We'll find out shortly.
But Aurelion Soul. I don't...
He's like,
I like the idea. I don't know if it's really going to materialize into anything.
Just didn't in the end as well. Bwipo backing away. Inspired pinging up because he wants the vertical jungle straight away, immediately get this off the ground as Bwipo starts the camp.
All right, so Aja, meanwhile, is actually heading towards the lane to get some of the lane experience instead of helping out with jungle pushing.
Okay.
So this time around, it's going to be Aja who starts getting experience first as far as the top laners. This is definitely an adjustment by them as well.
Also, in terms of a turret push, this is a very fast 3-man stack that can push turrets as soon as Rumble overheats as well. As soon as he gets level 2, man, that turret is going to die.
I mean, that's a great point, Hysterics, just because you think about the reality of lane swaps is that bot towers are weaker and easier to kill than the top towers are.
True.
And traditionally, the approach to lane swaps is you either fast push to threaten the dive, or you slow push to set up stack waves to then threaten a potential dive, right? But there's no one on the top side, so PSG have just said, you know what, we'll send Arja bot, we'll secure as many plates as we can as quickly as possible, and we'll get an advantage that way. And you can already see Arja hitting that level 2. 2 tower plates already secured for the team, and already PSG off to a good early gold start.
Yep, extra 50% damage reduction on the top side turret as well, so going to be a lot slower going there for FlyQuest. And they're going for the recall of the bottom lane, though, and leaving Bwipo on the top side. Once again, they did this
I just should just
earlier
TP, I think.
And catch?
Yeah, I think he can just catch this whole wave. The important part is the timing, but now that the bot lane's gone, if he were to TP top, there's so much farm for him to catch. It would be absolutely massive for him. Instead, he's going to choose to stay.
Okay. With the very least, Junja's here as well. 3 plates already taken.
This is interesting because Masu and Busio are making their way bot, but you look at the positioning of the jungle. Inspired is mid lane right now.
Yeah, they're going to zone them. 2v3. Try and keep them off tower. Try and keep them off those minion waves because Inspired's so far behind.
Bwipo does have TP, but committing that to this tower would not be great.
And again, we're just waiting to see if Inspired comes in, as you said, a little bit behind the curve, as almost for the 4th plate here as PSG back off.
This has been so good for PSG. Yep. I mean, look at the bottom lane there, pretty happy on that one. They get the teleports right back up on the other side as well. Honestly, see about the next couple of minutes here, because this wave pushing out away from Aja.
I mean, Aja is probably the best low economy Rumble I've ever seen.
I agree.
It's just...
He did look a little dizzy. He's got a lot of practice with it, I guess.
Don't get me wrong.
He was a little dizzy, a little lost in some of the lane swaps, but this time around, they got him right in there.
But I guess it's one of the things why Rumble is such an effective support, right? He's a champion that works well on a low economy just because of the high raw base values that the champion can provide. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Maple doing what Aurelion Sol often does in this matchup, find some nice trades, be an effective bully. Jensen should be fine, though. He'll catch this wave, should be relatively even in the mid wave. Again, though, we find ourselves in a situation where I would argue that Arja should be behind in experience, but you look at the bars underneath the icons, and while Bwipo should be a little bit ahead, Arja's right behind him.
Good point. I mean, again, that wave crashing out now. Bwipo able to catch some of it, but the range from the Electro Harpoons are coming in handy. Meanwhile, the bottom side of Masu and Busio are finally getting the pushback in response, but let's not forget, almost 4 plates were taken by Betty Woody with Arja as an accompaniment, and for them to find something here feels like a must for FlyQuest in this early game to start evening out.
Yeah, that's the big advantage, and kind of the thing that's like baked into the game now. As far as the extra pushing power down there on the bottom side. First turret plate there, though, for the FlyQuest duo.
Credits to the bot lane of FlyQuest. They zoned Betty and Woody completely off that wave. Originally, they had about like a 9 CS lead, which has now disappeared. And they're able to get a plate off the back of it. So, comes back into question of like, maybe they just wanted to avoid those early levels from the Ashe Kalista where it can be very terrifying. Now that they've secured level 4, they seem a lot more comfortable being able to play out this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I wonder if this gank actually works.
Let's find out. Betty, no, the heal comes from Woody actually to get into range onto Busio. He's already used the clone. His flash not going to be burnt though, as Junja now spotted out. Wind becomes lightning. Betty and Woody zoned out though, as Busio happy to take the damage with only the heal in response from Masu.
And Inspired immediately, seeing him down there for that gank, jumps right on the objective to clear it out. But it should just be a dragon trade as well in the end. But here we go. Jensen going to come down and check what he's doing.
Peekaboo. Junja there waiting. Emperor's Divide. He slides, he glides, and Jensen's just out with the ulti. But in front of Dragon, it should be an easy take for PSG.
Yeah. It's one of the both, I think, pros and cons of Inspired. He's a jungler that often likes to play for himself. And I genuinely think that with the way that they had stacked up bot, they could have threatened a dive. Whether or not it would have paid off is still debatable, but Inspired in a position, the moment that the bot lane survives the gank, immediately unlocks an objective for him. And smartly from Junja being able to find that cross map, but Inspired now immediately uses this pressure to move into the top side and steal away these camps, and this is what he as a player is very good at. Playing against the enemy jungler, finding advantages where he can, and gaining that map control.
Here's my question. If Inspired was just going to go farm topside jungle and split map anyway, and they were going to give that dragon, why did Jensen go face check to put the ward into dragon and then use the Azir ult? I mean, it's not a huge deal, the Azir ultimate cooldown, but
maybe he wanted to ward the dragon, expecting it to be started, and they wanted a good timing on when it would start.
Also, gentlemen, because topside is going to turn into an equalizer. Arja flashes out of range. Inspired matches, but Bwipo didn't get the stun down. Double flash for Archer to lead him on a goose chase. He now heartbreakers, but Maple's coming in. A star descends and they're setting up first blood. FlyQuest over chase, and just like that, their chances are getting slimmer.
Over chase again. That was their big sin in the first game, Vedius. They repeat that sin again here. Bwipo and Inspired. They want Aja too much.
They tunneled way too much on the kill, and they should have just been happy with the summoners. The moment that Bwipo did not connect the stun, that should have been the signal with which, all right, we can't get this kill anymore. But they overcommit Maple with the collapse, and now the Aurelion Sol has 2 kills to his name.
It's heartbreaking for what was my excitement coming into the tournament for the top side of this team. We'll watch again, because I love that you guys said the overchase was here. It took so long to even catch up with Archer in the end.
So we look back at this dive. Nice use of the Rumble ultimate to slow them down.
Really
the
good.
Slow from the ultimate means that Bwipo can't actually close the gap. And at this point, the flashes are traded. It's fine, you disengage, but then they overcommit, and I mean, this is just easy for Maple, right? The whole combo comes through.
Yeah, and what are the comms like right now? Aurelion Sol is a champion, you know, being able to move so quickly there.
Oh, yeah.
And leaving mid-wave. Oh, man. That is so good for PSG, though.
Yeah. I mean, for Maple to get a double kill on Aurelion Sol this early, Rylai's has just been picked up. He's got a bounty, 700 gold lead over Jensen. And we saw even last game in a lane matchup that we questioned as how will Maple get through? How will he deal with the range from the Hui that Jensen was on in game 1? In game number 2, we talked about Maple getting a free chance to scale against Jensen here. It's been such a big early game, and PSG trying to make it greater with Junja moving to the bot side. Masu is isolated by himself. The arrow connects. He's got no cleanse. He's knocked up, and for a second time, he's taken down. There we go. Betty picks up the kill, and a third one to PSG means this early game is a disaster for North America.
PSG are just smashing them now. Masu dying down here under turret means they have free reign of the entire bomb side of the map. It's so low, they'll be able to finish off that tower and then reset and rotate over to mid again.
Jungle 2v2 begins. Inspired looks for the chase. The singularity comes through. Great ulti from Junja. Denies Jensen from getting in range. Meanwhile, the bottom side picks up the turret. And bot is a wide open map right now as the chase ends there. But the back, number 1 and number 2, no! Masu doesn't get the ulti off in time. It's just all going PSG's way every time you look.
I mean, again, we have to go back to how this whole lane swap started. Please. And I don't think that FlyQuest were ready for PSG's response. Committing the Rumble to securing that tower bot was so smart, and it set this bot lane up perfectly for success. A nice arrow connects onto Masu. He has no support from his team. There's nothing that he can do. He's literally chain CC'd, and it is an easy kill into easy tower. And now they swap their bot lane up towards top. There was the opportunity for them to move into mid, but they still want to keep Maple there for the time being. So instead, they'll transition their point of strength to where more tower plates are available for the taking, and it also sets them up nicely to contest the Grubs.
Easy as that, isn't it? I mean, PSG are getting deep vision alongside it too. You see that Masu kind of rotates towards mid. He's going to be able to push that one out, but as you already said, Betty, the turret plates that go with it make it huge. It's a 2k gold lead here in this early game. And it feels like it's going to grow from there as well. More so looking, Maple has himself the skies descend from what I can see on the sidebar, so we get towards another fight. A bit of an upgrade here for PSG to play around with again.
I mean, PSG, it's just such a big difference here where they've made really good adjustments from the first series, whereas it seems like FlyQuest is kind of living in the past and they keep doing these over-chase plays, trying to force like the same way that they won last time around.
Jensen's on a ward. Arrow's going to follow through. He's got nothing to dissuade it. Wind becomes lightning. Jensen's ulti saves him for now. A good slide out. Otherwise, he was dead meat and adding more gold to the pile.
Jensen even gets to keep his flash. Well played. Kind of the consistent stalwart here for FlyQuest as he remains strong. A scaling late game opportunity still stands with him. FlyQuest definitely not completely out of this game just yet as the TP comes through from Jensen to catch this top wave. Dragon going to be spawning. That investment of the TP means that it's harder to contest, but here comes FlyQuest. This dive's not going to be easy though.
Equalizer makes it hard again, doesn't it, gents? Bwipo at half HP and FlyQuest move.
But look at the PSG squad, they're on their way down.
Exactly, Aja on this Rumble. Once again, he ults the wave, he buys the time, they can't go for the dive. It's too threatening now, the roam for mid lane. And this might actually be it though. I mean, Jensen has to walk all the way from top lane, so he's a little bit far.
Dominus used Astral Flight, he's going in. I mean, this Aurelion Soul wants to go in, but against Busio, no! PSG so overconfident. It's the sky's descent, but Bwipo, as he gets taken out, it still looked okay. Inspired's out over the back wall, though. And even though Fly got the opening kill, even though they punished, PSG are so damn strong, so early in the game. Masu's up next, great sidestep as Inspired looks to punish further. Jensen moves in, but he doesn't have an ult. Easy arrow connects again. No cleanse seems like a mistake as PSG still find the end of the fight.
Exactly, it's huge for PSG because that would have been a good play for FlyQuest if Jensen still had his teleport. But he did not have his teleport, so that Azir is walking all the way from the top side of the map. They still went for the play. They still thought they could pull it off with the big AoE, but look at the response here from PSG.
You look at the start of this fight, and it seems like the perfect setup. Busio goes in, the Bwipo Renekton is right behind him, the resets are going to come through from Inspired, but this ultimate as well from Maple doing so much damage even though he loses his life. And crucially, you look at the situation, 4 versus 2. Where is Jensen sitting in mid lane? It was so difficult for him to get involved in the fight because of how far away he was from it. And as you rightly said, Kobe, no TP means no involvement, and FlyQuest lose 3 and the Dragon as well.
My hopium was up. I saw that and I thought, wow, FlyQuest, what a setup, what a punish. But quickly shifting my mind with a 3K gold lead and a double Dragon picked up. PSG in this game number 2 continue to exemplify, now with a bounty on Archer as well.
And they should be so proud. This is really, really big stuff for PSG. I mean, after last year where they didn't get through the play-ins, back-to-back tournaments, now to be on the precipice here, forcing North America to the edge and looking like they're going to make it through to the main stage, very, very impressive stuff.
Let's see if they can close this one out. They're set up to secure the Herald right now, but they're not committing to the objective. Jensen finds himself in bot lane, no TP available, but I don't think FlyQuest want to try and force a fight anytime soon. I'm surprised PSG chose not to force that. It looked like a very uncontested objective. You look at the vision control as well. PSG have set themselves up nicely on that top side river. Now they move towards it after securing another wave. Maple going to push out top as well, and this should be all they need to secure the mid tower.
Meanwhile, Equalizer on the bottom side to look for that trade, to look for stopping the trade as Jensen sits under. He keeps ordering it. I think he wants to die for it. Meanwhile, we look at Maple on the top side. A Falling Star will erupt, and it gets a stun on Bwipo and Inspired with a TP as well. Bwipo just burning down. Woody finds the kill, and I don't think they're expecting that much damage that soon.
The TP adds insult to injury because this tower is going to go down anyway, but by TPing top, it helps secure that tower for RG.
Oh, it almost connects. Either Busio or Masu were in trouble. Inspired's going to cover this while Junja moves across mid. Just to find the pick. They continue on. Busio's ulti is not without a risk. Maple picks up the kill. This is running away, gentlemen. The gold keeps getting bigger, and FlyQuest's options are so slim.
Yeah, that was a nice little pick from them, and they're not even done.
Help me, Jensen. He needs a hand, but a breath of light, a follow through. Singularity flashed away from at least he gets the Emperor's Divide, but under turret. Junja cares not. A Crescent Guard buys him some time as Bwipo and Inspired look for the reset. He goes for the Audacious Charge, but he gets no escape. Still, PSG look for it as the Fates Call onto Masu is up next. They're trying to exemplify their experience in the 2v2 as Maple just flies away. Bwipo's there. Inspired ulties, but he's sitting in the Singularity. The poke that comes out of PSG's bottom lane is insane as Busio came over the wall. FlyQuest are crumbling. They get no moves, no response, but this is just how good PSG are. The experience is walking over them.
Oh, man. What must the comms be like, too? Because Busio jumps over the blast cone and then reveals himself there inside the pit, too, to give another one after just reviving. That whole time, by the way, on the minimap, you could see Aja was just up top side like, okay, I'm taking the tower up here. And yeah, you can see it on the minimap now. He starts up there by the outer, and Aja eventually ends up down by the secondary one, finishing that one too. But here was the original play.
I mean, really nice read from Junja to be able to find that pick on a Jensen. FlyQuest decide to commit onto Junja rather than trying to chase down Maple. And at this point, they're thinking maybe we can get a little bit more, but they realize that once Maple makes it over the wall, he can actually still win this 2 versus 3, and FlyQuest is forced to disengage. Busio says, hey guys, I'm here, I can turn this around.
No!
And it ends in disaster. Woody with the vision as well. He has the flash, chooses... Actually, no, I'm incorrect. I thought that he had it available. He didn't. Now he should have it up. But FlyQuest lane assignments have just been falling apart for them. PSG have been playing the map better.
Oh, it still hits every time, you're right.
The lack of cleanse, you called it earlier, Hysterics. We're seeing the consequences now, the Herald as well. PSG are dominating in this second game.
There's a reason this team always makes a miracle run. I mean, third in the regular season, but they make the playoff run work. They beat down Japan as well. And in such a convincing grand final, we thought, hey, PSG again, macro kings of their region. It looks like the development can't be understated as well as Zenittar's going to follow through with pick after pick after pick. That now leads them to about an 8K gold lead, maybe less.
Yeah, I think it's really admirable, you know, looking at the last series and the little adjustments to make for themselves, and it looks so much stronger here in this one for the second time in a round. Should be Dragon Soul point for them.
Lucio's found out Woody and Ardra on the side. TP's going to be burned. I mean,
okay,
Soul point wants to be denied.
They're going to full send here. They're going to full send. They know it's going away from them.
Dominance from Whippo. The smite needs to come down. Junja's on it. He ults for it as well. Ardra zones out the all-in on this Aurelion Soul's great. FLICKR with the chances. Busio comes in and shows off. Inspired. Excuse me, Jensen's ult was also great, but there's not enough damage yet. Betty, Ardra, knock him down. Busio off the backline, no matter how good his engages have been. It's not enough, and Masu has to run into this composition with no support, with no front line. The guy is out in Narnia again, as this time it's PSG finding them off the back of Dragon.
A desperation teamfight from FlyQuest that looks good to start. Maple is the target that they're able to shut down, but you have to feel that the wallet difference is just too big. They don't quite have the itemization that they need. And now with 16 kills to 3, PSG put themselves at soul point.
How do you approach this? I mean, for FlyQuest, this is looking like it could be done in 25 minutes, 30 minutes. A quicker departure than a lot expected as we break down this all-in onto Maple.
Yeah, you have to full send at this point because you're falling so far behind. So they go for the pincer movement, and they do get their first kill. Inspire throws out the fist bump as they get the kill onto Maple. But again, the Dragon still getting off these ultimates. When the Meteor landing as well, just so much damage here from the rest of PSGs. They all collapse. So while the target was acquired, and they got their one kill, PSG in the aftermath wiped them off of Summoner's Rift.
You gotta remember that PSG's comp have so many damage threats. Even their support is just chipping away at you. You look at the damage on your screen, 2.5k from Woody in that fight. The idea from FlyQuest was good. I like the execution, but as I mentioned, I think that the goal difference is just too big at this point. They are reliant on PSG making a significant throw to be able to turn this game around. A Baron steal or something is what FlyQuest needs.
Yeah, honestly, just keep forcing on one side of the map. Send everybody at once and hope that you can make a...
But the problem is PSG. I mean, you see FlyQuest forcing on one side. PSG are here. It's a star falling onto Jensen. He's almost dead by himself. Junja goes into the backline and are making short work. Look at Ardra cutting off their realm of escape. That Dragon is unholy. We need the Dover kid on FlyQuest to deal with Maple right now.
PSG cut through FlyQuest like a hot knife through butter. They just melt under the pressure. The bot side of the map is completely eviscerated. And now the Baron to boot. I was not expecting this performance from PSG. But after their defeat to FlyQuest, they have shown colossal improvement. And we're going to see them, what adding seems to be the final nail in the coffin for FlyQuest.
Ash Arrow into Falling Star there from Maple, chunking him down low, and the rest of the squad already on the way to finish the job.
We go again. When have you seen an Aurelion Soul 1v1ing a Renekton? Whippo is breathed down. 7, 2, and 6 on this Aurelion Soul. He doesn't even need his third item at this point. Is at 21 minutes, a Red Bull Baron power play is going to start picking up work.
So there are bounties on every member of PSG, though.
Attaboy, Kobe.
There's an ace would go a long way. I agree with you.
Go identify one of those bounties. Let's start small. One step at a time. One bounty at a time.
I like it. Again, look, this is not the first time you and I have seen FlyQuest demise in front of our faces. I think the biggest thing is we saw the adaptation on day number 1. We saw some pretty good moments here from this team at the second seed of LCS. is close to being eliminated, and PSG are now rampaging the base in order to secure themselves into the main stage. Remember, this is not just the hope of the PCS. OCE, LJL attach themselves to this region now. They represent a mass, a group. PSG are doing them proud right now with a potential 2-0 on the timeline. Inspired's trying to defend this, but look at the Baron minions do work. Look at the poke that's coming from Arja in the lane swap. The all-in. Falling Star doesn't need to connect because Junja, Crescent guards, zones them away. The pick comes through, double inhibitor down. Now is it going to be the end is the question.
PSG have the Nexus in their eyes. They have a spot in the group stage of MSI, and they're not going to hold back.
Revenge is looking good, isn't it? Not only for day one, but for last year. FlyQuest sitting near their fountain, the poke coming through. Baron minions, number 2 on the way. The cannon has range, and PSG is zoning FlyQuest from getting anywhere near the circle right now. At least their defense eventually holds on, but at 15k gold disadvantage and Ocean Soul, we know what's coming up next, especially with that Baron power play moving to 4k.
Good news is that Woody is low. The bad news is that they have to walk into a Cosmic Dragon in order to even have an opportunity to contest it. And as our observers just highlighted for us, there is no vision on the side of FlyQuest. They cannot see anything. The face check is terrifying. But here comes the TP. FlyQuest are not going to go down without a fight.
Hail Mary, root down onto RG, flashes away, that's a win. Dominance already popped by Bufo as he runs on in too. But this Dragon, remember, objective bounty if they can do anything about it, but there's also a super minion at the base, knocking away and making minions work. PSG look for the engage, otherwise knowing that FlyQuest have to base away. The arrowheads too, and Busio's ulti might be okay, but it doesn't find a target in the end. Woody flashes forward, gets Fate's call to be saved away. It's insult to injury. It's equalizer to Masu. It's FlyQuest on their last legs at MSI for this year.
PSG don't even need the Dragon. They're going to run down FlyQuest. Inspired, trying to get something back.
He does get something. There's a shutdown there, but Betty, remember this, Callista does one-shot work. Mabel still finds a burn on Masu eventually, and Betty with a rend out. He's going to find Inspired, but there's a trade. It slows the game down for whatever that's worth.
Inspired gets a couple of heroic kills at the end, but it's still going to be PSG moving back to the Dragon Soul, picking up that extra big Ocean Dragon Soul buff. Let's see, Busio and Whippo kind of messing around. Two Renekton's in the jungle. Vedius not going to have any chance of stealing that one. Let's take another look at it.
Whippo just gets melted. He's trying to act as the front line, but you see how quickly he gets torn apart by Junja of all people. The Ash Arrow connects in this choke point. FlyQuest just get run down by Maple and Junja, and they're just forced to retreat. I respect the ideas here from FlyQuest. They know when they have to fight. And from Inspired, finding this pick, converting it into a kill onto Betty as well. Great position to be in.
Oh no! I thought the burn was just that hard.
I thought it would be the burn, but the super minion helping PSG out. The goal difference is 12.5k. FlyQuest really need a miracle to turn this game around.
And those two players on your screen there, Betty and Maple. They have made deep runs at MSI before when they were on Flash Wolves. These two consummate veterans of the scene, poised to get to the main stage. Is that 285 Stardust stacks for Maple?
Yes, Kobe, yes it is.
Who's level 15 and a half. Definitely feeling confident here. All the power of the Cosmos.
And let's remember the reason why PSG are looking like an improved team. Junja's come in. This guy has been around experience for a lot of his competitive career. Now getting a chance to show it as TP comes through. The last inhibitor turret on the line. The arrow flies through. It's a good dodge from Busio. But it's still an unnerving situation. The last inhibitor looks to drop even without the Baron buff. Inspired looks for an angle while PSG hold on to that Skies Descend that could end the world.
FlyQuest haven't given up just yet. They've sent Whippo to catch bot wave. Jensen, level 16 on the Azir. Third item still a ways away. Inspired goes for a 1v1, but he's dead.
Arja stands and just churns damage at him. Inspired thought he could take him, thought it was something. But at this point, I'm not sure what the thought was. FlyQuest now, again, the base defense comes through. Junja quickly, swiftly takes them out. 3 members left standing, but the Spring Kings, the PCS that never misses out on MSI thanks to PSG, as the skies descend, will knock away FlyQuest, will move to the main stage, get revenge for last year's Golden Guardians, and make do their rights here at MSI 2024.
An impressive bounce back from PSG. Massive adaptations from the previous series against FlyQuest. And nothing but a clean series from them. They adapted to the lane swaps well. They drafted well.
Domination.
And FlyQuest, they were left out of sorts. A huge disappointment for FlyQuest. Their expectations were higher, but they will fall short here against PSG today.
They surely will. Adaptations for PSG, nicely done.
Yeah.
Big honors to Aja too. Much, much, much better game from him. He has had so much trouble with a lot of these lane swaps,
100%.
but this game, Aja was magnificent for them. He ends with 0 deaths, despite them repeatedly trying to chase him down.
Right.
He ends with a death cap as well on a fully stacked Dark Seal. So feels so much better this time around.
And again, I think, you know, PSG, their willingness to pull the trigger was what made the series as well. We talked a lot about it with FlyQuest. Opportunities that arose, not always taken, especially in that first game. And as FlyQuest, we say goodbye. We have seen some brilliant moments. We've seen some admirable moments. Remember, first international for this bottom lane. And you can see the development there. We have highlighted moments from Masu and Busio. I think Masu especially dealing with the pressure well when this guy is as fresh as you can get.
I know that for sure the FlyQuest bottom lane will especially take you know, playing against T1 as a huge, you know, accomplishment.
Great experience.
Because that bottom lane are their heroes, literally, and inspiring them to become pros in the first place.
I mean, often we see teams take what they learned from MSI, bring it back to the region in the hopes of finding ways to improve, set themselves up for success at the World Championship. And I imagine that given FlyQuest's current form domestically, their chances are pretty high. We'll see if they can return back to that regular season and playoffs form into the summer split of the LCS. But I'm sure nothing but frustration being felt from the side of the players. I know especially Boppo and Inspired have incredibly high expectations on their own shoulders. And they're going to be frustrated with today's loss, but they're going to have to learn and bounce back stronger for the rest of the year.
And I think everyone knows that they can. I mean, I love the innovation in the LCS regular season. I loved watching FlyQuest. It was a fun journey to see them return to international after such a long time. I think it was 2020 that was the only other time that came through. But for now, we celebrate PSG. I think the biggest thing is Junja, the adaptation to the roster. This guy finally getting a chance and a solid jungle performance in both games. Really good, solid base for PSG. I think going into the main stage, we're going to see how he goes up against some of the bigger wigs and how he can continue holding that fundamental for this team.
Yeah, I mean, what spoilers can they play in the main stage is going to be my question, right? Because expectations were that you're going to have NA's second seed, EU second seed, making it towards the main stage. Definitely getting a lot more nervous with Fnatic now, moving into the second series of the day, but I'm excited to see if they can cause any chaos in the main bracket stage.
You should have said that, Betty. We'll find out, though. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed for a quick break, but stick around because the Verizon post-game interview where Dracos and Wendy will be interviewing PSG's Aja is coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. promise there'll be no more promises. Thank you so much. I am now joined by the victorious Aja as well as Wendy for translation. First question, I feel like a pretty big win for the PCS for yourself. How are you feeling? What does this mean to you and to your team, PSG Talent?
那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常漂亮、干净利落的比赛，相信这场胜利对你们来讲也是意义重大、非常重要的一场胜利。所以说赢下之后，你感觉如何？同时呢，你觉得对于你来讲，对 PCS 来讲，对 PSG 来讲，你觉得意味着什么呢？
我觉得赢下来挺开心的吧，因为我们前一轮是输给他们了嘛，然后这对我们来讲，因为我们去年是没进嘛，然后今年我们进了，代表我们是有在成长的吧。
Definitely, we're super happy about the result because we lost to FLICKR, the last battle of 3. So this time we just take the revenge. We're so happy about that. And also for last year's MSI, we didn't manage to qualify to the main stage. So this time we do this. So that really means like PCS for us, we just make some improvements.
So you mentioned the first series against FlyQuest. What was the biggest change between that series and today's series that allowed you to come out on top so convincingly?
那其实你也提到了上一次和他们交手的一个成绩嘛，那你觉得这次和他们交手，你觉得你们哪些地方可以做的有些不一样了，才能够使这次有这么具有统治力的一场胜利呢？
我觉得这一次的话，就是他们放给我们比较好的角色了，我觉得上路来说，然后我们前面的换线应对也做得比上一次更好了，所以我们才能赢下来。
I feel the main reason is for this time they just open like very comfortable top lane champion choices for me, and also we just can do better for the lane swap, and we really have a very good idea to handle with that. So that's the main reason.
That's fantastic, fascinating. I feel like one of the most important matchups in the first series was your matchup versus Bwipo. Was there anything that you did differently today to come out on top over him?
那其实上一次你们交手的时候，可能说一个焦点的看点也是你和 Bwipo 选手的上路对决。所以说，你觉得在这一次，你个人来讲，你可能整个的在游戏的内容当中有展现出哪些不一样的东西吗？
我觉得这一次的话，就是我比较我清楚他们第二场像是第二场他打野一直针对我嘛，然后其实我都是知道的，然后防守的应对也做得很好，然后防住了他们上野的进攻。
To be honest, like we are very clear about their jungle pathing. Like in game 2, we already know like, yeah, the opponent's jungler, he was like, try to make some dives on me, try to make some ganks on me. So we can really handle with it so good. We know like what we should do at that time point. So because of that, we can just like handle with the laning phase so well.
It was incredible to see that adaptation. Last question, we don't know who you'll be playing yet because of the draw, but is there anyone in the bracket stage that you're especially excited to go up against? Is there anyone that you really want to beat or play against in top lane?
那其实虽然说我们还不知道正赛的一个抽签结果，但是也非常想问一下阿志选手，或许在正赛的阶段有没有想要遇到的对手，有没有想要和他面对，然后针锋相对的上路选手呢？
我觉得想再一次遇上的话就是阿斌吧，因为在几年前输给他了，所以想再次跟他交手一次。
So I'd really like to face against being on the top lane, maybe in the main stage, because I lost to him a few years ago. So this time, I like to just play against him again.
And I cannot wait to see it. Thank you again, Wendy. Thank you so much, Aja, for the interview. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you, Dracos. Well, I guess I won't be needing this anymore. So yeah, there you go. PSG advances. Oh wow!
Wow! Chat is very angry.
Raging here.
Disappointed.
I get it. I get it. Maybe we'll see the same result for me afterwards. But PSG advances to the next stage, though. We will have the draw show at the end of the second series. So yeah, just stick around to see what is going to happen for the teams that qualify for the second stage. Any quick thoughts on this series, guys? I'm going to let you go.
I will say, so in looking at PSG going ahead, I still think, regardless of what Aja just said in that interview, they really do need to work on their response to lane swaps. I thought their wave management was definitely not as good as FlyQuest, especially in that first game. So looking forward, I think that is something they need to continue to improve on if they're going to contest with these better teams in bracket.
Yeah, and for me, I said the key to the series is going to be width, and they ended up being really narrow.
Really narrow, yeah.
And
narrow into a choke point.
Well, the explanation for that is when Whipple inspired in Game 2 encapsulated kind of the whole series, they failed to flash stun under the turret, then they chased for like 10 seconds, ended up giving double kill over Maple. But I'll say the same thing that I said for Loud when they lost yesterday. A team is better than their worst moment, and I think FlyQuest mentally broke a little bit and had their lowest point as a team. I don't think that's indicative of the year they've had so far or their potential in the future. But that doesn't take away from how disappointing and crushing this loss is going to be for them.
Lots of learnings, of course. And they had a rookie bot lane, lots of improvements. Hopefully we can see that later this year at Worlds. But let's focus on the second series we have on our hands here. A rematch again.
Yes.
Against GAM versus Fnatic here. I hope it's going to end well. I hope it's going to end well because GAM has the chance to do something insanely funny here. If they can surprise again, we see them getting ready. I mean, look at them.
I mean, it depends how you look at it. Funny or it could be really inspirational. I mean, I was pretty inspired by watching them yesterday and the way that they clawed back from what looked to be a sure defeat, winning Game 2, and then smashing Game 3. Never underestimate the VCS, which I think after watching yesterday, Fnatic will not, but they clearly have a lot of momentum from yesterday.
And the super interesting thing going into today is we talked about GAM's win yesterday, who needs to kind of step up. It was a lot of players, but I still do think you're looking at Levi and Kiaya to be like the big two. Here, Kiaya and Oscar Runin, who kind of returned to his LFL roots, brought out the Camille, showed some carries in the top lane. I think Camille going into this patch did get it, like she's looking a lot better alongside the Galio as well. So it was really, really cool to see that specifically coming out of Oscar. And I thought he looked pretty good on it.
I mean, that's got to be one of his best games ever.
Yeah.
So
I think so.
To do that internationally, we've seen players respond very differently to the international stage. That's one of the biggest things that Fnatic can hope to build off of. Also because Kiaya was so crucial in GAM's victory with this featured matchup. If Oscar plays like this, Fnatic's going to have an easy time.
I mean, he said he was stressed when I talked to him, actually. So what happens when this guy is actually unleashed? We will see that today. I think top lane, if we can actually see a top lane matchup, is going to be really interesting to follow here, especially when I think about the fact that this team stepped up. We were relying on the key member of the lineup, the Levi, the Kiaya, but when you look at the Zeri and EasyLove, what he was able to showcase yesterday, I think there's a lot of threats on the side of GAM.
Yeah. EasyLove stepping up, especially I think in Game 3. on the Zeri in particular. But it's really amazing because, again, we cannot stress enough how little time this team had to come together because of the substitutions. Easy Love being one of those players who is subbing in, and to have that kind of performance in this upset victory over Loud, as we see them on stage, was really amazing from him.
After yesterday's series, actually, we got a chance to hear from Kiaya in the Verizon post-game interview with Jisan, so let's check it out.
Welcome back to MSI 2024. With me is Kiaya, top laner for GAM Esports, and also Koa to help us out with the translation. Firstly, huge congratulations on the win. I really want to hear his thoughts about that comeback victory up against Loud.
That comeback really made me happy because it's not just a simple comeback. It also shows me that my teammates was never willing to give up, and the victory was a huge boost for us.
Exactly. I was just about to talk about the morale boost coming after that victory. Now, how confident are you guys going up against Fnatic in the next match?
We certainly have achieved a great boost to our mentality and our confidence after this game. And so I'm pretty sure that we would win against Fnatic tomorrow.
So speaking of the Fnatic match, I want to narrow it down to the top lane matchup. It's going to be you versus Oscarine. And I want to know your thoughts about the player, and also how do you think will the laning phase go?
So I think he's a really good player, and it will be a very tough matchup tomorrow, but I have had a solo kill against him already, and so I'm confident that I'll have another one against him tomorrow.
Another solo kill, we'll find out in the upcoming match. Now, before we go, one last question. I want to know your final words or determination heading into the matchup. How determined are the boys to make it to the bracket stage?
Our initial goal is to make it to top 8 of MSI, and we'll try our best to get that goal.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the interview and wish you the best of luck. Come on.
Thank you.
I love the confidence here on the side of GAM, but that's what helped them yesterday. So let's check out what the fans think here in the MasterCard fan prediction, because there is always some GAM believers here at MSI, but let's see how many they are here. Not that much. It's getting
so
bigger and
29%
that's still respectable.
It's still fine, yeah.
That's almost 1 in 3. I do think that Fnatic does have the upper hand in this series for a lot of the obvious reasons. And, you know, I said past performance is not indicative of future results. So just because I whiffed on the last prediction doesn't mean this one's going to be wrong.
And we're already ready for the draft and the game. Once the casters take it away for Fnatic versus GAM.
Thank you very much to the desk. I'm dancing away as we get through because we're ready to pick and ban. Welcome again. This champs like powered by Omen and HyperX as we go through now. We've already started with the first pick Kalista coming through for Noah, setting up the bottom side. I'm joined by Kobe and Betty, who are going to run me through the rest.
I'm honestly surprised that Fnatic have moved away from Varus. During the regular season, this was something that they heavily prioritized, but they want some of the more skirmishing power that the Kalista provides. Now, with the Varus already locked in, Nautilus becomes an incredibly important pick. Do you prioritize it as Fnatic to make sure that you have that strong engage, frontline, and great pairing alongside the Kalista to also deny it away from the opposition, or do you instead let it through with the expectation that you have good answers to it, knowing that Jun is probably the best Renata that we have in Europe right now?
I was going to bring up the Renata and be like, this guy was insane with the Renata, so we'll see which direction they actually go with, but we split those two mid laners with the Talia, and it looks like Humanoid answer up on Orianna. Definitely always looking at, of course, the AD junglers here to pair with it, try and get some you know, good mid jungle synergy going.
But surely we just returned to that point there before. I mean, it's not been banned away. The Renata game was insane. It's what helped them win against top esports. It what gave them such great setup. We have to find out, is Kobe heading in the right direction, or is it going to be towards the support? Instead, the Ashe comes through, so still a playmaking tool for Jun, especially at that level 6.
So now GAM, an important decision needs to be made here. Do you just respond with your support? And it's a tough one. What do you even pick into the Ashe? Do you go with the expectation of planning for a lane swap? Do you even want to try and lane swap against Fnatic? Or do you instead try and pick a support that can try and match in the 2 versus 2?
Already even... Yeah, exactly. Or do you even go... Whoa! No, they slammed the Urgot as well.
Okay. I mean, I know Kiaya used to be known as a bit of an Urgot player.
I mean, yeah, in the game against Loud as well.
Are they assuming that Oscar is just going to be on Cassante duty as he was through regular season?
I hope we get another Camille, boys. I love watching his really Camille against 369. I feel like Oscar, expectations coming into this tournament were extremely low, but he is performing much better than I anticipated. But let's see what the plan is, because you imagine how Fnatic will start banning away supports. I think Rakan could be a solid ban alongside the Nautilus if they just want to limit GAM's engage tools, because remember that if you are GAM, you could choose to just concede the lane with the expectation of playing more towards the comp, because the problem with this Urgot is while it can be an effective bruiser, strong side laner, not the best engage, relatively short range, can be difficult, so you need to a champion that can help you get involved in the fights.
And the only kind of like protection bans for it have been people banning some of those range matchups like the Twisted Fate if they did have standard lanes with it as well. And then we get the Nocturne ban out here. The classic combination with Orianna can be a very scary combination with either the Orianna and the Ashe Arrows coming through as well.
Right now.
Teamfight ban away.
I was actually going to say, because one of the things that you get frustrated with playing into a Taliyah is like Xin and Jarvan, two champions that Razork would love to play, become a little bit harder to play when the Taliyah is up. So I was thinking maybe they could go for the Wukong, but then they choose to ban it. Levi is going to get his hands on his tried and true Lee Sin, setting themselves up for a very powerful mid-jungle duo. But here comes the Xin that we were just talking about.
Both junglers have just been picking up their tried, true, and tested. I mean, Razork, Xin Zhao against top Esports. Even in game 1 was exceptional.
All right, the interesting part is going to be the reveal on the top lane, though, here for Oscar. I feel like the coaching staff should have a lot more faith in him.
Please just don't be Zac.
Exactly. After the Camille performance, everyone's like, why the Zac? But they do need frontline, you know? You're looking at this lineup, you're like, he's probably going to be just frontline tank.
Level engage as well. I mean, Cassante's there.
I mean, to be fair, during this year, this was the champion that everyone said he can only play Cassante. So he's definitely on a comfort pick for him. We know that he can have impact on it. Fnatic's composition, I would say like surprisingly single target outside of the Orianna. They do have a lot of disruption in their composition. Incredibly powerful skirmishing with Orianna to kind of tide them over later with solid pick options to try and attack some of these side lanes. GAM have crazy team fighting. Like, rounding out with a Maokai, look at the amount of utility that they have in this composition. While their engage isn't the easiest and traditional, like you ideally want Fnatic on an objective first, and then you can use the Maokai ultimate to approach them, and then you have the Varus ultimate to find picks and stuff. They have a lot of playmaking in their toolkit with a lot of crowd control. So I'm a big fan of the team fighting options that GAM will have later into the game.
I feel like GAM should be looking for a lane swap early levels at least. You know, if you're facing the Kalista Ashe double Hail of Blades bottom lane, especially the first few levels, at least lane swap that. And you do have the Urgot, which is pretty good at slipping in and getting the experience. So,
but you've got to be really smart about how you do it, because Fnatic had the luxury of getting to play against one of the early adopters in the lane swap in G2, and throughout the finals it was something they played against a bunch of times, and Fnatic love diving. They absolutely love to dive you on the level 1, the level 2, the level 3, so it's something that GAM is going to have to respect and play around. If they don't position properly, Fnatic is poised to punish you.
I mean, even if we're talking about aggression that comes through from Fnatic, we talked about it in the top esports series, how much fun it was to actually cast that game because of how explosive it could be. But for GAM, as they rounded out with the reverse sweep against Loud, the series that a lot of people said Loud should have won, it came off the back of things like Levi's Lee Sin, their ability to invade and push tempo themselves. This team has similarities. This team plays in business of not being in the enemy jungle, but being in the heads of their enemy as well. GAM beating Loud was only the start. Now we have to find out if they can do the unthinkable, beat Fnatic, and take down the West here. It's already been done earlier with PSG. Now how EU are going to fare against GAM running into this series.
Yeah, GAM already, like you mentioned, in beating Loud. Really impressive stuff from them, considering what went on in the BCS this year and overcoming that hurdle already to get here. Now, you know, they're just going to full send it. They'll look for some aggressive stuff. They come out with a pretty interesting opening here with the double wards up on top side to try and scout out if there is anything questionable.
I mean, Fnatic would definitely love standard lanes. And even if GAM choose to swap away, I can tell you right now, Fnatic's going to take a page of the PSG book and push as fast as possible to funnel those plates into their bot lane. But we're going to see the swap come through. GAM have 4 members on the top side of the map. Oscar Let's see how he responds.
The big thing to look at here is if you're going to force this as GAM, you need to make sure that Xin doesn't steal away your camps. Razork is trying to start on Wolves right now. If Razork could steal away those Wolves, then at least you get a little bit of extra off of like the side of the map that you're not supposed to get technically as Fnatic. And so Oscar's heading right over to him to try and help him burst down those Wolves. Maybe get the small ones?
But Elio's coming in as well. Level 1 Maokai. I mean, all he can do is Q and maybe get this Ignite down. It's Smite that gets to level 2, but for Razork, no further engage. When becomes Lightning, sends them off. Blue buff resets a bit, which gives them a bit of timing, but as it's re-aggroed, GAM is still right where they want to be.
And Fnatic did accomplish that like mini goal I'm talking about, where they steal away one camp from the offside, so they'll be pretty happy with that.
Interesting. So Fnatic actually choosing to go for the slow push, trying to mitigate the amount of minions as possible, also building up this massive stack so they can stay on the tower for longer. Kiaya gonna hover around the top side. Let's see if GAM can push this tower as quickly as possible, because that's looking to be their game plan. They have 2 waves together right now. Let's see how many plates they can secure.
Plus they have Demolish as well here for Elio. Just as a side note, just have to see if Kiaya has it. Well, this Urgot will start burning down turrets quick too.
Remember, there are 2 defenses up there at work. One is the 50% damage reduction for the first 5 minutes. The other, of course, is the extra 45 armor for every champion that is within 850 range when the turret plate dies. 850 range is actually not that much range. I was wondering if
Look at how slowly it died.
Yeah, I was wondering if we would see like small optimizations where people would then, as a plate is about to die, like back off out, you know, to like 900 range and try and not get that extra armor on it. But grouping up there, and yeah, you can start to see the pushing difference.
So squishy.
Describing it perfectly, and we're getting to see it on our screen. Even though 3 people on the top side, all those extra resistances, making it that much slower in terms of the siege. 2 plates will be secured, shared across 3 people. The 2 plates secured on the bot side, shared across 2 people. Yep. The biggest difference is that Kiaya is getting experienced.
Yep.
Very close to level 2. We talked a lot about it already today in the FlyQuest PSG series, where the advantage of being in lane is just, even if you're not taking all of this farm, you are getting that XP. And that means that Kiaya can just lane and be in a better position moving forward.
And Kiaya with his extra Demolish up there too. The extra Demolish really making a big difference. Urgot is also like a notorious good tower pusher, especially later on to the game too. So they've actually done quite a good job here with this force from GAM. This is kind of what we were expecting from them as far as the you know, comp coming out for the first few levels. And now is the part where they're trying to get a little bit of extra information on the retake here. You see Levi comes over, drops the ward, and they will find that Fnatic have cleaned it out.
Okay, so 2 plates left remaining. TP going to be used, and Elio was sitting on a ward, so they know that they were hovering as Kiaya hovers himself and picks up this wave. We just have to see what the reset looks like from Fnatic, and surely enough, they match with the 3rd plate taken by Easy Love as well.
Nice. Nicely done overall from GAM. They provide that extra bit of security for Kiaya. Conscious of the fact that a dive could be a possibility for Fnatic, but Elio is right there to support him, which means that they're able to escort him into lane. He's able to get a bit more farm and experience. He's going to choose the base now, and I'm keeping my eyes on the lane assignments once again. We see Levi making his way towards top.
Yeah, because they know, they already see Oscar on the wave, so GAM have accomplished all of their goals so far with this lane swap. Quite smooth stuff from them, despite, you know, Razork, of course, stealing away at least 1 small extra little camp, but Oscar on the push out on top side will be met by Kiaya. They saw him and went for that recall you're talking about.
But let me just quickly talk about Razork, because there is a CS differential in jungle that's built up. Maybe that denial has a big part to do with it, as Kobe, you were talking about earlier. But as he clears his top side, I mean, Razork will be hitting level 6, it feels like, about half a level earlier, as he's now 5 and close to getting that with his reset.
Well, the advantage for Razork is not only was he able to get his wolves, but he then had the map split, secures all the camps on the bot side of GAM's jungle and his own jungle, and on the reclear gets access to both his wolves and his Gromp again.
Yep.
So ultimately, like, being able to secure still camps from his top side jungle means that he now finds himself with a pretty healthy advantage over Levi and almost a full level over him.
And a lot of it is because of the respawn timers, you know, because he started over on this side and he knows Levi started the respawn timers on in his blue quadrant, then he gets right over there, and that allows him the timer here to come back towards bottom side.
And now he has his eyes on both protecting his bot side of the map, but also starting off this dragon. Once we get the mini-map back on our screen, you'll notice the pressure that Humanoid has in mid. Orianna can be a very effective lane bully, and even though the early levels Humanoid was taking taking the short end of the trades. You can see now he has a lot more control over the wave matchup, along with the pressure that they have in bot, easily secures Razork this Dragon.
And then because of those respawn times that we're talking about with the path where they got the really early ones on the Wolves and the Gromp, then Razork, after finishing Dragon, can go right down for another clear again. And it looks like should be Levi and GAM answering the grubbies.
Yep. So now the question for me comes from what does Razork choose to do now? He's getting a bit of information in the enemy jungle, but my instinct says he's going to look to dive, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. We talked about it earlier. Fnatic love to dive, and they're setting it for the play right now.
And look at the poke with the Ashe and the Kalista as well. You see how easy it is for Jun, even though
Humanoid
taking
as
the turret
well.
shot. As Humanoid looks to be walking down, he has the shockwave too, and the poke comes through. The heal forced down in the return, but Jun's caught out, but never mind. Razork gets the trade, but under turret, he's gone so deep, he's gonna die. It's just about where the trade can be found. Noah's out of turret range. A double goes over to Elio. That might be worth it for Fnatic, considering Noah gets to push the wave in.
Yeah, they still get all the kills down there, but it was a good job, like in a tough situation there for the GAM bottom lane, where Elio immediately flashes on Noah and gets the Q bump back under tower. In the end, they still pull it off.
I mean, I was impressed with how GAM were able to turn that dive around, because with the HP bars, it was looking like a clean sweep for Fnatic, but they're able to get that kill onto Jun. And crucially, all the kills didn't go over to Noah, but as you rightly said, a lot of farm loss there for Easy Love means that he's going to lose out on getting a little bit of a delay level 6.
And this is the key right here. Elio immediately goes for it. He sees them.
Really nice play.
Gets the aggro on him. Jun has it. Then they get the flash, and they have to force flash too, so Razork used his flash to follow him and make sure that they could get the kill onto Varus. So then they get the 2 here. Nicely done, yeah. Both of the kills and the kill credit, of course, does go over to the support Maokai, but tough spot.
Overall, I would say it's still a play in favor of Fnatic.
Yep.
They'll still be happy with how things panned out, but you could definitely argue that dive could have gone better if you are a Fnatic fan.
And I mean, look, at least Levi will be happy. Oh, Razork, lost a bit of time. That CS lead disappears, but he got a kill. But plus that bottom lane starts integrating into the game quite nicely for Fnatic, considering the wave shoves into Noah. Razork's back down here on a ward, and there's still pressure on this 2v2 of Easy Love and Elio. And considering how they play out their lane, is still a bit risky.
I want to use this brief opportunity as well to highlight Humanoid. Look at the mid gap, 20 CS the difference now. He's been having a phenomenal tournament so far, and he's looking to continue that performance today, using his pressure to work with his team once again to steal away the blue buff and look for another play.
Peekaboo, wow, Elio, what a buffer of the arrow. Really nice humming the twisted advance, but he's still not out of dodge. Wind becomes lightning, has the damage, a sidestep from Razork, beautiful from the Sonic Wave too.
They're
and
diving
Humanoid
again.
Gets his just due for Easy Love. Now how easy is going to get? Not at all. Humanoid flashes away in the meantime, though, and Sonic Wave connects, but they re-engage onto Levi. The King Flash looked good, but Noah got a double. It's still Fnatic's bot all the time in this game.
Oh, Fnatic, bot lane focus. The camp is paying off so incredibly well. Razork here, not even done. He doesn't have smite, so it's a fair fight there with Emo, and Emo does end up getting it, but still, Fnatic completely wiped them out. They take the entire tower plus all the extra kills here. Noah on this Kalista is going to be so incredibly powerful.
What a great dive and what a great play overall from Fnatic. We look back at the play. Nice use of the twisted advance from Elio to dodge away from the arrow. Humanoid holding onto the shockwave, doesn't want to commit it here this early onto just the support, but Easy Love is left very isolated. Fnatic turn their attention, but also leaves Humanoid isolated. Emo with a really good knockback. The shockwave finally comes out from Humanoid, but the Q connects from Levi, but that ended up being his undoing. As while it is a nice kick, it doesn't really convert into much as Fnatic find themselves 3 kills.
Yeah, actually, Fnatic really happy to see that one, because now
another play on top side. Look at Noah's damage. He just pops on up with hail of blades. He kites away. How easy was that? I mean, Noah was a bit invisible in the last series versus Top Esports, but today he's showing up nice and early.
Yeah, it's like the whole team lifting him up here this time around. Lethality, Kalista to boot. Noah is just the king in the entire game right now. And Noah, Jun, snipes him with the arrow to set it up, so it's just on a platter, served up. Now they're going to get teleported off behind them, though.
Noah doesn't have summoners apart from the cleanse available. That's a double TP, in fact, as the Nature's Grass doesn't do work.
They want to fight this.
Jun is here. GAM have committed 4 members to the top side, but Humanoid's here. Razork's here as well. for GAM Esports. This could backfire massively. Oscarin zones out Emo, while now the fear beyond death for Kiai starts it off, but it gets no fear for anyone in Fnatic. The kick away disengages. Well, at least Kiai gets a kill, but it could have been a lot worse considering Fnatic now moved to the grubs.
I really was expecting Noah to ulti Jun back to safety, but they couldn't quite get in range to do it. Ends up being a trade 1-for-1 overall, but I think Fnatic trading mid laner for support should overall be happier with that exchange.
Yeah, they're going to clean up the grubs in the aftermath as well. The gold lead speaks for itself. Levi poking around up there. Actually, Kiai goes for it too. Look at the mini-map.
Arrow comes through. Remember, Shockwave wasn't used in that exchange. Look for it, look for it, look for it. Here it comes. Onto Elio. There's damage there with the Ashes. Well distanced. Forces the flash. While meanwhile, after the grubs were taken, we look towards the top side. For GAM, their top lane is caught out. This time, Kiai will be able to flash away, but it's matched nicely. Fnatic are running this early game, and GAM are running out of options fast.
Fnatic is a skirmish-heavy team. They love to brawl you, and they love to fight you in these 2v2s, 3v3s. And the worst thing you can do is try to meet them in the mud, because they love to play in the mud.
They love the mud.
And right now, GAM is just kind of going for these fights, going for these skirmishes, and Fnatic is outplaying them at every turn.
Vetty, you called it at the very beginning of the match, but Fnatic diving on bottom side after the swap back opened up the entire game, and they're leveraging that here for a very strong mid game. GAM are going to be able to pick up like the consolation prize, the dragon on the bottom side of the map, but Fnatic very happy with that topside victory.
But I mean, you consider after the topside victory, the double TP, the huge commitment from GAM. You then see what happens, and as we explained, big win for Fnatic here, considering the gold lead down bot is 3K. In Noah's favor. Humanoid, Vetty has already talked about the laning phase, 20 CS lead, but he's also 1,000 gold up. And Razork is once again in a CS lead with gold on top of that. Razork doing very good in this early game jungler, as we know from watching the LEC how good he can be when he runs the map.
Oh, I mean, Razork, I think, is the lifeblood of this team. When he's having a good game is when Fnatic look like they're in their best form. And that's the beauty, right? You praise the individual players, but I'm sure if you go back into the VOD review, a lot of it's just going to be off the back of Razork's smart pathing, the way that he sets them up in the early game. He's just such an incredible jungler, and he's been the best performing jungler of the LEC throughout the entire year.
I think the Humanoid LeBlanc games were because of him as well. I mean, I think the Oscarin and Camille game was set up from him as well.
He really is an incredible jungler, and he's playing on form this year. But again, we'll see if they can close it out, because I'll tell you right now, Fnatic love to fight, and that is both a blessing and a curse, and it makes their games very interesting to watch.
Find out. Chains of Corruption out of range. Nice sidestep from Noah. Tries to get the poke, but the arrow in the quiver hits from Easy Love in the end. It's because they're fighting, because Herald's coming up in 10 seconds up in this top side.
All right, yeah, let's see if GAM are ever going to be able to take that large bounty off Noah's head. The arrow hits again!
Beautiful, and the damage from Razork hurts like hell. The kick away, but it's only on the jungler. Flash, Crescent Guard, Wind becomes lightning. Almost getting a kill. Fnatic did commit a flash for that, but they make sure that Levi ain't going to be near this Herald for the next play.
Really nice play there from Levi. I will admit, greedy trying to go for the red buff. But you know what? He says, you have to force your flash for mine, so I'll take that trade for now. The Herald is, of course, going to fall, but Levi gets away with his life and the red buff.
Yeah, the alarm went off, and Fnatic were like, wait a second! You're not allowed to be there! Ash Arrow comes out, barely escapes, though, so nice little heist. Get a little something back for themselves. In the end, though, of course, because of the health chunk out, Razork is able to finish off the bigger objective there in Rift Herald. Now, opposite side of the map, let's take a look. Humanoid is a little bit dicey to stay down there, but Jun has his back. Jun is heading from lane.
Dive, Shockwave going to be used, though. It's only a one-man. Humanoid not going to get much value as Emo takes it up for the time being and transition well. Jun's now here by himself, isolated, tries to kite through the minion wave as Noah uses the Q to get in range. The Weaver's Wall gets him as well with the Fate's Call and the turn. Noah setting him up. Jun goes and spawns halfway through a wall, but the arrow to follow through almost connects as Noah is feeling himself. Emo on the other side, but Jun is ready to catch him. The bot lane of Fnatic are alive and well.
Oh, they certainly are. Let's see about Razork, though.
How did he get here? Razork also feeling himself in a very Fnatic way.
Well, they got a couple more kills on the other side of the map, and that's the Fnatic I love. That's a Fnatic I want to watch. If they're not diving between two turrets, then I don't want to see it.
I mean, that is Fnatic through and through. I mean, great initial dive from GAM. I love the fact that they're punishing Humanoid on the side lane, knowing that he's on the weak side.
Yep.
I think in that situation, he's believing that he can outplay the situation, but they punish him effectively. The problem is the response from Fnatic. Noah and Jun on the collapse in the 2 versus 3 are able to make the outplay happen. But let's look back and see what happens, Tom.
Yeah, all right. So here's the first part of the dive where...
that's what happened. Okay. So Oscar says, I'm out. And Raz looks like, okay, this is going to look really bad. But guys, it's not my fault.
It started out as a, we are going to dive them.
Exactly.
And then it finished as a, you are going to dive them.
Yep.
But
credit to Raz.
my favorite part, though, was the bottom lane play where Noah comes in like, never mind, we're going to get back to the action.
Arrow going to hit Levi, though. And speaking of action, we're right back in it, aren't we? For Levi, no kick available, or rather flash to set it up. Razork re-engages, audacious charges, kick, disengage, and Noah poke. Hurts like hell. That's a 7-kill Callista, by the way. And that might just open up to the top side here, and Kiaya having to be careful with all of Fnatic coming up.
Noah's kind of surfing around the map like Superman here. And there you can see a very rich Superman as well.
That's his cape.
Yeah.
Fluttering out behind him.
And, I mean, Levi's doing the appropriate thing right now, cross-mapping, trying to get whatever camps he can, knowing that there's still opportunities to find plays. Noah, no flash, Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. A great opportunity for GAM, especially if Levi can find a nice flank. If they can take Noah out, that's a lot of the gold gone. And admittedly, Humanoid, while he's in a better position than Emo is right now, that doesn't mean that things can't change just like that. We saw GAM make an incredible turnaround against Loud yesterday. This is why Fnatic have to be cautious, and sometimes they will fall to their own hubris, and they need to keep it controlled and clean to win a game out against GAM.
I like that. Calm us down, Betty. Focus us back up, because there are some things in favor of GAM. I'd say one thing is the top lane 1v1.
Yep.
Kiaya is a full level as we get another little bit of damage.
Arrow has to come out. Jun was a bit far forward. Emo still has kill threat here, but decides not to overtake, and Dragon's still going to be taken all the same. Well, as you mentioned, that top side looking good for GAM, especially with this push into the inner turret with Levi covering as well.
Yeah, Kiaya with his Black Cleaver, with his level advantage there over Oscar is kind of the one point that they have to leverage.
I mean, let's also think about Levi in the last, 2 minutes, took Raptors, he took Red, moved to top side, took Blue, took Gromp. So he was taking all sorts of camps, and he's actually immediately closed that jungle level discrepancy. They also unlocked the top tower. So credit to GAM, even though they find themselves in this deficit, they're playing around the map well, and they're trying to mitigate Fnatic's pick potential, which is something that we continue to see Fnatic do on these side lanes.
Yeah, generally, they just want to try and force things that are going to be away from Noah, away from this super rich Callista. Because if they can do that, then you can, fight away from the giant gold lead and fight your way right back into it.
You get that from Levi, don't you? Not only just a pick, but the guy who's been in GAM all of his esports life, apart from that 2018-2019 period. The biggest part about GAM right now, though, is no objectives to play for apart from that Baron topside, but they don't care. They're setting up the bot. The Weaver's Wall comes through, and Razork on the wrong side of it, or rather the right one. Sonic Wave again follows through, and Humanoid just there to cover as that ultimate committed. All the Baron spawns as a potential.
Siege onto mid, going to be challenging. They don't have much of a wave to play with. Noah going to show that respect. Look, once again at the side lanes, Oscar catching top. Looks like he's not interested in fast pushing that. He knows there's no real objectives on the map for him to play for, so Kiaya, he can just let him kind of wander around the map. He's not too concerned about that. Same in the bot side. That's going to get cleared out. Humanoid with a quick reset. Arm guard now secured for him. Means that Orianna is going to be a lot safer, as the flash is going to be coming off cooldown now. Speaking of summoners, pretty much available across the board for everyone. So, going to be an interesting fight if we do get one in the next few minutes, as with Baron spawning soon.
Come on, Fnatic, bro, there's a fight.
The big challenge for Fnatic, honestly, is sieging. You look at the wave clear on GAM's roster, and it's Varus plus Talia, Maokai ultimate to zone you away if they're really scared about a potential siege as well. So Fnatic, they're going to be forced to move into the enemy jungle, kind of force GAM out of these spaces, and then leverage numbers by collapsing on side to unlock the map more. Yeah,
I think the benefit here for Fnatic is that they've got good push on the side wave there. So that big wave you're talking about, Oscar, building up, they can push out that side one. Humanoid on bottom side, pretty safe with being able to get his bottom one push too. So after this reset, now one more purchase for Noah, they can go back to mid. And if you just finish off the 50% health that's left on that mid tower, then you open up the map for these Ash Arrow picks. and they can try and get some kills before going towards the deeper towers.
I'd love to actually see Fnatic, not necessarily now, but perhaps after the next Dragon, using Baron more as a tool to turn and force fights. If you don't believe that you're effective at sieging onto these towers, instead leverage the neutrals to force them into you, and then you can actually find the fights that you're looking for.
Or at the very least, pull them out onto the map and then hit them with the Ash Arrow.
I think the pick potential from Jun is what we're focusing on here, and couldn't agree more. As Jun continues clearing out vision, maybe that's the angle being set up now. There's a cheeky ward behind them though. Fnatic haven't been able to clear too much, and Jun missing a lot of wards here that are giving GAM time and relaxation towards this pit.
And if we look at it from the perspective here for GAM, their #1 priority is to keep this mid tower alive. If they have the defense of this mid tower, that allows them a lot easier time of keeping some vision around Baron, make sure Fnatic aren't able to sneak that one. So they're trying to keep this point of defense up and hope for a nice opportunity to burst down one of the squishier members.
Because you look at the current map state, Humanoid can't really push past the river. You see him in bot lane, he only ever clears out that wave and then he immediately goes back to base because he knows he's on the weak side. I think Fnatic could consider actually swapping things around to get Humanoid more involved with the rest of the team. Now the Zhonya's is completed, look at him, making a beeline towards the mid lane. Oscar's been brought down to Fnatic, recognize the spikes that are being hit, and now they feel strong enough to try and force these fights with Dragon on the table in 45 seconds.
That critical objective, the mid lane tower acquired here for Fnatic. Now you get to put in your shallow wards here through the jungle on both sides. And Gamma are going to have a much more difficult time coming to contest these objectives.
Humanoid clears out the wave, or rather clears out the ward. Wave will be next. Pings are coming down though. Should ignore the Dragon for the time being because it looks like Gamma trying to threaten, get some vision themselves in the meantime. Fnatic making the response as Gamma split up and looking for potential angles, especially with Kiaya getting that push up in the top side. Oh, okay, he's going to hold on to Edge of Night for the time being.
We can see what GAM saw. We saw what GAM saw in that moment.
Something like
you
that.
can see that there was very little vision across the map. They have a bit of information around the river, but ultimately, even though they are slowing the game down, they are very limited in terms of their options. They're just trying to stall and wait for that Fnatic overextension or mistake, which, for the time being, Fnatic are not presenting GAM with.
Yeah, GAM don't want to, risk everything on one of these like mini objectives. It's got to be one of those big game-breaking ones. If Fnatic really commit to a Baron, or if Fnatic really commit to the Dragon Soul coming up, then they'll throw it all.
I mean, I'm looking towards it. The Soul's coming up in 5 minutes' time. Ladies and gentlemen at home, we've been sitting slow for a while. We had an explosive early game. We had set up for dives. We had Fnatic taking over. I think this kind of shows you the experience of people in GAM, but also the setup they've been able to achieve, even from such a deficit. The fact that the game's not so slow and it's not over is speaking volumes to a team that, again, came back from what felt like an easy series from Loud. People like Levi setting it up well. Vedius already talked about the invade and the resources he's been taken away. He's still doing that with deep control wards, spotting out Razork and hitting the other side of the map.
So now, we talked about Baron earlier. This is where it becomes an important objective on the map. They're continuing to send Humanoid bot as an arrow.
I just complimented this guy. Safeguard going to be used. The poke from Noah, disgusting, by the way. Almost 4 items on this Kalista as they try and spot out. No Dragon down here, but the pick again that could lead up towards that topside Baron. It's what Fnatic keep fishing for with such a low cooldown on the Ash Arrow.
Yeah, they were really hoping there to get Levi's flash. Fnatic, if you could get that jungle flash away before the Dragon Soul fight, that would be the big victory there in that attempted pick. They don't quite get it go. Good job by Levi, remaining calm, saving his summoner spell.
Interesting. Fnatic have shifted their priorities to this bot tier 2. Notice how they use their mid control into finding that pick in the river. Levi does get away with his life, but he's being forced back, and now Humanoid has the safety to push this wave all the way underneath the tier 2 tower. Kiaya now going to answer that as Razork makes his way back towards mid. More gold wants to be spent though. Fnatic, I'm surprised at this point in time. I feel like you should feel incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And there's a Youmu's now picked up for Noah. This should be the go signal. I feel like that they should really start leveraging this Baron now to try and force GAM into a fight that they shouldn't be able to win.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've decided, hey, we're going to go for this Dragon Soul first. We got another 3 minutes.
Maybe.
And they've done a good job avoiding like a Talia side play where GAM, you're a little bit worried about them, chasing one of your side laners down, like you're talking about some of the hesitancy moving past the halfway point if there's like a Talia wall and something and pick somebody off. They don't want to let GAM get, of course, Noah's bounty as they play.
Yeah, look,
very
they're
safe.
really committed to this bot tier 2 right now. It's an easier, safer objective. Jun and Noah kind of controlling the bot side jungle to make it harder for GAM to even approach and assist Kiaya on the bot side of the map. Meanwhile, top lane, Oscar continues to create this massive wave. We'll see if Fnatic convert anything off the back of that. Nope, they're just going to keep the pressure up. They have their eyes set on this bot tier 2.
Yeah, if you just continue to keep pressure up on bottom over here, then you can just starve out all of vision leading up to the Dragon as well for this fight. So 2 minutes on the clock still.
Maybe just a siege for the time being. Levi gets poked on the side as well, but the siege continues. This time works out well. Weaver's wall zones them off, though. The shockwave brings in 3 off the edge, and Razork flushes in for the Crescent Guard. They've done the damage for Fnatic. Need the kills. Razork absorbing it all, and as fear becomes death, eventually Oscarin joins in too. Levi got to the backside, but he can't finish the job either. A couple of whiffs, a couple of movements, but Fnatic still remain on top as Easy Love is next up, and Noah's still a threat. Finally, with Fnatic showing their moves again.
A great shockwave from Humanoid means that GAM can't really commit to the rest of the fight. Levi finds a nice angle onto the backline, but GAM become disjointed. They find a kill, they shut down Razork, but it's not quite enough as Fnatic. They extend the gold lead even more. They secure the tower, and all starts off with Jun's arrow.
Exactly, as the tower is getting whittled down here. And then on the escape, they got the volley slow into the W slow there from Razork, and Razork took it all the way in. There's the shockwave that you're talking about. Then Razork follows that shockwave by going for the ultimate play there to further separate them. And as you're talking about Hysterics on the backside, Levi is there, but he just gets focused down.
A nice fight overall from Fnatic. They find 3, Oscar. They get the tower. I already know what's being spammed in the chat. Guys, he was there, and that's what matters, okay? He was there.
Well, gents, I think we need to set up. It's been a slow mid-game, but Ocean Soul's coming up. Arrow's going to come through, and that speeds things up again. Razork from an angle, Oscar running forward. Again, the Crescent Guard good, sends Elio into the rest of the team, and the damage is too much. Now, finally, Fnatic continuing to switch on, exposing GAM from coming out from their safety net. Eventually, Fnatic are going to move to this Dragon, and GAM are at a disadvantage again.
That was a sick knockback.
Kiaya with the shockwave creates another Razork for the knock-up. Sterix Gage saves his life, but into Humanoid at full HP. Fear Beyond Death does nada. Easy Love and Emo running for the life with the Fates Call running through as well. Our Observer thinking, wait a minute, where's Jun gonna go? But still another for Fnatic and an Ocean Soul easily done.
These Razork knockback plays are looking pretty sick here. Nice and smooth from him. And GAM, they just have no recourse here. Kiaya now down on this one, and even though he'll have his Unleashed Teleport when he gets back up, you know, Dragon Soul's already picked up there by Fnatic. They're feeling fully confident in this game. Now that you have an Ocean Dragon Soul, Vedius, your Baron starts are so easy. You can just keep on healing and try and pull GAM over to you, try and force more and more advantages.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that often the tool of Baron and why you'd want to use it as a way to force fights is if you have concerns around scaling. And I guess Fnatic, they evaluated what they were playing against. They saw the gold lead and they said, you know what, as long as we maintain this gold lead, what are we really concerned about in the scaling front? I don't think that GAM's composition is really going to outscale us, so let's do exactly what Kobe said. Let's instead prioritize playing around the Dragons. Let's instead play around these neutral tier 2s, and to their credit, they've done a very good job of controlling the game. They've taken their time, they haven't tried to rush things, and while some of their fights have been a little chaotic at times, ultimately it's still gone in the way of Fnatic, and they find themselves nearly 10,000 gold up.
Fnatic just on the edge of this game have been for a while, but now that it's continued to evaporate as we see an arrow follow through, it's GAM's chances that are going to move against match point as Elio is caught on out. The next grass comes through, but Razork again absorbing damage. He's controlled this game, and let's not forget, the reason that Fnatic are going to win this game 1 mainly stems off this guy that is now setting them up for Baron versus a 5v4.
Baron going to be started. Levi still alive, means that there's a potential for a steal, and Jun and Humanoid, their responsibility is keeping him out of the pit.
Kiaya needs a Fear Beyond Death, Beyond God. Sonic Wave, Humanoid goes golden, you got counted. Levi trying to run in, but he won't get a kick anymore. The Zhonya's from Humanoid, exceptional. And as is Fnatic's performance opening up this series.
Mission accomplished. Levi denied access to the pit. Oscar, though, in a bit of danger here.
He's with the boys. The arrow comes through. He's got a helping hand. He's taken on the world. The turret will go down, but Fear Beyond Death needs a little bit more. He's got the Ocean Soul, but hang on. Fear finally comes through. Kiaya doesn't get anyone with it, though. He ends up getting traded off. So Baron away from one member, but as GAM, you're grasping at straws, you're grasping at whatever Fnatic have to offer at this point in the game.
GAM are being herded right now. Emo is trying to escape, but it will not be enough. Jun. Oh, he's found him.
Okay, Easy Love, all right, find something here onto Jun. Wait, Fate's call, that's unfair. And at 31 minutes at 20 kills, Fnatic still clean house.
Yeah, look at Humanoid. He was already beelining it straight down mid lane. He finishes up with that turret with the thanks to the help of the Baron buff here for them. And Fnatic, after that little bit of fun, chasing down some extra kills through the jungle, will get their reset off and return to finish the job. This was so smooth here from Humanoid, because you know Levi's coming in for that kickback.
Very well played. Nice use of the Zhonyas. And yeah, I mean, Razork sets him up, but Noah's knocking him down. Boys, 10-0-7. A big confidence booster for him after the series against Top Esports, where it really was the Jackie Love show. And I think it was Kobe that said it at the start of the series. It really does feel like that the team has played around to give him that confidence and to set him up for success, and he is delivering for Fnatic right now.
I mean, they are a strong bot side, let's be real, with Jun as well coming into the roster. It's been such a great addition for Fnatic to play through, especially with how they sync up with mid-jungle. It's been great to watch, especially in this first game, opening up the series for Fnatic. They don't want to let the West down today. It's already been a harsh day.
Oh, okay. For the West, can I just jump on your guys' side now?
You definitely can. You're welcome.
That's how it works, right? Doesn't EU and NA get along?
I'm down.
All right. Levi's going to get away, but he's on the wrong side of the map, by the way, so they're going to chase him down.
I will admit, chasing him does feel like a bit of a waste of time for Fnatic.
Yep.
And
Is it a waste of time if you're having fun?
Yeah.
I love hide and seek.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you, Dad. Let's see if Fnatic can end the game.
I think they can, Bettius. I think right now with the Weaver's Wall, it's only buying a bit of time. I mean, Levi, he's doing the SOFM right now, trying to get an ultimate flank from downtown. This guy needs to get on a train, though. Next one leaves in about 5 seconds. There we go. As he runs into Central, he realizes, hang on, do I have to get a change here? Wait, onto Humanoid. It might be a setup, though, but Oscar Rinnan's the one that gets flipped. No chance at all. The shockwave comes through. Even with the shove, even with the damage, the arrow follows suit, and Oscar gives the setup over to the rest of Fnatic. From the start, this has been their game to lose, and they haven't lost sight of it. Yes, things got slow, but still at the end, there's Noah one-shots. This team's shown up massive, and GAM may have had the element of surprise against Loud, but opening up the series here today, Fnatic on a whirlwind of emotion, thanks to the West from before, open up with a bang to this qualifying series.
And Fnatic with a controlled win here. Very, very smooth. The lane swap opening from GAM originally was pretty good, but when Fnatic get their bottom side dive off, they never let go. They open up a massive, massive gap, and they control the entire game through it.
Yeah, Fnatic starting off strong. Happy to see them kind of play in their playoff form. This is very much what we saw them and the ways in which they found success. Whenever Oscar was on things like the Cassante, he was traditionally that weak side, providing more teamfight value. Humanoid being that consistent staple, with their bot lane being the main driving force alongside Razork. Great stuff from Fnatic. Let's see if they can maintain that form as GAM looking to bounce back in this series.
I mean, to give credit to GAM, I mean, yesterday against Loud, we thought it was a simple 2-0 as well. Loud couldn't finish the job, and GAM came back. That gentleman knows for sure. Maybe he's feeling more confident about Fnatic, but all we need to say is a Fnatic opening like this gives a lot of confidence, not only to the West, but I think to EU, when the sentiment of today was throwing into upsets. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that opener for the LEC.
Yay! Fnatic takes the game on here against GAM in what was a weird game.
You're not more excited?
I'm not.
That was so dominant. After what just happened to FlyQuest, you're just like, yes.
I'm excited that my team won, but I'm not excited about what I saw. But I do think that the game being so slow-paced favored Fnatic in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think I actually do, and again, I know everyone's going to boo, lane swap enjoyer, get off the desk. I thought the lane swap from GAM was the most coordinated they've looked as a team. Like, I actually think, even with how dominating a victory this was for Fnatic, that was a smart decision from them with these lanes. However, I think it ended up a lot like what we saw from their first matchup, where even when GAM are able to get like a 2-for-2 bot off of the dive, when Fnatic kind of mess it up a little bit, they had a 2 for, like, and then it starts going, oh, it's a 2-for-1 for Fnatic the next time. It's like Fnatic kept finding advantages in the skirmishes slightly, even when GAM were able to get something. And then they also had insane objective control. One of the people that got ahead was Noah.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, even if you get a small advantage from lane swap, like, the other consequences of lane swapping in the way this happened is the AD carries just get more gold.
Yep.
Right, like, they both get free lanes, they both get plates, and Noah and Fnatic just made much better use of it. So he took the Kalista, he powered up with the first lethality item, and then he was a big difference maker in all of the skirmishes.
And that's the thing, like, if you can get this advantage through the ADC and stall the game after that, that's all you need, because you know that GAM is gonna want to be overly aggressive, and if you don't give them these opportunities, how are they gonna come back?
Yeah, and I'd like that, like, this was a really weird game to watch in the sense that there didn't seem to be like a definitive breaking point. There wasn't this big fight or this giant mistake. It was just an accumulation of like 10 skirmishes where Fnatic got like a 1-for-1 and a turret, or a 2-for-1, and then they were suddenly up 15,000 gold.
But sometimes it comes down to what can give you an objective, a neutral objective. And if you take a look at the HyperX Reflex replay, we can see that the stopwatch from Humanoid was actually what gave them the Baron after that.
Yeah, so this honestly does take good reflexes. Even if the game does seem like it's won, it has never actually won against GAM. Levi's always going for the play. Humanoid perfectly baits him in, and then also flashes out before the seismic shove can take him down. No jungler, no smite, means you can take the Baron and secure the game.
And this play is kind of demonstrable of like what GAM had to do, right? Like, they're trying to get on you. A lot of the times, Levi in these skirmishes would get a good kick, but then Fnatic would be too far ahead, or they'd be able to react to it really well. So obviously, a really dominating victory from Fnatic. And again, I think still very similar to, even with GAM looking better in my opinion, still very similar to what we saw from both teams in the first series.
I want to take a look at what GAM needs to do maybe in the next game, in the hope of coming back actually, because
I still love
you can still love lane swaps, it's fine. I want to have a new lower third, by the way. Emily, I love lane swaps for the next game. Jats.
Yeah, I'm just going to say Levy, he, during this game, he did get set like a little bit behind early. I want to just see a game that revolves around the jungler very much. So to me, the best game that GAM has played was actually Game 3 yesterday against Loud. In that game, Levi was ganking every lane he could early and often, and that ended up snowballing the game. As much as you may like lane swaps, and I'm not blaming the lane swaps, it was fine, it changes the way you have to play, right? So even if it worked, I just want them to play a game that they are more familiar with. Part of that also is I love Fnatic's draft and the fact that they had such a dominant 2v2, so you actually did want a lane swap. But anyway, I just want to see Levi go for plays, and that's not lane swapping.
I actually agree with Jet, right? Because I think I said controlled chaos, which is kind of similar, right? If you go standard lanes and Levi is affecting those lanes with something like the Lee Sin, getting off the early skirmishes, this first series, and the big difference between this game and the first series was the combined kills per minute, right? Like, it was not this insane game where we were just going back and forth in kills. I still do think, even with not being able to get the objectives they want, that's the part they need to add. They do need to make this game incredibly volatile and try to throw Fnatic off guard that way, because I don't think they can beat Fnatic in a macro.
We will see them in the red side again for this second game. And as we head to break, let's take a moment to experience our host city, CHENGDU, thanks to the OppoCam.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim that ninth title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
This world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. This work, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Electricity.
Fnatic opened up with a game, 1 win, and it was convincing. It was a little bit slow in the mid-game, but it was convincing nonetheless. Now, that bottom side, how is it going to be shut down? Well, Jun's MVP performance of game number 1 is a start on the Ashe. Myself, Asterix, Kobe, and Vedius running through the rest of the draft with Varus being taken away by Fnatic on blue side as well.
Okay, well, Kallista's looking like a juicy first pick for Fnatic once again.
Yep.
You imagine the GAM would look to try and remove it, because the bot lane aggression is something that I think is an effective way to stymie Fnatic's early game dominance.
Big word.
And they have they already took out the Ashe, and they actually want to get both of them. So remove both of those. Noah's presence as well as, oh my.
And they go to Lucian. Okay, so Fnatic played against top esports and said, I want to be Jacula.
Yep.
Give me those 80 carry bands, I got another one.
Okay.
And I love this version of them. So we're going to get to see the Lucian army bot lane, something that Fnatic didn't traditionally leverage throughout the year, but it seems to be a trend among some of our bot laners this here at MSI, that while we haven't expected it, it's something that clearly has been a high priority here.
Yeah, and then we get Easy Loves Zeri again, really preferring this champion at MSI, comboing it with Elio's Nautilus. They're going to have quite the possibilities here. I mean, it's interesting because they can always still think about lane swaps, but the dive pressure from Fnatic was just absolute in the last game.
I mean, with the champion like the Xin Zhao, right, it was looked at for a second there by Razork. Maybe there's a steal away, but regardless, I think Razork should be happy with his performance and how he set up that game 1 on this specific champion. As now with the Lucian army, it's all angles bot for Fnatic again.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now, GAM, so they want to get jungle for themselves, or perhaps they want to lock in their mid laner. Things like Azir, of course, still available. Orianna up too.
Talia.
The Talia, a possibility. The question is, do they consider it something that needs to be prioritized?
Rumble instead.
Rumble blind. Not what I was expecting, I'll be honest. Kiaya, though, wanting to get his hands on a strong top side, and GAM saying we want to save our jungle pick for later once we see a little bit more, perhaps, of what's been taken off the board.
Yeah, Kiaya's Rumble, one of the most fearsome champions here for top side, and a way for them to have a good team fight as well. I mean, they already have the Nautilus lockdown, trying to pin them down on some of these burners. See what they can do here as far as whittling down on the possible champs to pick into the Rumble, though. They go for Cassante ban on the first one. Of course, we have seen a lot of people attempt the lane swaps into the Rumbles.
I think that's one of the adaptations as well. Like, Rumble has been pivoted in a lot of lanes. What we talked about, the Rumble getting no resources, but other people have found ways around it. I think best described when we watched the last series of Arja from PSG. Really show us what it can do at level 6 once it gets to levels and how it can evolve. And especially with some of these bans that, honestly, Oscar and him would commonly take. Cassante is a big one for anyone out watching the LEC. Udyr as well, even though we pivoted away.
Did they ban the Lee Sin also, or go for the Maokai?
Yeah, I was wondering. The thing about Sejuani Maokai is, like, if you go Sejuani Maokai into Rumble Nautilus, it's like a huge Merc Treads game. Yeah. And I don't think that they're a huge fan of it. The Wukong ban, I think, makes a lot of sense. I was also thinking the possibility of Jarvan, but Jarvan and Lucian is a little bit, So GAM's options for jungle seem somewhat limited to me, that can best leverage the strengths of the composition that they have right now. They want something that can assist them in the team fight, and Nocturne is going to be the answer. Okay, so if you really want an old school throwback, 2017 World Championships, it was Levi's Nocturne that kind of drew the attention of the world with his ability to get to that level 6 as quickly as he did. He did take down Fnatic in that game at that year's World Championship. Let's see if he can channel some of that energy today to equalize this series 1-1.
Get the super leash all the way to the level 6 super early on into the game. We'll see. We'll see as far as the surprise towards the end here.
So a staple round out for Fnatic. A strong mid-jungle duo. The crucial thing about this is it's very heavily invested in a powerful early game, which leverages the fact that Xin and Ari have great skirmishing. You have a pushing bot lane 2 versus 2, and you want to try and leverage mid-prio into then attacking the bot side of the map, while Oscar acts as your frontline tank engaged later on into the game. Whereas GAM is much more committed to the team fighting. A lot more scaling, a lot more about the 5v5. It's going to be a question of, can we slow Fnatic down enough to get the fights that we want?
Yeah, my main worry for GAM is, like, how are they going to keep people in place? Like, they have to get a really good Nocturne Orianna combination off of a Nautilus ultimate, or else it's going to be so hard to keep people on this Rumble ultimate and burning. Because Fnatic, they have so many dashes. I mean, these are very slippery champions with the Ari and the Lucian being the carries. Then Xin, if you're not, you know, he can ultimate. If you're not inside, it's going to deny so much of that damage there too. So it does feel like Fnatic have a lot of answers.
I think as well for Fnatic, I mean, playing towards the strength of the series we've seen so far, the fact that Noah and Jun got ahead, the fact that Razork was able to dive bot on command by Vedius for the setup. It was an incredible game 1. For game 2, similar conditions again. As we said, for Humanoid to be able to match that easier than he did on the Orianna for game 1 too is big. Not only for the LEC, but for the West right now. Match point to run into the main stage. I think for Fnatic, I mean, they're showing great adaptation here. They're also showing great resilience. We know this team can be very explosive and also throw away leads that they've accrued, no matter how good their early game.
All right. Easy Love had some big Zeri games versus Loud, but not so big versus Fnatic the first time around. See if they can have the bottom lane go a little bit differently here.
The bot lane is going to be the priority for Fnatic. Let's see if Noah and Jun can make the magic happen once again. GAM backs against the wall. LEC second seed. This is Fnatic's first time in the new format, of course, for MSI. The last time we saw them at MSI was 2018, back with Caps on the roster.
True.
Since then, Fnatic have struggled really to fight for the top spots in the LEC. While they have made finals, G2 has been the predominant leader, with Mad Lions getting in the way every now and then. And a cheeky jump in from Rogue at one point.
Very true.
But Fnatic looking to try and make a name for themselves on the international stage once again, and this is going to be their first hurdle.
Getting through the invade, isn't it? I mean, for GAM, they're going to see that Jun's here. The ebb and flow gives the movement speed, and so looking to split the map again here with Levi on this Nocturne, rushing to 6.
Yeah, smart. Exactly. This is the way to guarantee that you're going to have bot lane go differently for the side of GAM. You split the map, forcefully split the map, have Nocturne take over their red quadrant. A little bit of damage goes through. Can he dodge?
Like this? No, doesn't indeed. So Noah wants to walk away. Ignite goes down immediately here. Good trade here from GAM, and with that dredge line, they secure a bit of pressure here in a 2v2 that is auto going Fnatic's way in a normal state.
Yeah, already pretty nice opening there for GAM for the bottom lane. Nice little health trade, nice little jungle split there for them. Meanwhile, on the top side, the rumble into the Ornn, usually, let's see if Razork's going to be able to punish that matchup, because that's the flip side, of course, of Nocturne taking over down there.
Dredge line again comes through. This time, Noah's able to get a good trade back. Remember, there is sustain in this 2v2 that comes out of Fnatic the longer we go on.
But I love what GAM is doing right now. They're just, as Kobe was talking about, they're completely isolating this bot lane. They're looking to dive them at level 1.
Still only level 1, so the wave clear not going to be there under turret. Levi setting it up again. The fear's down, and first blood, it's going to be traded, but Easy Love gets on out now for Jun. He has to hold the wave, or at least hold the fort, while GAM walk away with first blood.
It's just such good adaptation, you know, coming out of the first game, as we might see a pass towards mid lane.
Emo might be in trouble. Flash charm, good response time and good reaction. As Razork actually tags him when the wind becomes lightning. He has flash himself. Emo can't step up, or there will be a kill after all.
Now, this mid-wave is in a very awkward spot for Emo. He's going to be forced to overextend to clear that one out, and that's just going to leave him primed for a gank. Elio coming mid is crucial to help push out that wave, but immediately he's going to walk away. I think his primary goal here is to just clear out this vision. Exactly, and look, he's going to assist with the Hex Flash, providing that safety for Emo to be able to push out the wave and guarantee a safe back so that he can TP back into the lane. Good stuff from GAM in this early game, adapting to the pressure from Fnatic very well.
I just want to say the adaptation, though, is what we kind of saw in Loud, the adaptation through the series, right? And this is why GAM have been complimented so far, because although Game 1 looks a certain way, GAM's ability to get back on their feet and adapt to what the team did in the first game is really nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, you dove our bottom lane relentlessly, so we're going to split the map and do it to you. Yep. Levi now will get the bottom side crab as Razork picks up the top side one too, so splitting the scuttle crabs. And then we look at second respawn here on Raptors. Razork knows that his Raptor timer is up, so he's going to cross and defend, make sure Levi does not steal away the second spawn.
They're going to be burned to get back to wave as well from Emo. The mid wave, as we said, was already corrected. Levi at Raptors for the time being, I believe, will be spotted out. There was a good entry ward placed by Fnatic as Razork started up in that top side as well. I'm just looking across the map at some small CS differences that have been built up thanks to this bottom lane lead, thanks to that dive. Easy Love's up about a wave and a half. Even topside with the advantage naturally. Kiaya also doing well with about a 500 gold lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, such a big thing here for Easy Love coming onto this GAM roster and having some big Zeri performances versus Loud. Now with the early gold in his hands, with the power, with the positioning. Constantly we're getting Elio use his Hex Flash out of these brush too, looking for more and more trades onto the Fnatic bottom lane.
Fnatic, remember that their whole game plan was to really leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2. They want to try and attack mids and convert that pressure into bot lane pressure.
Yeah.
Now, Emo doesn't have flash, so step 1 accomplished. Humanoid working towards level 6 will be the next go-to button as Noah.
Great trade. Actually, they're doing it themselves. Flashes forward, double, auto, Easy Love burning, and down he goes. Noah and Jun do it again. Razork was there, but he was just cheering them on.
The cheer worked, and Noah goes all in. That was beautiful, smooth stuff from him again. Oh my goodness, Fnatic. Dude, Noah is on another level this day. I mean, series versus Jackie Love must have inspired him. he is completely hulked out.
He's definitely trying to channel his inner Jackie Love, that's for sure. And finding a kill like that, I wasn't expecting it. Easy Love definitely wasn't. Secures Fnatic a kill. Now, Oscar Rinnan is the one in danger. Only level 5, can he get 6?
Oh, he needs to clear this wave super fast. Searing charge, but no chance. He burns down. Kiaya, though, wait, has the scrap shield, and that's what keeps him alive. Levi there again, just cheering him on.
Yeah, nice calm calculation there. Does not want to have to burn the flash. Has the extra scrap shield to go off of. And a big dive there, too. So as Fnatic make a play on bottom side and Noah grabs his kill, it's going to be 1,000 gold advantage for Kiaya off of that. He got the turret plate, bunch of the minions dying up at the tower there, too. Pretty poor timing there for Oscar being stuck at level 5.
Now, traditionally, you would expect, given that a top dive has just happened, for Fnatic to actually invest into the Dragon.
Yep. But
the problem is that Noah needed to go back to base. So after Noah's basing, they realized that Easy Love is also going to come back out to base, and it would be awkward for us to try and force this fight. So instead, we're going to try and use our mid-pressure to contest who we expect Levi to be starting on the Grubs. Noticing that Levi isn't here, that means that he must have gone back to base, opening a window for Razork to secure it. And this is just a good example of Razork having a great awareness of what he can and can't do on the map, and respecting the fact that, hey, my AD carry's not in a position to assist me, so instead let's try and make life difficult for the enemy jungle.
And after Grub buff, we know that, like, Grubs is so important in the game. Really, in lane swap games and normal games, they define the early game, really. So 3 starts here for Fnatic, while Dragon untouched for the trade for the time being.
I would also say Noah's got to be a little bit worried right now because they still have his flash timer timed pretty well, and Levi is about to get level 6. So if Nocturne's going to have ultimate available and bottom lane pushes up, very, very dangerous scenario for that side of the Fnatic map. Elio does have his regular flash ready on Nautilus, could start up that play, and here comes Levi with that level 6.
Gonna try and fight over this red buff. Razork needs to smite this, not gonna be able to because he doesn't have his smite up. So Levi with the level 6, still has that advantage, and now GAM are looking to fight this.
I mean, this is going to collapse, isn't it? Jun might be caught out. There's the paranoia. He runs in onto the Nami under turret. Finishes his job, if only just thanks to that set ignite. Culling not up and available just yet, but look at the EXP bar. Noah gets level 6 while the engage happens on the top side, and Razork kicks us off. He's got the Crescent Guard available now as well, but GAM's still nice and healthy and have numbers advantage.
GAM don't overplay their hand. They're happy with the single pick, and they're going to disengage off the back of that. They see Razork, they're a little tempted, but no, they say, that's fine, we'll walk away with the kill.
I'd say actually Jun with a little rare mistake this time around, and Nami walking up there and allowing for the hook in. That we're kind of saying that's the play that GAM are actually looking for with the level 6 Nocturne, and then getting that hook right for them for Elio just allows GAM to pull off that play. Another nice one from them.
Cringing a bit because I'm wondering if this hook's going to come out. The wave's getting cleared. They don't know Elio's there. They assume they at least stopped a base. They don't know who, but again, good resilience from Noah and Jun not pushing up in the wave. As meanwhile on top side, I guess we're finding out why people hate Rumble as a tank player. That guy is shredding harder than that 150 kilo guy at the gym is shredding off body fat. Now we look for Levi just towards Dragon, taking it himself with the pressure through bot side and the reshove that he's loving Elio have acquired.
A relatively late first Dragon of the game, but GAM still going to be happy to secure this one. Humanoid actually going to be able to make his way down.
Bot lane should arrive pretty quickly here for GAM.
I don't think they can stop this, but they can be annoying. Is, a Fnatic. Well, it's a Fnatic classic. They did used to have Hilly on the roster, so it's kind of in their DNA to just be annoying at times. It also just buys a little bit more time for Razork on the top side. We're going to look back at this play from earlier. You talked about it, Kobe. They wanted to fight this. They thought that they were stronger, but crucially, level differences in the bot lane. Level 6 secured for Easy Love, and crucially, level 6 secured for Levi when it wasn't available for Razork because of that red steal. So definitely a bit of an overstep from Jun, underestimating his opponents.
Yep. Definitely a little questionable there, and GAM very happy to roll with it, because GAM has been a team that is also very good at snowballing here. So let's see what they can do. Levi's ultimate back and available up once again. Nocturne constantly trying to make these laners play even more safe, make them respectful of this GAM power.
Now, GAM's early game plan has worked. They split the map, they denied resources away from Noah and Jun, they then attacked Noah and Jun, and while there was a blip in terms of the fact that Noah was able to find effectively a solo kill in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Lucian Nami is a duo. That is a pairing.
Yeah.
you get your credit for putting those buffs on.
Sure, that's fair. Point is that it was a minor blip for GAM, but overall their early game has gone to plan. They have advantages in the top side of the map. They've neutralized the bot lane 2 versus 2, and they're in a comfortable position. Now Humanoid has the Malignance. This is when Ahri's ultimate no longer has a cooldown. And this is where I'd love to see Humanoid getting involved in the map a little bit more, because we talked about it earlier. The team fighting power of GAM's comp is strong. And Fnatic need to be a little cautious heading into the mid and late game.
Indeed, but Razork, as he gets spotted out, you can see Levi's hovering around the bot side as well, just noticing Jun almost getting the Aqua Prison. Culling was used for that. So that is the Lucian ulti down to try and find a pick after GAM. We're up in the wave.
Yeah, Levi here hovering for the counter gank. Nocturne ultimate ready, finishing up Gromp.
Invade time. Is anyone going through? No. Again, Razork just trying to poke his head in, see what he can find. Levi's camp's already down on this bottom side as well. So Razork, as he continues to hover, just see if he can get anything done with a dive. But Shockwave, meanwhile, comes through mid onto Humanoid. He holds onto the Spirit Rush, he holds onto the Flash. So, again, the word resilience has to be thrown around, but it's small wins.
Levi left. Levi went to go get the grubs.
He did.
So this is going to be another dive.
Wave's thin, though.
Humanoid's coming too. Oh, he can't. He goes for the recall. Okay. They've got the timer there. They clear the wave. GAM gets the grubs. Humanoid stops his roam down towards bottom side. And honestly, this is going to be a big, big win for GAM, the pressure gals. But the teleport play.
Oh, flash away from Call the Forge God. TP from Humanoid was just mentioned as well. The grub's still being taken. Still a couple left, but for Humanoid, as he walks down, he's going to see if he can pop anything else.
I mean, this play was twofold, because Fnatic was concerned about a potential dive onto Oscar with that stacked wave, but also they looked for a potential play. They do get the flash out from Kiaya. The problem for Fnatic is they did lose a play in mid. Emo had to push, but now they're going to actually send Humanoid up towards top. they send Noah and Jun into mid, and so they're going to shift up the map a little bit more, try and get Noah and Jun out of this isolated 2 versus 2, because they realize bot dives aren't really an option anymore. That window has passed, and now they need to transition into this mid game and start looking for skirmishes and fights as the Dragon is spawning in a minute and a half.
Yeah, that last sequence was very, very positive macro sequence from GAM, critically with their bottom side, being able to clear out that wave, avoid the dive there, grabbing the 3 grubs, so they're split now. No extra Void Mites spawning for either team, and now we get the Lucian Nami in mid with their single item power spikes. That kind of fun part of the game with your Imperial Mandate burst on top of your Static Shiv burst.
And again, keeping mid push, we know is the Lucian Nami's game state. That's what they want. Noah and Jun want to at least get something here so that GAM can get punished for the side lane plays they try to make. Levi, speaking of which, onto Oscar, and not going to get too much success here, but still the hover is there. He's already had 1 good Nocturne ulti. That's all he's had to do. As Noah and Jun try to get the push up here, 45 seconds before Chemtech Dragon spawns.
Now, Humanoid doesn't have TP. They're sending him towards top lane. I don't love this for Fnatic, mainly because Kiaya is going to get a base off, spend some of the gold. Sork Boots picked up along with the Amp Tone. I was expecting him to actually make a beeline towards mid so they can set up for a contest around this Dragon. This is going to leave a window open for Humanoid. He can catch the next wave, then rotate down through the river. Herald also spawning. Perhaps Fnatic make the call to abandon the Dragon fight and instead prioritize the Herald so they can start sieging onto the mid tower, open that up, and then start looking for picks in the enemy jungle.
Problem going to be Kiaya's wave clear though. Humanoid pushing up, no equalizer available as Humanoid pushes in and tries to threaten. There's Spirit Rush as well. Malignance comes into clutch as well, and Kiaya just sapping damage. The culling follows through as well. Aqua Prison, fantastic from Jun. Fnatic with a kill. It's at the cost of the Dragon, but at least that Herald we talked about is going to go down in response.
Yeah, and then you just look at the push on the towers here. So Easy Love is going to get some damage on mid tower. Then you have Emo on bottom side as well pushing in towards Oscarin. But that was kind of surgical, you know? They're like, you know what? You're going for Dragon for sure. We send 4 people up top side. We will answer it with the Herald plus the bonus kill on the Kiaya. As you mentioned critically, you know, that cooldown for the ultimate wasn't there for Kiaya for the Rumble to safely clear the wave. And so Fnatic do a good job there forcing on it.
Still though, I think GAM aren't too upset about it. They've gotten their 2nd Dragon of the game. They've secured the mid tower as well. Fnatic at best can use this Herald to exchange the mid towers later on into the game, but in terms of weathering the early game storm, we talked about it in draft. GAM's game plan was to mitigate Fnatic's early game dominance and pressure, and they've done an incredible job.
Mastercard lane economy snapshot there for you. The Rumble in the tank matchup, who would have guessed? I think more so the fact that Levi also has been continuing taking away camps as well, countering Razork. And the main point, to reiterate from Bedius, the early game has been stymied. Yeah, I used the word, didn't I? It's been stymied.
Proud of you.
And now it's up to Fnatic to push the tempo with mid-jungle or maybe bot side as well. The flash from Levi, the full-on play is just there. Jun caught out the equalizer, great as well. It's a good charm, but Noah just stands and fights. He's gonna die. It's a shutdown over to Easy Love as well. But GAM, it's still a massive win. They're TPing to stop the turret trade as well. This early game is so good for the VCS.
I mean, GAM are very quickly changing the momentum of this game. It was an even early game now into a very solid advantage, finding a punish onto the bot lane. Crucial ultimate from Levi. Easy Love picking up the kill as well. You can see he's got about a 500 gold lead. Fnatic is going to try and cross-map. This tower is not going to fall just yet as Humanoid looks for a pick.
Now, what's he cooking up here in the brush?
Flash. Maybe it has to be the flash. The minion wave is in the way.
Emo has flash as well, so...
Wait.
Oh. You gotta wait a few seconds, shopping? That's the thing, the window shopping.
Flash or Charm? Which one, which order? Okay, Orb Deception, Charm flashed away from, okay, Emo gets a win, but there's the shockwave in return. Humanoid still dies! Stand and deliver. Emo does exactly that. There's a trade, Jun steals the kill, but Man, that's still a win for GAM. It just keeps happening.
Yeah, Evo, the 18-year-old, stares down Humanoid in the 1v1. He gets the kill, even as Humanoid's teammates then come to finish the job.
And look at the consequences. GAM immediately into the bot side of Fnatic's jungle. They have their eyes on this tower. It's not going to be a real dive because there's no wave to play around, but they've got the push in mid. They're stealing away the camps in the bot side. They're setting up nicely for the Dragon in about 2 minutes' time. GAM are playing the map well, and while the gold lead isn't ballooning out of control, this feels like GAM are just setting themselves up for success.
I mean, Fnatic are going to try. They're losing control of this game super quick. It's called the Port God comes out. Easy loves the next target. They find him. He flashes over, but still dies. Shut down, return. Humanoid now looking for the chase onto Elio, and Oscar in is a great position to knock him. After Bellows' breath, he gets clapped, and Humanoid will find this as well. 2 quick kills. No objective down here, but gold goes back.
See, the problem with playing against Fnatic is they are a violent team. And so when presented with an opportunity for violence, they will take it. And as we see that, they're looking at the mid lane tower now.
Wait, Shockwave uses the nuke, it's the submarine! Levi gets on the back line and it's a shutdown again. We transfer hands as GAM start getting messy with it, and Kiaya burns them down. The chase is there, and Jun has to get out.
GAM are an even more violent team. They take the fight, but Humanoid, he joins. Can he charm from the brush?
Searing charge out, but out of mana is Oscar and Kiai feel fine, but the Acro Prison is beautiful. Humanoid needs an Orb of Deception. Doesn't find it, doesn't commit the flash. Walks out himself as well. And Kobe hit the nail on the head. Pound for pound at GAM.
The Nocturne Orianna combo. We've all been there. We've all seen it. Levi unleashes and he lives too.
I mean, I love the response from GAM. They stare Fnatic down and they say, you want to go, we'll go. Great use of the ultimate. We're going to jump straight into that replay. The Orianna ball, the shockwave comes through. Noah can't react. The Rumble ultimate on top of that immediately forces Fnatic to retreat. Razok being the only damage dealer at this point means that Fnatic are forced to retreat. And such a great play from GAM, showing that, hey, you may have found a nice fight, Fnatic, but we're going to do the exact same thing right back. A 1k gold difference separates the team.
It all stems off the early game. I mean, Fnatic found those 2 picks, but still GAM, you can see control that comes through Dragons. You can see the setup is there. Great innovation, great setup for the mid game. Is still what we look forward to is Fnatic try for a brush play, but Razork is spotted out. GAM moves the 5-man unit, trying to contest this Dragon. All right, Razork starting it off. I was expecting no engagement again. It is Fnatic. Double knockup, bounce house there. Culling as well takes out Kiaya. Shockwave's good, but the fight has already ended. Noah runs forward, almost taking Elio with him as well. And Fnatic just wait for them to come on in and capture the mistake.
Kiaya's entered the bounce house. The triple knockup. He doesn't even get his Rumble ultimate off of. Oscarin and Jun all knocking him up over and over and over, and Fnatic will put a stop to the Dragon stacking of GAM.
Arguably the biggest weakness of GAM's composition is it's difficult for them to face check, because look at what you're face checking into. Lucian Nami, the Ornn as well. I would argue that Fnatic showcasing some of their mistakes in how they love to fight 4 versus 5. Humanoid wasn't there, but they're still able to turn it into a pick and a Dragon.
The surprise factor, even better than the Humanoid factor there from the brush. Just honestly, I kind of even want to take another look at the CC chain because it was really, really good there from Oscar and Jun to keep them locked down. They grabbed their kill. They grabbed their objective in the aftermath as well. This one is spicy. I like it. GAM here fighting every step of the way. But Fnatic now kind of closing in. They've got the push on bottom side, and that means Humanoid is going to roam up to the rest of the team.
Razork can't be caught out here. The Scrying Orb gonna see. Easy Love and Alio get zoned away in the meantime. As you said, it's neck and neck. Gold is even in a game which felt so GAM dominated. Some great Levi ults, some great syncing up, especially with the bottom side. Their counterpunch was beautiful. But Fnatic again continuing to fight, and Humanoid now with an angle as well. The setup is here for what could be a game-breaking fight that could edge towards this Baron.
And biggest difference this time around is that Noah now has his flash. So he can flash when the Nocturne Orianna combo comes for him this time around. Try and break the fear tether since Levi doesn't have a flash to early follow. So maybe he won't get bursted all the way down if Jun heals him. We'll see about the positioning.
Gonna track items here, gentlemen. Easy Love almost towards the third. The Zeri third item, crucial for what could be the next fight. Noah is on his third already, actually. despite the early game gold disadvantage. Looking towards mid as well. Horizon focus there. 2 items each apiece on these majors. Top laners, okay, 2 each as well. Oscar is starting to upgrade items on the Ornn. We've got to remember the scaling and the additional gold value that adds as well. But all things considered, when GAM's back are against the wall, once again, they are making it difficult. And they are definitely still able to nuke one target, depending on what happens. Culling starts it off. Easy Love took it all. Ilio interrupted, and he's caught out. What a pick! What a pick! Fnatic setting up on Easy Love, and Oscar and Ult sets up another.
That's got to be Baron, right?
That's huge.
Really nice pick from Fnatic. I will say, Western teams have been criticized for their use of the Lucian army, but that is a great example of exactly how you're supposed to use it. Mid lane control. Easy Love and Elio, they step up too far, they get cullinged, and now the Baron is on the cards for Fnatic.
But there's big ultis here, so they go in instead. Shockwave hits 2 members, and for Fnatic, still finding the damage. Levi turns the lights off, but he jumps on a target that can jump away. Noah picks up that kill, and just like that, the smite is removed. Fnatic are back in this game in a firm way. It was 2, it was Fro, it was back and forth. Kiyaya's ulti down and out. He burns down Noah, but the charm comes through from Humanoid. He goes golden for the time being. He flashes, he takes down Noah. The shutdown good, in fact, that's the Baron damage. Kiyaya on the top side trying to survive. He buys more time, Oscar, and finds him, but Ilio gets the engage. There's an Orianna behind him. Easy Love's back up alive. They stop the Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for more.
Red Line kicks us off. Easy Love's damage is huge, but a double knockup. Oscar in set up, and that might be everything. Tidal wave down the line as well. Through River. Fnatic just do it again.
Humanoid with the charm flash onto Easy Love. They take down the Zeri. They put a stop to GAM's hope of the chase down.
I will say, though, GAM wanted the Baron to stop, and they got what they wanted. It cost them an arm, a leg, a mid laner, a support, but they got Fnatic to stop the Baron.
Look at Kiaya, the miracle worker for GAM here. Goes in, and you can see behind the Baron, Orianna is there. But this work is all Kiaya. With that flash, he flashes the knockup from Oscarin. He got the kill onto Noah. And then the rest of his team shows up to try and chase down. But Kiaya putting in so much work for GAM there, getting them off Baron. And then here, when you have the full health Zeri, and they're looking at the low health bars of the other Fnatic members there, they kind of wanted the chase down. Yeah. But this knockup turn from Oscar into Humanoid following up with the guaranteed charm. Like, they tried to pick Oscar, and the Oscar just turns around and gets the knock-up on the back line.
Jun's ult even came off cooldown, right? Like, the fight was so long. GAM should have just been happy with securing the early, well, forcing Fnatic off the objective, but they overstay and they get punished. Now Fnatic have their eyes on some of these tier 2 towers. They shouldn't be able to secure them. But look back at a play that happened in mids.
Yeah, bottom right, that's what happened during the replay.
All right, so a few flashes burn on the side of GAM. The Dragon available in 5 seconds.
But those ultis not up and available. The Spirit Rush is down, Culling is down as well. There's a lot of poke, and Call of the Forge God, a team fighting ulti for Fnatic's also down. This can be done as they all engage, so Levi's ult. It's submarine time again! They nuke the backline of Fnatic, and they don't know what hit them. Levi's Nocturne does it better!
It's GAM time, but they're still fighting! Emo, he goes down as well!
Rathog's trying, but at the very least, all their damage is still down. Easy Love's cleaning out with Kiaya, burning up the backside. GAM, don't give up!
The Wombo combo was phenomenal from GAM. An absolutely exquisite display as they find a massive fight against Fnatic, and now the Baron is theirs for the taking.
Oh, what time is it? It's GAM time, it's Baron time as well. And this Zeri is going to get another item on the reset. GAM looking so fearsome in this Nocturne Orianna combo.
Look at the execution. They think they found a pick, but then the Nocturne on to 3. All of the carries get collected in the Orianna. Ultimate and Humanoid forced to retreat. The flashes come out from the bot lane, and while Razork and Oscar are able to get the exchange on the emo, the fact that Easy Love is still alive means that the team fight cleanup comes out for GAM.
Man, the Nocturne Orianna and the Rumble ultimate roasting them there. That is the dream ult combination for GAM.
And it's almost back up and available again. I just see the Nocturne ulti prowl into existence with Emo's Shockwave also accompanying they can do it once more.
Yeah, look at Fnatic now. No flashes on any Fnatic member. Nobody is going to be able to avoid this.
But this time, Fnatic have ults. Hysterics did highlight it before. Those weren't available, but now way more tools to actually go toe-to-toe in the fight. Let's see if Fnatic can turn the fight around once again.
They spot out Levi. The Scrying Orb does its job. This Dragon would lead to number 2 for Fnatic and lead away from Soul Point. GAM had the ball on its target. That's Levi. Watch for the submarine from the Beatles. Emo and Levi starting up a boy band. Dragon at 6k, call the Forge God. Levi's ulti's there. He runs in. Shockwave's only a one man. It's onto Humanoid. They don't find the backline access, and Razork buys time. Noah jumps on in as well, and you say the re-engage is there. Razork knows he's going to die, has to go in, stops the play. Dragon Soul Point. GAM still get it done.
They get another one there. GAM picking it up. Dragon Soul Point and another team fight victory. They do sacrifice the Nautilus, but it's an honorable sacrifice there. They just laid the Rumble ultimate down where his corpse lies.
You can see how hard it is for Fnatic to actually find these good fights. The Nautilus acting as the front line, but Humanoid, he tries to connect the charm onto Emo, can't quite find it. The Shockwave connects onto him. He gets shut out of the fight immediately. And once he's gone, Fnatic are forced to retreat. Easy Love really coming into his own. We saw how good he was on the champion yesterday, and he's having another great performance against Fnatic.
Capital E for a reason. This is his game. A game 2 that keeps him in the running that the main stage looked so far away from. We said the same against Loud. And again, after game 1, I misjudged them. I think for GAM, they're just the masters of upset, at least creating from what we've seen in this game. And the setup between jungle and mid has been exceptional when you consider that this hasn't had long to develop.
Yeah, huge props as well for the replacement players here on GAM coming in late, trying to save this team. Emo and Easy Love, you know, under unfortunate circumstances coming in, but having some big performances. And it's something that you do need coordination with. The Nocturne Orianna timers have been really good from them, and Easy Love here now is in a position on the Zeri with all of this money to chase them down in the team fights. GAM really, really doing the region proud.
So now we're forced to wait because no Baron, no Dragon on the table. Both teams are going to be looking to scale up a little bit more. You can see 3 items for both mid laners. Deathcap finished for Humanoid, but level 17 for Emo. This Orianna is a real threat, even without the Deathcap. The Nocturne is continuing to get tankier. The Rumble is doing so much damage on the backside. And it's going to get harder and harder for this Lucian to play relatively short range. The Culling can do some serious work, but this Nautilus is acting as such an effective front line. Fnatic need to be more creative with their flanks if they really want to come out ahead in these fights.
I like that you mentioned Humanoid's items, because as he hits level 16, it feels like he's the target that we want to see with access to the backline, making that creation happen. Also want to mention that even though at the top of your screen, folks, we've been back and forth in gold, it feels tighter than it is. It feels better than a 2k gold disadvantage because the Ornn item upgrades are coming through. I'm surprised to see Razork with an upgrade there without one going towards Humanoid, or Noah giving them more burst damage coming up. What happened in our bottom right? Oh, why are we replaying that?
Wait, he ulted for it.
Wait, he did,
ulted.
But it's on a short cooldown. But
I love you, observers. I love you so much. That was
bro, that was the nastiest replay I've seen in the international. What was that?
That was the observers investigation. Beautiful stuff there.
All right. Let's set
the
up.
-1. The -1 heard around the world.
Okay, here we go. Where's the Nocturne?
Oh, actually finding a pick. Yeah, we want to see first how the Forge God comes through. It actually knocks Levi on the backside. He uses the darkness to stop the play following through. We're going to look at a timer on that because it's a minute till Baron, it's a minute 30 till Dragon.
That was probably the highest value.
Oh, it stopped. It stopped. Humanoid matched it. It stopped and Kiaya's almost dead. He has to get out of range, so if Humanoid stands and delivers, he will die. He spaces it out onto Kiaya. He gets the shutdown. 50 seconds till Baron.
Oh, this is so good for Fnatic. That Ornn ultimate from Oscar, it got the ult trade with Nocturne, and it also got Emo's flash. The Orianna now no flash.
True.
Then the interrupt and the kill here for Humanoid. Fnatic setting themselves up for a big Baron play.
Razork trying to steal what camps he can, knowing that they have the numbers advantage right now. They have the right set on this top tier 2, and I don't think GAM can really do much about it. GAM, a few small picks, They're letting the game run away from them. You can't afford to make these mistakes against Fnatic, but they have their eyes set on trying to cross-map in the mid lane. They've got a lot of vision control around this dragon, 38 seconds till the soul spawns, and they've set themselves up for success on that side of the map at least.
Yeah, let's see if they can punish this no flash on Orianna now. A lot of gold picked up too. No, the kill on the Kiai is one thing, but getting a secondary outer turret over there, 800 gold for the team. Very, very big. They get their reset off, head on over. GAM still have full vision coverage of the lead up here to Dragon, but Fnatic obviously have the minion wave control, and they can move on in and clear it out.
Well, the Forge God's still not available, but you can see Paul once again on top of Levi. He's looking for the back line to get them to a game number 3. It feels like it comes up to mid-jungle, and that explosion that will set them up and even lead them to an Ocean Soul. They're on Soul Point as Fnatic try to deny and look for the pick mid. No charm connecting as we continue to A-ram up. But level 16 is Oscar in, and he's got an upgrade. He's got more gold in his back pocket. Levi steps up. Calm knock up there. Wait for the culling coming through. It's unexpected, but still there's Kiai's ulti's big. The shockwave comes in as well, but Noah flashes it. He's alive. Levi can't finish the job, and Noah sits in the turning circle as Humanoid walks on up, but GAM are low on their health bars. They try and turn for Oscar in, and it's Easy Love's turn to shine. Oscar flashes, the bubble stops, Dredge line too far forward. Humanoid charms as well, and Kiai has to back away.
And the health bars, they're also low on the flash.
Humanoid flashes, but he baits them. It's a ruse. Noah heads forward, gets the pick, flash again the bubble. Jordan is so good, man. He gets a double for Noah. Stepping up, Easy Love has to back away. They're not stopping here.
Fnatic, they clutch it, and they're going for the victory!
Noah heading forward yet again. I dropped my cup, Fnatic.
If he got that kill, they could keep on pressing, but Fnatic, after they get those chase downs, they'll retreat to the dragon, make sure there is no dragon soul this time around for GAM.
I made a weird noise at the start of that fight, and that was because Fnatic were forcing a 4v5. Razork was on the dragon. They should have just played it slow. Look at the minimap right now. Noah was leaving, and Humanoid went in. Trying to force this fight was a risky thing to do, especially when Levi found Noah, but he couldn't actually get the kill this time around. The peel was good. They find that initial pick, but the health bars get so low. Oscar gets dangerously close to losing his life. A good flash over the wall creates space, and then GAM overextend. The hook does connect. It baits Kiai out, and this allows Jun and Noah to clean up the fight.
And this kind of snowball all started from Humanoid's charm. That previous charm that he landed on Kiai to chunk Kiai and get him here, and then Noah's able to follow up with his dash in, and then Jun says, I can get in there too. He flashes in for the bubble to set up another kill. And I thought Noah was going to be able to grab another one. If that W from Xin had hit right there, maybe it does complete. But what an exciting one. This is what people were expecting from this series.
But it's crazy that even after that fight from Fnatic, it's not over. They just denied Soul. The combo's still there. Everything's still up and available. Yes, some summoners were traded, but we still have the tools to look for as Baron is sitting there waiting for its member to take it.
Humanoid hitting level 18. Still gaining XP. I'm pretty sure that's not accurate on the overlay.
Oh my god, it's 18 and a half? Whoa, that's crazy.
We hit level 19, the patch is new.
Fnatic right now is setting up vision around the Baron. We take a second to breathe as GAM. They fumbled in the last fight, but we know how scary their combination can be. Fnatic using their pockets of vision to try and catch GAM out.
Alio too far forward, maybe caught out himself. The call the Forge God there with the shockwave in the back line. Laden, Kiai's ulti's big, but Humanoid buys time again. The culling runs through the middle. Oscar Eden's already set up for the first kill, and Noah's still not dead. This Lucian needs to die. Look at his damage. Coming out again, the bottom lane of Fnatic are taking it all back. GAM found the early game. They stymied the mid game, but Fnatic holds strong in the late. At 36 minutes, Humanoid pivots for an angle, but you can see Fnatic as a 5-man unit want a little bit more.
Yeah, they do. Easy Love here, the kind of hope for GAM. This is Zeri trying to be as annoying as possible, clearing out the minion wave as Fnatic will head towards the Baron. They're going to force.
Still not over, is it?
It's scary, though, because Emo and Easy Love is still alive. As long as those carries remain on the field.
They've got it. They've got it.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna move away. They don't want to take the risk, and instead Fnatic will secure their ban.
GAM sent a lot at Humanoid. They invested the Nocturne Orianna combination onto the Ahri, trying to burst him before he could get off his Zhonya's, but look at this. He gets his Zhonya's off. Here goes the force. They Nocturne ult because Elio there is in a tough spot and they're going to force on him. And Levi goes in. They barely get it off. Humanoid barely got off his Zhonya's before that fear. And because he lives, the rest of the health bars here for Fnatic, their front line is just so much more healthy, and they're able to push off GAM.
Look how long it takes for them to get through Oscar in and through that whole fight with Jack Show activated. And the upgraded one at that as well, even at 3 items.
I was going to say myself, he's buying a lot of space. He's really pressuring the backline more than you would expect an Ornn to be able to do. A lot of GAM's success rides off the back of Levi and Emo landing that combo, which the last 2 fights they haven't been able to do. Fnatic now Baroned up, are looking to try and cement the series win, move to the main stage, and knock GAM out of MSI.
They have been run through the ringer. GAM have made it hard. Somehow Fnatic are back in charge as Razork flashes forward, call the Forge God, finds Ori in the backside, and Emo's caught up as well, but they're diving a turret. Back on in is Levi, but he hits Razork. Not the optimal target. Running through to Kiaya, he's tagged out, almost dies himself. Noah charging again. GAM are low. They have to retreat. The inhibitor is at bare minimum.
A massive 3-man shockwave from Emo is not enough to turn the fight in GAM's favor. They don't lose any members, but they're still forced to retreat, and their base is left in tatters.
The front line difference is just too much. If GAM cannot just assassinate either the Ahri or the Lucian, then they're not going to be able to win because the front lines are so beefy here on the side of Fnatic. That's why GAM keep on trying to full send into the backline, but Zhonya's Hourglass OP, and Humanoid and Noah both have Flash. So going to be pretty tricky to take them down.
Now they can take their time. Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. Fnatic can look to secure this, put themselves on Soul Point, and then start playing towards that top tower. They do still have 50 seconds left on the Baron. I'd be surprised if they tried to use it to push for an end right now, but with the power position they find themselves in, Fnatic have ballooned this gold lead to 7K. And you might not think that it means that much this late into the game, but you can see full item advantage. Fnatic looking for the fight.
And it's Razork as well. Humanoid flashes, but doesn't get the charm. Leo takes the damage. Shockwave again. Into the backline. GAM still have a chance. Johnny's dead. No Nami. Okay, no problem. Razork in the front line, though, still takes it out as the culling is doing work. Just when you think the Lucian's getting outscaled, you have to worry as Easy Love heading forward, but a double tap at Noah is relevant again. Humanoid about to come on in as a call the Forge God. Is a 2-man, he runs forward and they just tap him. It's a love fight, it hurts as Noah flashes away and Easy Love tries to match it. He's got the GA, he's playing aggressively. Noah, what are you doing? He steps up. Humanoid next down as well. Big mistake from Fnatic, they run into the Zeri.
Zeri, they're gonna get the Ocean Soul as well. Even with super minions flooding into the GAM base, they take over.
Easy Love makes it look easy as he runs through Fnatic and 4 members drop. Fnatic overforce the fight. GAM are still very much alive in this game, and the Dragon is going to be secured. We look at the base, but I don't think GAM need to worry too much. They'll lose a tower, but with the Soul secured, GAM can still win this game.
They kept people on the edge of their seats yesterday. They'll do it again today. Ocean Soul, as you said, forget that Nexus turret, it matters not. You've got one standing, you've got the scaling and full items there, and the Orianna to boot. GAM are going to hold on. The potential of a Game 3 still lingers in the air. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but man, this game has been so back and forth.
Fnatic's aggression bites them in the backside once again. They could have just played for the Dragon. 25 seconds until it spawns. If nothing else, let the super minions do the work for you. Let them put pressure on the enemy base and then take your time around the objective. But Fnatic and taking their time are not sentences that you often use together. And they end up getting punished. GAM still in a difficult position with their base left in rubble, but they still have a chance.
What was the description you used earlier, Vedius? Fnatic are a violent team.
That they are.
GAM are also a violent team, so we're getting a very violent series here. And even with the inhibitors down, GAM feeling quite good about their retake here.
44 kills in 41 minutes.
That's it.
Fnatic. Oh, hang on a second. You can kill him.
Oh.
Guess he doesn't want to overplay his hand.
Well, you've got Ornn upgrades for everybody now. Everybody's got matching bling now in inventory for the side of Fnatic. A little bit of extra that goes beyond the scoreboard there. But there's a replay, I guess, just of the pick. All right.
Ocean Soul doesn't matter if you get burst out that quick.
I love these surprise replays. see what they're investigating this time around. All right, but here comes the push. 4-1 split push here for Fnatic. 2 inhibitors still down for GAM, trying to defend.
Humanoids coming in off the re. You can see bottom side, he's pushing in. Remember, there's only one Nexus turret. If they can get a super minion wave in, it can still end. But for GAM, one team fight away from moving us to a game 3, it feels like as well. If it goes long, Ocean Soul's there. Razork says no. Stop here. Inhibitor turret drops on down. GAM are poked on out, but the minion wave is moving on in. Razork re-engages. There's a shockwave backline. Again running through it. This time Levi can't do it. Noah sits alive. The double knockup's there from Oscarinen, and they're doing it. Ocean Soul be down. Fnatic bring it right on back. The intuition reigns supreme. Fnatic keep going and going and going, and Oscar just doesn't die and die and die. Fnatic running forward, the Nexus exposed, and this is what you get if you keep hitting your face against the wall. You get to the main stage of MSI, taking down the VCS.
GAM made them work for it.
07.
07 indeed.
I mean, what a banger final game. GAM had some incredible team fights against Fnatic, but at the end, the damage done was just too much. The pressure from the super minions was too many, and Fnatic were able to finally close things out. An honorable opponent. GAM has done some impressive stuff here at this MSI, but it will be Fnatic moving on to the main stage.
And Fnatic, this team, just consistently, okay, we're going to play again, we're going to fight again, we're going to fight again. Oscarinen, it was on tanks, but I think he had a similar performance to the top esports series. I felt like he was a carry tank that game as well.
A lot of really big Ornn knockups in this series. A lot of big ultimates. His turnaround with the E-charge after the Baron chase down to set up Humanoid for that charm follow through. Whew. It was a battle though. Vietnam, a region with so many passionate fans showing up and pushing them to the test.
No one expected them to get this far. I already said it against Loud yesterday, but like a lot of people coming into the tournament saying this could be the weakest region, this could be the weakest roster. They made Fnatic work for it, and you have to give them a lot of credit here, a lot of due. I mean, Levi, especially the sync up with mid, was incredible, but that's going to be enough from us to end the day, to end play-ins at that as well. Fnatic, the last team through, so we're going to throw over to the analyst desk to break down our final series.
Close. Saved!
Yeah.
I was never worried, never doubted them, even a second.
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying, apologies for the reference, there's a saying in golf, no pictures on the scorecard, where it doesn't matter how many strokes it takes, or like how it looked if you get the ball in the hole and the number of strokes, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
You kill the Nexus twice, that's all that matters. It doesn't actually matter what happened during the game. There's a lot of pictures in League, but ultimately the result doesn't matter unless they win.
I do want to praise GAM for the fight they put here at MSI, and especially during the second game, coming back again, finding tools to come back actually here against Fnatic. I appreciate the effort they put in here, Emily.
This draft in particular, I think, played to a lot of their team fighting strengths, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know Nocturne is one of his, like, best champions, one of his most well-known champions, I would say. The Nocturne Orianna combo with the Easy Love Zeri, which we already talked about, Kiaya's Rumble. This was a really good composition, and also just a very easy to execute composition like this, right? So when we talk about how little they've had to actually practice together, I think you saw two things in this game. One, them draft a composition where they could very easily all hit their buttons at the same time, provided that someone was making the call. And then I actually thought they did show just a better understanding of and better coordination of when to fight at times, even with the obvious overextensions that they did make.
Yeah, for sure. And the odds were stacked against GAM coming into this MSI, and I think they put up such a valiant fight. So huge credit to the 5 players on this GAM team. It's unfortunate we're not going to get to see them play any more games because these games are absolute bangers. What is this? I'm going to mess up the math. 48 kills in 43 minutes? What an entertaining match.
Peak Fnatic GAM game. I want to say that it always goes like this, but I do want to double down on what you just said here, because from being supposedly the worst team we had entering MSI here into finding the cohesion that they did game after game after game. Honestly, mad props to these players.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah. It was, and they were entertaining also doing so here. What is going to be... what do we want to see Fnatic progress on? Moving on here, though, because to me, they don't feel that different compared to the team that I've been used to seeing in the LEC, with the carelessness that they have sometimes.
I mean, fair enough. What I'd say their mid game was decidedly better than GAM. I mean, I don't think they're going to be favorites against Gen.G or anything like that.
Well, we'll see about that.
Yeah. So by the way, they're going to play either Gen.G or BLG, the number one seed from the LCK LPL. That's how the pooling's going to work in the draw show, which is what we're waiting for. I would say the things we'd want to see more from them are more the things we saw in their victory against TES. So I do like them skill checking early and often because they're actually really good mechanically. So Humanoid has ridiculous in-fight mechanics in terms of his ability to sidestep and react, and I think a lot of these other teams that are superior to them are going to be willing to take the skill checks against Fnatic, and that's where they would have a chance, not necessarily have an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and then the other thing that I would say for Fnatic specifically, which we saw from both GAM and Fnatic at different points in this very game that we just watched, is the overextensions, right? Because other teams, specifically LPL and LCK teams, I think one of the difference makers in their loss to TES was not just some of TES's macro understanding, but also top esports' understanding of when to fight. And sometimes, again, TES also overextends sometimes, but when not to fight, a little bit more than Fnatic. I think they were really good at playing on the edge and finding those windows. And Fnatic, you saw more than a few times in this game, kind of overextend, overchase, which is something that they did in the LEC, or they would sometimes choose poor times to fight in terms of itemization. Yeah. I just keep thinking back to that finals against G2 when they...
We don't talk about
it. Yeah, okay. I mean, they had a lot of winning positions in some of those games.
I mean, enough about what they should do better. What are we excited about, Fnatic?
I'm excited about June.
There we go.
I'm excited about June. This guy has been popping off left and right since the beginning of the tournament. And for me, he is the Oppo player of the series here, setting up Noah and the rest of the team.
He's so good.
He's so good. And especially in a meta like this where he can shine on engaged champions, which to me is the champions he's the best at.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the huge thing coming out of Fnatic is, to your point, Jat, they have some really mechanically gifted players.
Yeah.
June specifically. Obviously, he did super, super well on the Nami. I love him on supports where he can engage specifically. Even something like the Renata, which you wouldn't think of as an engaged champ. He was absolutely beasting on it the other day. So I think, obviously, well-deserved player of the series from June, but also super exciting to look at him going forward. I think Humanoid in particular is also a player that you really, really want to watch out for on this team. And that opposing teams will have to watch out for him and also his synergy with Razork.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers. I feel like Noah had 27 or 28 kills in a 2-game series, and we're like, June, he's going to win the player of the series. But I think because of the things that he was able to do, that's why we're going to do it. I am curious. I think both of them were quite deserving, actually. But I do think that June is just kind of another level as sports go.
They all shine at their moments. And we have the master of the absolute cinema himself, Humanoid, joined by Dracos for the Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Laura. I am joined by none other than the victorious Marek, Humanoid, Brazda. You did it. You stepped up where other regions might not have been able to based on the earlier games today. Obviously, mostly dominant 2-0. I was kind of sweating for the last 10, 15 minutes of that game. How did you feel about the series? Was this a good day for Fnatic, okay day for Fnatic, bad day for Fnatic? What did you think?
I mean, I think it was okay day. I think just the second game, we got kind of caught off guard by the Nocturne Orianna combo. We didn't really play against that much, that much. So yeah, there were some issues in that game, but other than that, it was good.
Yeah, it felt like you were kind of stepping up and making a lot of aggressive moves. I remember one fight around the mid lane, Vetty called out in cast, like 4v5, you see the Nocturnes overstepped, Oscar hits the pillar, you're immediately in there. Did you feel like you guys had to play especially aggressive to stop the game from getting too hard with the Zeri on the enemy team?
Yeah, I think in that game we should be the ones engaging first. Because I think if they engage first, they just one-shot one of our backline guys, and then we lose. So if we engage on their Nocturne or on their Nautilus, I think we should be able to win. So yeah, the plan was to just engage on them on mid-waves.
Yeah, definitely saw it pay off, especially in those last few engages. Overall, plans, you know, supposed to be kind of just a step on the way to the bracket stage. You guys have now finally made it. How do you feel about the progress that the team has made in between the end of LEC and now here coming into the bracket stage?
I feel really good, to be honest. I think we play a lot better than we played in LEC. I don't know why, but I feel like everyone is just having a lot of fun playing, just screaming. So yeah, everyone has a lot of confidence, and I think we are pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, showing obviously on stage thus far. I'm excited to see what comes next. We're in a position where you're essentially coin flipping. We don't know the results of the draw yet, but it could be BLG, it could be GenG. Do you have a preference on who you want to play? Do you think there's one that you're more stylistically suited to? What's your take?
I mean, after playing top esports, I feel like they were completely playable. So, and I think it was 3-2 in the LPL finals. So they are probably kind of even. So I think BLG should also be playable, right? So, and the Korean team looks kind of strong. So I would think that GenG is better. So I would prefer BLG, I guess. But
basically, you just does it come down to you just don't want to play against Chovy in round one?
No. I want to play, but I think they are better. So I would save it for the finals, you know. But yeah, I would like to play against him because I never played against him ever. So yeah.
Well, we'll have to see if you get the opportunity. Congrats again on the games today. So excited to see Fnatic in the bracket stage. That's going to do it here for us. We'll see if they're able to draw BLG like Humanoid wants, or if they end up with GenG, and it's an early showing of the finals preview between Humanoid and Chovy. That's it for us here. Back to the desk.
I love it. This is textbook, Marek, honestly. We're confident, we're playing better, we're making progress. We don't want to play the LCK teams, though. And I'm surprised that they would think that they would perform better against BLG than against the LCK teams, given that historically LEC performs better against LCK. I don't know what we can make of this. What did you think of his statements?
I really loved the word playable.
Yeah?
If that makes sense, because it's confident and realistic at the same time. So I think it's actually just the correct word to expectation set for them going into this game, because I do think that any of the Western teams that have made it into that bracket stage do have especially G2 as well, who beat Fnatic in the final, will be playable into these matchups.
I'm trying to think of whether stylistically.
Yeah,
I think it's tough with both teams, obviously, right? Because I think GenG are a much more controlled and dominant team, especially when I think of their macro. But then BLG are just, they just want to smash your face in early so hard, which makes a lot of their wins incredibly dominant. And also their bot lane in particular, I think is going to give, if they play to the same level that they've been playing in LPL, is going to give every single team fits in terms of the way, the style in which they play. I think only like, in terms of that bot lane going up against other aggressive bot lanes, I think only I'd say T1's bot lane comes similar to like the aggression and dominance that's shown from that bot lane in 2v2. So it's a tough one, right? It's like, how do you think Fnatic would be able to get an advantage? Because I feel like if you go like, okay, typically when we have a team that we feel like is outmatched, chaos, right? Like go try to smash them back, which I think BLG would then meet them at that very gladly, which it would be an interesting matchup.
I'm looking forward to seeing what are we going to be in it? Like what is going to go in the draw show? We're going to see this in just a few minutes, though. But when you think of the progress that Fnatic made compared to the LEC, what Marek was saying, entering this main stage, am I coping or do we have any hope?
There's hope.
Yeah.
But I mean, I will also say that in terms of a non-Korean or Chinese team winning MSI, it is less likely now than it has ever been.
Yes.
I'll take a best
G2 has one, but it's just because there's so many of them. Like there's 4 LCK LPL teams when previously there were 2, and then when G2 won, you know, they took care of one and they took care of the other. They only had to be 1. Now they probably have to be like 3 or 4 if they win realistically. So it's going to be hard.
Jad, I don't want to put salt in an open wound already, but as we send Fnatic off to the bracket stage, we wave goodbye to FlyQuest. And earlier today, Draco spoke with Masu after their MSI run concluded in the Verizon post-game interview. Let's check out what he had to say.
Thank you very much. It's with a heavy heart that I am joined by Masu of FlyQuest after a very difficult defeat. I can imagine. I think it's the most cliched interview question, but I think it's an important one. I got to know, what do you feel like in this moment? How does it feel to you after you know, a tough day and a tough tournament?
I'm mostly just kind of disappointed in myself. I felt like I could have done way more, and I felt like I didn't play to the level that I could have, or shown the growth that I could have had. So mostly it just feels frustrating to not play at my best, I guess, and just play like this.
Yeah. What held you back? What do you feel like stopped you from hitting that level? Was it the stage? Was it the event? Is it the pressure? I mean, what do you feel like when you look back, will you say is the reason that you maybe weren't able to show what you wanted to show here at MSI?
I think maybe I just didn't have enough like courage, experience, like a mix of a lot of things. I think, yeah, mostly that. And like if I kind of kept working hard and trusted myself, I think it would have been a lot better. So
when you look ahead to the future, you're a guy who obviously has, like we saw it on Drive, right? I think everybody knows your story, and it's been an incredible journey for you to get this far. Like what are you going to take away from this event? What are you going to take from this, from, you know, a tough day and a tough tournament? When you look ahead towards LCS, towards potential future international tournaments, what do you feel like is the biggest thing that's gonna stick with you?
Just like, I think mostly what I said just now about having the courage to keep trying to get better, even though the results don't show sometimes, they don't show immediately, to like keep pounding at what I know I need to work at. And then other than that, my goal is just to come back to like the next international with more confidence in myself and just having grown as a player and a person.
You talked at the start of the tournament about like idols and the people that you looked up to. One of them obviously was Guma, right? You got to play against him. You got to play scrims behind the scenes as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Is there more that you've learned about these people that you respect, about like what it takes for them to be successful at the top? Is there anything outside of like what you did that you think you'll take away? Any additional lessons?
For sure. I think I have like a deeper respect now for the amount of consistency it takes to play at their level constantly, or I guess it is just consistency.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think before I kind of came into the tournament, I saw the game more like shallow, or I guess I looked up to them and didn't see exactly how deep they understood the game.
Yeah.
So I think now just seeing like all the small things they do and how they put themselves in good positions has like kind of opened my eyes, and it's something I want to learn for myself.
Fantastic to hear. Thank you again for taking the time to do this. I know this is one of the hardest interviews you're probably going to have to do, but I hope this is the catalyst for you, man. Everyone's excited to watch that journey, and I hope that this is only the start of your international appearances and the beginning of a meteoric rise. Thanks again, man.
Thank you.
Back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Dracos, for being able to share these important thoughts, and also mad respect to Masu, of course, for coming to this interview. A lot of reflections, of course, a lot of disappointment from this lineup, I assume. I want to ask your expert's opinion, actually, not what went wrong, but what are going to be the takeaways from them to move forward and come back at Worlds, because that's the goal for this lineup.
Yeah, I think confidence is going to be a huge thing for them to be able to find again and then play with. I do want to speak about Masu individually. If you haven't seen his Drive episode, that goes into, it's really well done. Check it out on the LCS YouTube channel. But if there's ever a question when you see teams lose the way FlyQuest lost, which was just a very disappointing 2-0 sweep, a lot of people will be like, the players care so much. And I think that's what Masu showed to me in that interview, is just what his drive actually is, how much he does care. So it's not for lack of trying that they fell short. It's a number of different reasons that I think he's only going to fully understand, possibly even years from now. So I hope that he bounces back from this, and heart goes out to FlyQuest.
I think he's going to bounce back. I mean, I have high hopes for him, honestly, because when you consider the trajectory of this player and this lineup as a whole formed at the beginning of the year, a lot of rookie players in this lineup making their first international events, to me, defying the expectations they had, especially when it comes to the bot lane, when we consider what they were able to showcase in the first games that they had. So for me, it comes more from stabilizing the good sides that they have rather than, I don't know, just crumbling on the bad results that they have. So I expect to see them again at Worlds, of course, and I think they're going to come back stronger from this, even in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they do. I think even their prep was pretty good, right? Like, they had a really good understanding of how to lane swap, I thought. I know Jat does not like that. But I actually thought they did, right? And so I think the preparation was there. Obviously, they fell short in terms of coordination, and especially, like, over chasing at certain times when they really shouldn't have. I think for Masu specifically, I really hope he can return to North America and continue to work on the things he learned here, because I think that is always the trickiest thing when you go to internationals and you go up against better players or more consistent players from other regions. Taking those lessons and bringing them back and being able to apply them. But I think hopefully it'll become a really valuable learning experience for him. And I think he has a really good attitude towards growth and improvement that's incredibly healthy.
I love the attitude, honestly, especially coming from rookie players like this. We have the draw ready on stage, so we will get to this right away and see, how we're going to get eaten here at MSI from the West. No, but all jokes aside, I'm looking forward to seeing who we're going to face off against here.
So there's actually not that many different things that can happen in this draw.
I mean, that's the thing. It's pretty much decided.
Yeah. The 8 teams have been put into 4 pools.
Yeah.
The top pool is the #1 seed from the LCK and the LPL, so that's going to be Gen G and BLG. And then, I mean, based on the pooling, you got a great chance. TL and G2 are a higher tier than T1 and TES. So you never know. They're tier 2 teams, but that's just the #1 seeds from from LEC and LCS. And then tier 3 are the first place teams for both groups, T1 and TES, and tier 4 are the 2 teams that play today. The reason that there's not that many different draw possibilities is the rule that was instituted from last year, where we're not going to get cross-regional matchups early on in the bracket. So that's gonna pre-decide a lot of stuff.
Good learnings from last year. And the draw order will not determine the schedule. We will have this one later. I mean, again, it's really difficult because we pretty much know.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, so, do you want?
Do you trust Humanoid's judgment?
I learned not to trust my teams. Sadly.
Well, I'll just say
not to trust my teams, but yeah.
If Humanoid wants to play BLG,
that's the thing, and for me, that's the confidence that matters here. And if he feels like this is the team that's gonna give them the easiest time, if easy is the word here, I guess we'll see about this. I really want to see what G2 is going to do.
I was going to say,
and I really want to see TL.
My question is, do you think G2, because they have to draw TES or T1?
I think they...
Who would they rather have? Who would you, Laura, who would you rather G2 face?
That's a tricky one.
I would rather... Okay, I think T1. I think T1 because I'm dead scared of TS's bot lane against G2.
Jackie Love.
Yeah.
But G2's swapping away from that in an instant.
Yeah.
They're the swap kings.
They are the swap kings. They brought this one in the LEC.
So, I thought you were going to go for like the historic aspect of like, well, G2's had beaten T1 before, or G2's usually been better against LCK.
Yeah.
Because like based off of what we've seen this year, like I feel like for sure they'd want to play against TES. Just because T1's the defending world champions, they seem to have this international aura about them again. They seem to always make finals in every single tournament they play in.
Also,
T1 has not looked the best.
Slightly shaky.
Yeah.
And they're practicing lane swaps. They're thinking about G2.
What about TL?
For that.
Well, TES brought out lane swaps against BLG in PL playoffs too.
I mean, again, if I go off of history, I'll say TL should play T1 again because, man, they almost won that best of 1 at Worlds 4 months ago.
Yeah.
But I just think T1's a stronger team than TES. So let's see the first. Let's see the first.
Right.
Genji.
And we're gonna have Genji, of course.
I guess the first consequential draw is when he's moving to the other bucket.
Yeah. I'm glad that we solved the issue we had last year, the fact that each side of the bracket will only be allowed to have one team per region.
Yeah.
Yeah, avoiding the matchups that we had last year. I think it's going to make everything spicier as well. Is that going to help us? I don't know, BLG drawn second here.
I think it's just going to make a much more, I mean, it's compelling tournament later on. You're going to get more cross-regional matchups, which is the reason we're here. If we wanted to watch Genji versus T1, like, we got to. And we still might, but they're going to have to prove that they're better than the other regions first. All right, this is the moment.
This is when it becomes interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
So TL plays, I believe they're going to slot right up against Genji then, you'd think.
Yeah, on
Or
the
no,
Genji.
no,
they're
no,
on
no,
the
I'm
they're on the
trolling.
Genji
I
side
am
of the bracket.
trolling.
Not
Now on the other
yeah.
side. Yeah.
We still don't know.
Because they're
We don't know
technically
yet.
a first seed.
Well, obviously they're going to play Genji after they win their first round matchup against either T1.
Of course,
Yes,
yeah.
is what I was going to say.
It's expected.
Yeah.
G2. I think G2 is hungry after what happened at Worlds. I don't know if that's going to translate in good results, but
And they're
at
on,
least
they're
I
on
know
the
that they're hungry.
BLG side
Yeah.
of the jacket, the bracket, which is actually like really, really interesting because I think the lane swap against BLG can be really effective because you want to avoid that elk on bot lane. They are hyper aggressive.
Oh, TES.
There we go.
All right. I love the smile.
Yeah.
I mean, the funny
All right,
thing is
so-
TES, even if they weren't drawn there, they
How do we feel about this? Team Liquid versus TES.
That's fine. Like I said, TES, it's as fine as it's going to be. Like, everything's a bad choice.
Yeah.
T1. All right, there you go.
Careful what you wish for. Nothing is easy here, but yeah.
You did say you'd rather have them face
yeah.
So you did this.
We'll see. Yeah,
basically.
we'll see how hard it comes in biting.
Man, TLTES, that's interesting.
I'm trying to project into what it's gonna look like on the Rift. Fnatic.
Yeah, they go into the top bracket because they can't be in the same side as G2.
G2. So they did not get what Humanoid wanted, and they will face Genji.
So we get double LCK LEC in the first round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of these are good outcomes. Like none of these are like, wow, I'm so happy we got this. This is how brutal MSI
Would
is.
have we been happy anyway?
No, there's, like I said,
No, it's a very, very Spartan tournament.
Yeah.
Especially
the less
now.
of two evils, honestly.
But yeah, BLG PSG is gonna be. Whew.
Yeah, you're picking between raw Brussels sprouts.
I have to say, these are really exciting matchups, though.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
whether you have hope or not, for me, these are really, really exciting matchups. Genji, Fnatic. I know that Marek didn't want to have this, but I actually want to see him against Chovy. I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see what if Chovy can overcome his international demons as well. I want to see if T1 is gonna be the team they were before LCK playoffs. There's a lot of interesting outcomes here and matchups that we can see.
we get Caps Faker again as well.
I know.
From
Yeah, that'll be
G2TL.
great.
That's going to be awesome. For what it's worth, Jan was better than he's ever been in LCS playoffs. More kills than any player ever in an LCS playoffs. Core JJ back at it again, going up against that really scary Jackie Love bottom lane. None of these things are like, man, I'm so excited to see them smash them, but like, as you say, I'm excited to see them have the opportunity to show up.
I also think for a player like Jan, who has been like, I want to test myself against the best, Jackie Love and Mako coming out looking incredibly strong as a bot lane duo like they have for most of the LPL split. So it'll be a good test, right?
Yep.
I want to see how the meta evolves. I want to see how the game evolves, how our teams have been prepping, how much they can fight. I'm excited. I'm really excited. I'm full of hope right now. We'll see about next week, guys. It's been amazing being with you.
It's been great.
At the desk, and that's all for us here at MSI for the play-in stage. We will be back the day after tomorrow, so not that long. Tuesday, May 7th at 11 Central European Time and 5 a.m. Eastern US. Take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to MSI 2024, brought to you live from Chengdu, China. Today is the last day of play-ins, and it is do or die for the 4 teams we have remaining, as only 2 can advance to the bracket stage.
In a 1v2, he just has to get hit, just needs the cooldown. Quippo's going to flip him, and he's surely dead.
I still have W. Look, Rumble, look, Rumble. I'm hitting Rumble. We can get the reset off of him. Yeah, I got it. He's dead, he's dead.
FlyQuest move through these tokens for 3 men. They draw back with a great handshake. But Maples, as it does it again. The Spring Kings set up, lure them in. The range is there. Betty, auto, and Maple flies through. He finds himself a quick double, and PSG are definitely finding themselves a win in this game. So Maple's coming in. A star descent, and they're setting up first blood. FlyQuest over Chase. Junjin goes into the backline and are making short work. Look at Arja cutting off their realm of escape. That dragon is unholy. The Spring Kings, the PCS that never misses out on MSI thanks to PSG, will knock away FlyQuest. We'll move to the main stage, get revenge.
We can help you, maybe. I come, look, I'm ready. Look at this. No flash. That's not nice one.
Look at Noah's damage. He just pops on up with hail of blades. He kites away. Again, their top lane is caught out. This time, Kiaya will be able to flash away, but it's matched nicely. Almost connects us. Noah is feeling himself even on the other side, but Jun is ready to catch him. The bot lane of Fnatic are alive and well. Yes, things got slow, but still at the end, there's Noah one shot.
Nice, guys. Nice. One more.
Actually, they're doing it themselves. Flashes forward, double, auto, easy like burning.
Looking at the mid lane tower now.
Wait, Shockwave uses the nuke into submarine. This can be done as they all engage, so Levi's ult. It's submarine time again. Easy like damage is huge, but a double knockup. Oscar in and set up, and that might be everything.
Clean as guys. That's what I like to see.
True.